Okay.
We're
Hi,
live.
everyone. My name is Barabeke. I hope you can hear me and see me. I'm very happy to be here and share with you a bit about myself, about my art, and techniques I use. And and yeah, so let's get started. I try to keep it entertaining. So while I speak a bit about myself, I will share my screen to show you. Uh, okay, okay, you should see me. So show you a bit of slideshow from stuff I've done in the past 14 years, really, because I've been around since 2006. But I've been really playing around since the beginning. I don't have a formal education in arts. I'm a self-taught digital artist, and originally I was a photographer, and I still work with photography. Although here you're seeing a bunch of fractals, which I also use. And although I haven't done much in the past 7 or 8 years, and these are some early works from me. I was doing some um, rather complex elaborations, and that's how I learned my craft really. And in the past decade or so, a bit less maybe, I've been mostly working by using my phone, which I think is quite peculiar. And I'm here to share some insights about my techniques that through the years have become quite advanced, let's say. Uh, I mean, I consider my phone as a sort of super powerful dark room, like um, never seen in history. Like if I could share my phone with Ansel Adam and let him play it will blow his mind, I guess. So the creative potential of this tool is really great, and it has reached a level today that, in my view, enables to create art that can also sell, because now you can create 4K images and videos with your iPhone that some apps can really get to a level that is quite impressive. So visual art is just part of my craft. I don't know if all of you are familiar with what I do, but I'm more of like conceptual performance artist somehow, because I do also some other stuff, and which you will see. And originally, I was a copywriter. I'm a writer. That's how I started. And I wanted to be a screenplayer when I was in my 20s because my writing was very visual. And at some point, I decided to start developing a bit my aesthetic and starting from photography. But then I naturally started to elaborate stuff in the way you're seeing. And I have a lot of fun with it. So even if I've been doing other stuff in the past decade or so, I've been like a digital marketer. I've been having my career, and also explored healing quite a lot. I've been trained in lots of stuff: hypnotherapy, shamanism, NLP, qigong, and many other things. And ultimately, something that really remained through the years was creating visual stuff that was like thought-provoking or providing an experience. Like this stuff you see, that is not casual. So, which bring to my uh, um, other artistic forms, which I will quickly show you. Open my browser. I have new website, new revamped website, which more focused on visual art. But then I also have stuff like these revelations, which sounds like kind of weird. Here, open. So this stuff is like artistic acts from me. So there are these three posts that contain some form of revelation, if you may want to call it like this, or some inspiration, okay, that I'm sharing with the world about that is thought-provoking, entertaining, and hopefully will make people reflect and maybe inspire somehow a better future. I'm not taking myself too seriously, but you know, one thing I really like is the third you see. I've been doing quite a research on Mona Lisa and Leonardo. I got the attention of some prominent critics with whom I had the chance to debate. So I'm sharing some light about Mona Lisa that has been criticized, but the core of my theory, I think, stand quite strong, and that stuff remain there as inspiration for other researchers. I think my work is done. I'm just an artist. Anyway, as you can see, I do stuff like this that is conceptual and performance art, really, and where the performance is like my life somehow. So an artistic actor. So I think it's fun, and and I hope you find it inspiring. And let's get back to my visual art because I'm here to discuss this. Just categorize it in different ways, and you see, it's all digital. I always work digitally, and just share my stuff on Instagram or mostly or Twitter. I also have a Facebook page, but I don't like Facebook too much. And yeah, I'd like to show you what is the latest state of my digital art, which is my interdimensional series. Don't read the post because I need to update it because I'm still evolving it. But I think showing you this video will give you an idea. So this, I do it for Del Flores, a fellow crypto artist. I took pictures of her, which are the ones that you can see. And by only using those three pics, I just mixing them together widely, like you can see, and very glitchy way, not very clean. But I do work a lot like this by using only the images and not adding any drawing. And then it's out of these three pictures, I created these 9 glitch arts that contain also some uh, water-like mirroring reflection, where there are a bunch of stuff that you can see inside. You can zoom in. It's like 9 digital artworks that are like 4,096 pixels square, which combined together, they form a huge square mandala that is like 12,000 something pixels square, which is what you can see here. So this is something that its ultimate destination, is like a wall, like a fine art display painter, maybe 1 meter per 1 meter. It's something to contemplate, and by contemplating it, it evokes thousands of stories and stuff. You can really get really inspired with it, and it's inspiring because that is done entirely with those 3 photos and nothing else. But this is like a more evolved form of what I'm doing, and here I'm coming to present my transmutation series, which is this one. I don't know, maybe some of you have seen the posts, some others not. But I will share some insights because this gets really to the skeleton of my craft. And see this. Okay. Well, I won't read. I'm going to show you an early example of this car that I found at a wedding in Italy. A Citroen Palace from 1972. A really fantastic car. I loved it. And it has this headlight that I found really, really inspiring. By using just that headlight and nothing else, well, I did some minor interventions, so they are not pure transmutations as I call them, but I created these 6 works, okay, which I give a title as well. I like to give titles. All of this is that headlight of that car. So it's like reality seen on the picture being transmuted into something different, where the essence of the original photo, and for essence I mean its form, its shapes, have remained intact basically. What I operate upon is like lighting, saturation, filters, mirrors. I use a lot of mirrors. I believe in mirrors a lot. I think they are portals to other dimensions. But this transmutation series, as I was saying, gets to the core of my art. And I set some limitations to this series, some technical limitations that are a meaning by itself, because the main limitation is that I'm only using one photo to do the transmutation, nothing else, no other image, no drawing, only that photo. And I also need to keep it in its original proportions and with no distortion apart some minimal stuff. And only blending, light and color filters, mirrors, and masks. That's it. And this is to make sure that the emerging vision that I pick out of the matter of this photo is entirely made of reality seen as in the source photo. So my first transmutation is this Bat Queen, I call it, but it's more like, well, let's not discuss the names, but you see there is this beautiful statuette that was made by fellow artist Lulu XXX. I hope I pronounce this correctly. She's a very talented digital artist that many of you will know, and she kindly donated me this photo of her beautiful little sculpture. And only by using that photo, I created this other stuff, and I had so much fun with it. It was like playing with a deck of tarot. You know, I'm also into tarot, by the way. You know, the style of Jodorowsky. I'm a fan. And yeah, here share this video where you see some insights about the making of. Now you see various iterations I made with the statue. So obviously there is a lot of mirroring, which is recurrent in my works. You see there are characters that are emerging. There is like some, I don't know, some old shaman, female shaman I see in the middle. You see whatever you want. I shouldn't dictate what you see, but people see stuff emerging from my digital art, and some find it cool. So yeah, I hope I can live with it someday. Maybe not, but I will keep doing it because I have so much fun doing it. So the second one is a photo of a monkey donated by Pastel Crypto, another fellow crypto artist. That's really cool stuff that you probably know him if you are into the crypto art scene. So he kindly donated me this photo of a monkey with her son. And here I did something different. I mean, I created this image that you can see on the right. The artwork is just a square. Here was like an explanatory video. But then I animated it in a funky way. And yeah, it's as you can see, it's a mirror that closes. And what is interesting is that it's an infinite loop. So you can wait for hours non-stop and it will keep doing this. And so I thought it was quite interesting. The third one was provided by Blue Pastel. You'll find him on on CryptoVoxel. He gave me this photo of this church you see on the left. Also, in this case, I animated it in an infinite loop to create an experience for the viewer that is quite eerie, I guess, ascending with creatures animating. And what is interesting is just a church. It's the interior of a church. As a matter of fact, the title is Transmutation 3, Interior of a Church. And yeah, it's this stuff I will mint it as crypto art in the next days. I will see the edition and stuff. By the way, my Bat Queen statuette is already on known origin in an edition of 5, and it's the first one of the series, so you may find it particularly interesting. But here, the sacred toilet, and this was kind of cool what I did. So while I was exploring where to take this series, which original purpose was like making a statement like, give me any photo, I'll turn it into art by just using that photo and nothing else. Here I was going for, give me an urinal or a toilet and I'll turn it into sacred art, which is quite boastful, braggadocio, I guess, but I mean, that's what being an artist can be about, just taking, Quixotesque challenges and going for them and having fun with them. And I think I did some interesting stuff here. So this is the toilet I actually used in Zurich. I found it. And this is what I created with it. It's an infinite loop. This is just the toilet. Remember, there's nothing else but the toilet. But there is indeed a distortion, like spiral-like, that is not really pure transmutation series. So this goes beyond the transmutation series and maybe gets to a new series that is about video art that breathes, which is something I always try to do since my first experiments with video art. And I quite like this because I think it's an artwork that inspires you to breathe, to inhale and exhale, following the rhythm of the flashing, really. But yeah, and it evokes some like archetypical creature, that should speak to the unconscious. So this is something that if you stick in a wall and it just keeps going and you contemplate it and you sync your breath with it, it should bring you like peace of mind and some inspiration, maybe. I don't know, but I think it's cool. So I will do more of this stuff. So yeah, that's where I took it so far, and I will keep improving it. If you want to learn more about my art, I have an exhibition at MoCA at CryptoVoxel, the Museum of Crypto Art. And yeah, you can see a summary with the stuff I do, the interdimensional series, which I need to update. I'm evolving it, and yeah, that's all what I wanted to say about the transmutation. To promote it a bit, I was thinking, if you want to have a transmutation done based on one photo, you can donate, just taken with your phone. Like the ugliest, the merrier, I would say, but anything works. Maybe don't send me your artworks, because I mean, I know it's a good way to promote, but I don't like to deform too much the artworks of others, especially if they are like 2D. I mean, I did it with Lulu, but that was a statue, was different. And yeah, I will choose one make a transmutation out of it. I will mint it on some crypto marketplace, and I will gift one edition to you. I don't know yet how many editions, but we'll see. Okay, and that's all from me now. If you want to connect, I'm on Twitter, I'm on Instagram, I'm on Facebook, I'm in most places as simply Barabeke at Barabeke. So I'm looking forward to connect with fellow artists, and I'm happy to be part of the crypto art community. There are many interesting people, interesting artists, and yeah, I think the avant-garde today is here, and I'm happy to be part of it, and I look forward to connect with you. And yeah, and let me get back. Let me stop sharing my screen and get back here. Hope I didn't bore you. Okay. I don't know if some people have questions or stuff.
Yeah, we might have a
I
few
cannot
minutes
hear
for
you.
questions. Thank you so much. Uh-oh. Can you hear me now?
No, I cannot hear you. Wait, maybe I do I need to do
Uh-oh.
something. Mm, I can.
guess
I cannot hear you.
if you
Sorry.
can't hear me, I think what we're gonna do.
Um, hello, hello. I cannot. Okay. Ciao, ciao.
All right, we're live.
Okay, hey everybody, it's Yura Miron. I would like to introduce to you my vision and some inspirations of my artwork and some background, what I've been working about on, and some ideas. So I've been creating art since I can remember myself, like really early childhood. This is what the best thing for myself to do, to draw, to make music. So it's always like being like understood to myself that I want to be an artist or some or other way creative person, like creating stuff. So and around 6 years ago, I started to making media art, experimenting with digital tools and really different stuff like DJing, and made a lot of collaborations with different musicians, like live performances and music videos on many festivals, like electronic music, dance music, experimental kinds of music. And I'm also a musician myself, but for last year and a half, I've been more into creating art full time, not doing music, because music, it's takes lots of time to go deep, like art. So I decided to focus myself more on art. So I'm gonna show you now some of the stuff I've been working before I got to oh, I can see it. Before I got into crypto art. Oh, I can see it, yeah. So it's I've been creating laser shows with my friend Vijay Yakus. So we did lots of installations, laser performances in different places with different people. It's with dance performers, like raves, pretty wild, huge raves in the forest or in industrial spaces, here. So I really liked it, raves. I miss those times, because now during the lockdown, I really miss all these gathered places where people are dancing, and visuals, and all the stuff that goes with it. So it was really fun to create all these laser shows. I really love the aesthetics of the laser, and I really love it. But then I focused more on my art, and I created this series of artworks called Pure Abstractions. They are created in virtual reality using gravity sketch and tilt brush and blocks. It's it represents my visionary experiences with DMT. I've smoked 3 times DMT, and had 3 ceremonies with ayahuasca. That really was unbelievable and inspirational, and showed me nature of reality, patterns of reality. Like it's this series of artworks is like about microcosmos and macrocosmos. It can be really huge places. It can be really tiny objects, like tiny microbiology like stuff. So also I've made these styles shifting on top of the virtual reality sculptures. So it's like morphing part, like in psychedelic trip, when you look at stuff and it's like constantly changing and shifting in colors, and you always see new patterns emerging. You see that reality is breathing, like it's not like static. It's like flow, more in the state of the flow. Everything is moving, so it's like this kind of the feeling I wanted to create with these artworks. And also I'm working on a virtual experience there, where you can actually fly into those spaces, and they're really huge, and you're like flying in this cosmos of particles, and this is really beautiful experience. So also I've been working on sorry, I've been working on series of artworks called you can read it. Sorry, I don't know why I can. I can't. I should shift the screen. Sorry. And have such results that looks really real and surreal at the same time, you know. And in this series of artworks, I've been thinking about like solar punk stuff that is very inspirational for myself. That where you see buildings and plants like forming a single like structure. It's not like separated. It's like living organism. Like I envision this future where there are buildings, and where the technology and nature is really complementary, not one against each other, like a symbiotic relationship. Yeah, I'm really inspired by these solar punk ideas of decentralization and anarchism, and with all this blockchain stuff, I see how it can be implemented. So it's all really about like bright future, the future that I would really love to live in. And also I've been experimenting with different other tools that I really like experimenting with new technologies to like to simulate their realities, you know, like to simulate things to generate, like here I will share another screen, like here is video things. It's like it's called Withins. It's based on Maximus P. I really like the smoothness and like color and the patterns that you can come with in this program, you can really generate really complex feedback loops that are really beautiful and organic. I love like playing around with it. I'm also making music videos for my friends, artists called Luna 9, like generating visuals here. And yeah, I really love this video synthesis. I'm gonna tokenize it in the future. Some parts of some of best parts of all this stuff, like that one. Also, I really like the feedback loops. Like it's really organic. It's like generating like some kind of organic materials. Like really love the psychedelic feeling of it. Really psychedelic. Yeah, it's really beautiful to watch and to generate. Also, yeah, it's my one moment. So yeah, so it's virtual reality. It's how I work in VR. So it's like one of my favorite tools in virtual reality, where I can sculpt stuff and like build and simultaneously like use textures that I've generated using neural networks and I really love working in virtual reality, and I've been working in VR like for 5 years, and I've been teaching people in Ukraine, in Kiev, like more than thousand people. I've learned how to create art in virtual reality, like art design, animation. Like I did many workshops studying people how to create stuff, different stuff in VR. So it was like designers and architects and artists, animators, like all kind of creative people. But personally, me, I like to create this kind of like sculptures in VR. So yeah, it's really intuitive and really fast work. How you can do it? Like it's like real time. What you see now, and I really like when response of the system is real time, where you can change stuff and see how it changes immediately. So yeah, it's like that. So, so yeah, it's like pretty long video. I'll just show some pieces, bits and pieces, like how it is made. So yeah, then I make pictures and tokenize them. Also, I really love this tool called Unbound VR. They got pretty incredible materials, simulation, real time, and I really like this zeotrope style of animation that is available. Really cool. So yeah, really cool software. Really love experimented with it. Also, I really like to. I don't know if you can hear the music, the sound, visual, but it's audiovisual. I really like experimenting with generative art, like stuff like that, like many particles that you can interact with them. It's this tool called egregor. So it's like that. So also, I'm really inspired by nature, and I deeply convinced that the nature is very intelligent, and everything that is alive, it is very intelligent being, and also maybe you've seen a slime mold. It's like the creature that don't have legs or arms or eyes, but it's like can move and feel and think. And this software is a simulation of the slime mold patterns where you can like generate its behavior. But also, what is interesting that it is like really looks like a cosmos, like a universe. It's like simulating the nature of the universe, how the galaxies are placed, how everything is like interconnected within itself. I'm really interested in this cosmic interconnectedness, and really wanted to have a tool where I can simulate like galaxies and like collapsing them and seeing trillions and millions of particles like interacting with each other in real time. So yeah, here I can do it with this tool called Psisarium. It's really beautiful. So yeah, it's mind blowing. So also also it's another video from Psisarium. So also I've been like using a virtual meditation I really like to meditate. I try to do it every day. Also like singing mantras like Om, Hum, like that. Like it really helps myself to focus on the present moment and to be more like more happy. But I don't know. Do you hear a sound? No. Sadly, you can hear the sound. But well, if you would hear the sound, you would hear me singing. It's like the main mantra that I like use. And when I sing it, while I'm singing it in virtual reality, I generate with my voice these visuals, and they are interactive with my voice. And really, it's the mind blowing. Like you can, it's called like technodelic, where you use virtual reality as a tool for your for psychedelic experiences, for meditation, for singing mantras, for like mind expanding experiences. Really cool stuff when you can generate reality using your voice. I think. So. Also, I don't know if I can share Photoshop link. Let me see. Yeah, I can share Photoshop. So here you can see I've been working on async, my first async artwork for the last month. I've been working in it and going back and forth with Conlan from async to like set it up and make it work like I intended to do, like I wanted. So it will be a programmable artwork with many layers. Like here, it will be like 58 layers in the whole work. So here it called like the real secret of magic, and it will be released like in a week or two. I don't know that for sure, but it will be released soon because it's ready almost and tokenized. So here you can see different backgrounds. Of the artwork. It will be changeable. It's like states of one layer of the background layer, and the owner of this layer will be able to change it. Also, he will be able to change the hue. So it means like you'll be change. He will be able to change colors of these backgrounds. And here comes a magician. So I've got like 3 magicians, like in the middle, in the left, and in the right. So they're all like 11. Every magician has got 11 states. It will be changeable. And they are movable, like up, left, right, down, like, and also color changes will be available. Yeah, there are really many types of different combinations available of these magicians. I'm really interested in looking how people really will interact with this artwork. So really, amount of combinations of all this artwork are incredible. Like many thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands combinations altogether. So yeah, I think that's what I've been working on like lately. And if you have some like questions, ask, and I'll try to answer.
Thank you so much, Yura. That's really mesmerizing. I can't even say how beautiful everything you just shared was. Unreal.
Thanks.
We have a question.
Thank you.
We want to know just if you could share links to the software you mentioned in the chat, maybe after the presentation.
Yeah, sure.
That would be super helpful. I want to look into all those tools and.
Yeah, I also will
we can
share my.
We can see if anyone else has.
My CryptoVoxels.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, because it wasn't. It's not an VRAF site, but maybe you can edit.
I can add if you want.
Yeah, thanks. So it's
I
like
didn't
my
add anything without
CryptoVoxels
permission,
story.
but yeah.
Thanks.
Awesome.
So okay, the
Thank
programs is Unbound VR, Gravity Sketch, Egregor, also listings. I also use Deep Style, Deep Dream. Also Brush. It's VR. Also an VR. And recently I also have an access to amazing tool called Microdose VR. It's like really cool with Jane software where you can generate particles in real time. Really cool. So it's like also Photoshop, yeah. Yeah, so maybe other questions.
I'm sorry that we couldn't hear the audio. I'm sure that was wonderful as well, but
yeah, it's like
but thanks for.
There's a lot of audiovisual stuff. Yeah.
Well, unless there's any other questions, we might move to the next presentation. I'm excited to share this video because all the visuals were just amazing. Thanks again.
Hey, thanks. Bye.
Peace.
The way
Yep.
at the beginning. Oh, okay.
Yep, we're live now. And we're here with Ivan, aka Synoptic, and he's going to share his work in the metaverse. And I'll let him take it away.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. I'm very super excited to be here and to share my view and to share my passion. And my passion is about metaverses. And so I would like to share with you my presentation about the metaverses, just to give you a big picture view about what is happening inside the blockchain space with this issue. And then I will show you some interesting stuff about my art and about the exhibition of my art and how it can be done in metaverses. I suppose that a lot of people that are inside crypto art know about metaverses because this is truly great. Oh, hi, Linara. And so let's start. I'm starting I'm starting with Lovecraft. This is a great horror writer. It's pretty old. I mean, it's from the beginning of the century of the past one, but he has several great and very beautiful stories. One of them is The Dream Quest of Unknown Kadat, and this work became very important for me in this field, in the field of the metaverses, because for me it is the dream quest for some new reality. And so diving inside this new reality, I realized that the real world is becoming some kind of an artifact. It's becoming something very old-fashioned. And so I can say that now the VR and everything that is going inside the VR space is the mainstream. And this is how the world will look like in several years. I suppose you all know the movie Ready Player One. And I think that this is what is going to be in some time, what we will have. And just to understand this thing, let's just have some terms determined. So what is virtual worlds? Virtual worlds is the computer simulated environment, but this is not a game in itself because there is no any gameplay. This is just a space where you can go inside this space, inside your avatar, and you just can explore this world, you can participate and have some activities inside the world. And what is interesting with the blockchain worlds, that you can own a space in this world and you can build on it and be the owner of this world. We will see a bit later about how can it be done, but this is the main issue. The virtual world with no gameplay, but with the ability to be active in this space. And are these spaces unique, or maybe they are new for our real world? No, they are not. There is an investigator of the virtual worlds. Ryan Schultz is pretty famous in the space, and here's the link on his site. And he investigated for about 140 virtual worlds. Just imagine 140 already existing virtual worlds. Some of them are not that existing, some of them, I suppose, are dead already, but this is the huge amount. All of them are from the previous world, to say, without blockchain, but nevertheless, a lot of them. And I just wanted to mention one of these words just for you to have some numbers. This is Habbo. You should know that people are playing in this virtual world in 150 countries. On August 12th, it's pretty old numbers. I don't know the up-to-date numbers, but anyway, 273 million avatars inside the world and 5 million unique visitors monthly. This is huge. And we can say that if it was like that for several years ago, how would it look like in some time inside the blockchain worlds, where except of the visual screen, there is also an economy inside this virtual world. So it's just to understand the numbers in this field. So what are these blockchain worlds? So we are talking about 4 virtual worlds inside the space where you can buy a land and you can build something on your land. So these are 4 virtual worlds. We have Decentraland, we have CryptoVoxels, we have Somnium Space and Sandbox. And for, I don't know, for some time, they are pretty not that famous, but now this is the print screen of OpenSea, the big market for NFTs. 3 of the worlds are on the first places, 3 of them. And this is this is show us how important these worlds are. And so let's dive a bit deeper inside this world. So what do we have? We have maps, of course. We have territory. So this is the map of the Decentraland. The map of Decentraland consists of 90,000 parcels. And if you look at the right, you will see the cheapest parcel. It's today's print screen, the cheapest parcel on the market. It's something about 2.5 ether, and the territory of this parcel is 16 meters to 16 meters and 20 meters in height. I mean, it's like real meters. So this is where you can build. This is the space that you can own for 2.5 ether, and you can just do whatever you like there. Not that whatever you like, but most of it. And the territory of this is huge. It's, if we can find some analogs, it's something about half of the Manhattan, as I remember it right. So it's huge territory of the virtual world, and it is already running. You can just dive inside and look around. This is another world. This is CryptoVoxels. It's a bit, it's not that big as Decentraland. It's about 3,000 parcels. And the cheapest now is also for about about 2.5 ether. And so what do we have here? This is the territory of the original city. So this is the first, the basic city. It is already the initial sales of the parcels are already closed. Everything is sold out, but you can buy on the secondary market. And except this, there is another very interesting thing. There is an island. So what you see here is the I don't know, the primal ocean of CryptoVoxels. On the left, you can see the white square. This is where the original city is. Just you can't see the buildings because of the rendering engine. It's not rendered that quick. And this is the building on the island. It is called Proxima. It is the very, very new island and the very, very new big, I don't know, building. So this is what is in CryptoVoxels, except more than original city. And if we compare Decentraland and CryptoVoxels according to their territory, we can see something like that. So this is CryptoVoxels and this is Decentraland. So Decentraland is bigger, much more bigger than CryptoVoxels. So let's get to another virtual space. This is one more thing about CryptoVoxels. These CryptoVoxels, it is filled with voxel graphic, and Decentraland is have some different graphics. It's something like cartoonish graphic. I don't know how to say it in English correctly. So this is another world. It is not voxel. It is also a bit cartoonic. This is Somnium Space. You can see the cheapest parcel on the market right now. It is also something about 2.5 ether, and it has 20 square meters and 10 meters height. So it's the space for you to build also something, but this world is specifically built for VR. And if you want to dive inside this world, you will have to have a good video card and VR headsets. But also you can dive it without VR headsets. There is a 2D client, but nevertheless you will have more experience if you will have VR headset. There is also water inside Somnium Space. There are boats out there. There are some kind of teleports and some different stuff. So let's move to Sandbox. Sandbox is another voxeled virtual world. It has already 3 pre-sales. It is not sold out. And as I know it is not open for the big public, it is this world is special for game creators. So this is the example of the. This is not the example. This is part of the map from the first pre-sale, from the second pre-sale, and here you can see the third pre-sale. So it will be a big territory. It will be 166,000 lands. One land will be like 29 to 29 meters, so it's pretty big territory. And you can buy the cheapest land for just a quarter of ether for now. So what else have we in metaverses, virtual worlds? We have avatars. I don't know if anybody of you know what avatar is. The initial meaning of the word avatar. The initial meaning, the initial concept is from Hinduism, and it means descent. And the material is the material appearance or the incarnation of the deity on earth. And just like gods of Hinduism appeared in our real world, the same way we real people appear in the virtual worlds inside the avatars. And it is also a big market. It is also, there is something to do in this field. So this is my avatar from Decentraland. So except for some things that are pre-built, that are inside the builder, inside the client, different artists can create wearables, but it's just it's not the open market for now. It's pretty closed one, but I suppose it will evolve. So you can buy on the market right now. You can buy hats. You can buy, I don't know, some clothing, some masks. Now this is the hat of mine. I like the hat. And this is Decentraland. We can move forward. Here we are. This is CryptoVoxels. In CryptoVoxels, you can also buy wearables, and you can buy names for your avatar. By the way, it is not stated here, but in Decentraland, you can buy names too. So you have names, you have the wearables, you have something to put on your avatar. So in CryptoVoxels, this is also me, but the previous version of me. And now I look a bit different. So here we are, some glasses, some hats also, and the names. These are not my names, by the way, just some examples from the market. This is how the avatars, how avatars look like in Sunbeam space. There is a special builder for avatars in Sunbeam space. So you can just download it and build your avatar by yourself. This is how avatars will look like in Sandbox, in another voxeled metaverse, but it's not also in launch, this thing. So I don't know much about the avatars in Sandbox for now. And also there are some market already for some items that can be integrated inside the world. So some kinds of this, I don't know, game creatures, deer, for example. So let's. This is the first half of my presentation. This is the presentation about the metaverses, and now I'd like to say something about myself and about what I am doing in these metaverses and what I think will be the most fascinating things about the metaverse. So not the most thing, but just right, maybe for me right now, this is the most fascinating thing. So at first place, I am a lawyer. I am an economist. But because of this metaverses, I became a great fan of programming I'm studying programming. I'm building parcels inside a Decentraland in SDK with the coding. I know how to do it. And except for this, I'm studying what is NFT from the code perspective, and I'm experimenting with art by myself. So I have I'm on now as an artist. I'm on two platforms. On Rarible, this is the platform that allow you to simply mint anything as an NFT, as some images, some video, some Vox models, so anything you like can be tokenized. So this is my my store. It's like Synoptic, and some of my works. And just to talk about my works, I wanted just to show you a bit of them. So the main point, the main idea of my art is the economy. Because I'm a lawyer and an economist, I'm studying and I'm exploring what our economy will look like in some time. And I see as the programmable economy that runs on smart contracts. And I am sure that this programmable economy is to be visual. We need to see how the processes are going on inside the economy. And I'm sure that economy is visual art and is to be visual art. And I'm doing something like this, just some my vision about some economical basic models like capitalism and communism, something like that. I have some propaganda, if you like, about the metaverses with my poetry. So this is I used here some old-fashioned Soviet propaganda, some very bright works. This is about the metaverses. I have also another passion. Another passion is DAO, decentralized autonomous organization, and I have some propaganda about DAOs also. And I don't know, some up-to-date things that I also do. It's this GIF about the last news about the Telegram, if you know what I mean, about the emission of grams. It's the very famous ICO that was held in 2018. Just several works of mine, and I also have a store on Maker's Place, so you just can visit me and see what I'm doing there. But so another thing that I wanted to show you and to talk about is galleries. So I want to show you my galleries inside CryptoVoxels, and I want to say that there are a huge amount of galleries now in CryptoVoxels, and the most I mean, this is the point of adoption as I see it in the metaverses. As I know now, there are more than 180 galleries inside CryptoVoxels, and I know that Linara, she's now watching us, I suppose. Hi, Linara. I suppose she will tell you about the galleries because she owns the gallery portal in CryptoVoxels and know everything about the galleries in CryptoVoxels, but I just wanted to show some my galleries and talk about what I have. So I have this. By the way, you can visit them on the site of this virtual art festival. There are links to my galleries just inside the, I don't know, exhibition layer on the site. So this is the gallery. This how the gallery looks like. This is the gallery of my works. This is my foundation number 1. Here is my other gallery, foundation number 2, and I've made it for different artists. They are not my works, but for the works of some other artists. So I talk to the artists, and they can just exhibit their works in here. I have 105 collaboration from written artists. Some of them are here. Some of them are here as speakers on this art festival. So I have, I don't know, I have Skinny, I have Buns Design, so several artists in here. So not mine. And I have foundation number 3. This is the art gallery that I've made for my own collection. So these NFTs are from very famous artists in the space. So I just exhibit what I have so that you can just walk along the gallery and look how beautiful they are. I have some Vox models also in here. This is Crypto Motors, if you know the project in the space. Also very interesting and beautiful. And I think that here I will also do some big exhibitions of artists. I'm just planning to do that. And also I have this. I'm also trying to build buildings as an architect, not just a gallery, but some kind of a space with I don't know, some installations inside. This is what is called on the site Catcher in the Rye. Firstly, but I thought that I need to change the name because of some good advice from the space, and now it is called Tron, like a film from the 80s, from the beginning of the 80s, because there is a room dedicated to this film inside this space, and there are some kind of installations like this. For example, just some big VR glasses with the to know is to see. So just you can just look around and see. It's just pretty interesting, but a bit empty space. And by the way, this presentation is on the first floor of my Tron, like an immersive presentation. So it is this presentation is depicted on the walls. So you just can walk around on the first floor and just look at the presentation as a big picture on the wall. What else do I do? Because I'm a lawyer, because I'm an economist, and I'm very keen on DAO and everything that concerns DAO. We are building this Saturn DAO with some of my partners here in Russia, in Moscow. The Saturn DAO is a big digital asset management firm for digital land inside the metaverses. So we are using Aragon, if you know it. It's a big platform for DAOs, and we are using Frame. Frame is the wallet, but it with some extended functionality that allows you to uh, make uh, make transactions not by yourself, but with the help of the agent. Agent is the programmable, is the smart contract inside the Aragon framework. So this is a bit of it. So I just wanted to mention that the beautiful artworks that I used to design this presentation is not mine. These are from TAS Visual, great immersive artist. I'm not, I don't know him, just use some of his words from his side. They are brilliant. And here are some of my spaces. I am writing some articles about programmable economy, about economy and about metaverses and about the information in itself, some philosophical issues. It's on the Medium. You can find me on the Medium. And some Telegram channels about the metaverses and about some DAO and smart contracts things from the legal perspective. So I suppose this is it. Pretty quick presentation, but I suppose you like it, guys. So if you have some questions, I'm ready to answer them if you want. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a great overview of all the blockchain metaverses, and really cool to see your work. And I hope everyone explores the galleries that you've created. Anyone have questions? Well, if there's no questions, we can move along to the next talk. I'm excited to to share this presentation, and there's so much happening outside of these presentations and the actual metaverses that everyone should check out. I'm excited because now we can all better understand what it means, and looking forward to all the new projects along with the crypto voxels world.
Okay,
we got
hi
a
Martin.
question.
So he's typing, I suppose.
What? Oh, I got it. Yeah. He said, "What is, in your opinion, the most promising project?"
The most promising project inside the metaverses, you mean, yeah?
Yeah, I
There
guess
are
of the four you
so
shared.
many projects that I haven't mentioned about it. There is Jin, one of the speakers inside of this art festival, and I suppose one of the organizers, or I don't know, he was on the opening, and he knows everything about the metaverses, and something that is really, really exciting and the most promising is the metaverse from the big M. The metaverse from the big M is the interconnection of the all metaverses on the space. This is something incredible, I think. This is something like you have separate VR realms, like layers inside one reality. So you just can move from one reality to another reality. And this is the most promising thing. And if the question is about what is the most promising from these four, I can tell you, because today I am very excited about CryptoVoxels. I'm full-time inside the CryptoVoxels. I'm building, I'm talking with people. For several months ago, I was full of Decentraland. I was building, I was coding, and in some time I will be full of Sandbox. I don't know. Everything is great. Everything has his own style. Everything has his own, I don't know, some atmosphere, something, some communities. So everything is great. Just can't tell you. Now I'm very excited about CryptoVoxels, just right now, just today. So this is it, I suppose.
Good answer. I think CryptoVoxels has been such a great hub of the crypto art space. It's got a place close to my heart for that reason, but I'm excited about all the different approaches, and I think there's a lot of room for many metaverses to evolve.
Yes, I think so too.
Well, thanks again. Really appreciate you sharing your knowledge with us, and looking forward to seeing you in the various worlds.
Thank you for the invitation, and yes, see you in the metaverses.
All right, we'll move right along. Thank you.
Yeah, bye everybody.
Uh-oh. We're live. Just there we
Hey,
go. Hey, everybody. We're here
happy
with
to be
Leonard.
here.
Yeah, thanks for joining, and we're excited to have you present on what you've been up to, and I'll let you take it away.
Okay, thank you, James, so much for inviting me. And today I'm talking about onboarding both artists and collectors to crypto art, and how I arrived. Just a little introduction how I arrived into this. I research art and technology. I've been doing this for many years. And the latest kind of technology I've been focusing my research on is the technology of money. Money is a technology that we created as humans, and we are recreating, making new forms of money like continuously. Maybe not so much in the past 300-400 years, but I guess maybe in the past 10 years we're getting more into this. And so I started studying about artists who create money as art, like their own currencies as a conceptual art piece. And then I got involved into all kinds of alternative economy and into cryptocurrencies as well, which were very boring at first, I have to say, from the artistic point of view, until finally the artists started exploring it and so and then all of a sudden several people from the art world or just normal people through art become interested in this. But it's a little bit tricky to get people into it because is you have to explain to them what is crypto, and okay, they get it, and but then they have to install things, they have to have a wallet, what is that, and put these things in my computer. So a lot of people kind of stop there. You lose a lot of people when you try to get them into it. Even if you convince them that this is great, they're not doing all these steps to really get involved. And if they're an artist, they would like to create some art, but it may be too complicated. Or if they want to buy some art, and they have the money ready, but then this whole like plugins here or like apps with weird passwords stop people. So I've been trying to onboard. I've been onboarding a few artists and collectors and doing some notes to figure out, how can we make this easier for both groups. And so I'm sharing a few projects that I created to do that. And for artists, this project is called the Crypto Arts Academy. And basically, I just got friends as guinea pigs and say, okay, let's have you do some crypto art. We'll guide you through this. So I did some one-on-one sessions where I just kind of walked people through the whole process, what they have to install in their computers or their mobiles. And there's some kind of steps that are kind of important to pay some more attention how to do this. For example, first, even like this basic thing when they're creating a wallet, and I feel really silly to say to them, oh, you cannot choose your address. The address is this long string of numbers. You cannot choose your password. The password is even longer. But then it's also there is a passphrase. So I tell them you can create like a poem with the words from your passphrase, and that will help you remember. And I actually, after I created a few poems just for wallets that were supposed to be for giveaways that I was giving away, but I still remember the passphrase from those wallets, from the poems I created. So that's kind of a nice exercise to do. And then you have it in your head. Uh, but also, I have to say, okay, this is really boring, but you have to promise me you're going to do this. You have to write it down on a piece of paper. And then I tell them this kind of horror stories about someone who created a wallet some years ago, and they had some stuff there. Maybe it was a Bitcoin wallet, and then now this is worth thousands, but they don't have the password anymore. They just saved it in the device, but this was, I don't know, 4 years ago, and devices get obsolete faster than that. So the phone where they saved it, like they just threw it in the trash now, or maybe the computer completely broke down and they don't have, and they could have access to these thousands now. But no, they lost it. So they have to become a cautionary tale for people like you. You have to write it down and put it in a piece of paper. So I do things like that. And also we had a real life workshop that was, before pandemic worldwide. We could still have all these people in the room, and I try to get them the very basics. So this is our handout that I would give to people in the course. It was bilingual course, both in Spanish and English, because we did in Spain. So basically, this has, for example, a place for them to write their passphrase and kind of a step-by-step, how to mint. And we basically use these two platforms that people can just start minting without being pre-approved, which is Rarible and Mintbase, which were the ones available then, and I think it's still the two available now. That was a couple of months ago. And I have to say that actually at the time, Rarible really had really the best user interface. It's really easy to use. Kind of makes it very less painful for the artists. And Mintbase at the time didn't have a good mobile minter, and I think now they're working on it. So, but people if they have a laptop, that was also very useful for them to use Mintbase. So we basically tested different platforms, and then I had them also learn the basic of using OpenSea and how to register your name, how to put things for sale, how to use wrapped Ether. So that was kind of also like a tricky concept for people. And one of the most baffling things that always I get asked, and it's hard to get through, is they ask, how can I sell the same art in 2 or 3 or even more places at once? So let's say I minted in Mintbase, but then I can also put it for sale on OpenSea. It's the same thing, and I can put it for sale also in Rarible, so I can have them for sale in 3 places. And what happened, for example, they asked me if 2 people buy it at the same time, and then I had to say, oh, that's not possible, because they're all kind of based on the same NFT on the blockchain, and the micro nano second that someone buys it and it gets written on a block, that's it. If even if people click at the same time, only one person will buy it. So that's kind of a very different thing, and it goes to the basic daily things about, okay, I make the piece, and also I try to use some very simple analogies trying to explain what's going on. So for example, when people ask me, what is the blockchain? And normally you hear explanations like, oh, it's a database and it's immutable, and that's completely right. But if you tell people that, oh, it's an immutable database, what does that mean? Okay, what is a database? It's something, really boring and immutable. They don't even know what that's supposed to mean. So it's good to have analogies to something that exists, and you do the same kind of things. So I actually tell people it is kind of like a registrar, like a records office, where you would go, let's say, to sign like a deed, when you buy a place. And of course, you can even, buy virtual land, like we signed the presentation before, you buy plots of land. But it's a place that is very official. So that means that, immutable part in a way. You sign your deed and it's there. and nobody can go and change that. Who knows? Maybe some registers, some shady places will do that for enough money, but normally it's very fixed there. It's also, most of them are public records, so it's a place that you can actually access and see all these events. Who bought what, for what amount, when, from who. So it has kind of like the right characteristics for an analogy, and it's been working for me now. And then they asked me, okay, so how do you create this artwork? What does it mean to put in the blockchain? And I tell them, well, it's like a signed copy. So when you create an NFT, you have the hash connected to the image, and that's like signing an artwork. And that also works because a signed art is worth more than an unsigned one already. So it kind of has this idea that it has extra value for that. And then I tell you can copy the JPEG, let's say, as you want, but the signed copy, is unique. You cannot duplicate. It's only one because it's registered in the special office, the registrar's office in the blockchain, and it's more valuable and you can sell it. And that seems to do the trick. It explains how it works. And then people ask me, oh, but okay, I understand. I bought the only signed copy and it's mine, but what do I do with it? And well, one answer is that you can actually, hang it on a virtual wall in CryptoVoxels or another metaverse place. But people just really enjoy owning this. It's like all these things that became digital, even books that, when the first ebooks came, people were not very, welcoming. Many people, they say, oh, no, that's not the same. I really need the paper. I need to hold it. I need to, like turn the pages with my hand. I need to smell the book, which is actually great. I'm actually allergic to mold, so I can't have old books. I donate my books after a while because I can't read them anymore. So I actually really like digital books. I just upgrade my software and I don't suffer from allergies. So people really enjoy ebooks, but in the beginning they were not. Oh, that's not the same as the physical thing. And with crypto art, digital art, I think is gonna follow a similar trajectory where people get more used to it, and we are, as people who are already involved and already love it and enjoy it, but it's hard to get people who never got in touch with why it's so great. Isn't it better to have something you can actually hang in your wall or touch it? Or why would I want something that I can see just maybe on my phone or my computer? They don't see, they see that as something not so desirable. So anyway, so that's kind of also an experience of getting people into this. And for buying art, we had like also, I tried to get people excited about it, and they really actually wanted to buy, but it was too complicated for them to create a wallet and install all the things, understand. So that's how this other project came to be. It's called the Papermint. And the Papermint, I brought here some paper wallets to show you. So here I have two models actually. This is the newest model that you can download from the website. It just went live. It's called papermint.gq. Sorry about this funny domain name. I kind of like these free domains because I can have a lot of them for free. So it's papermint.gq. I can type later the website. And you can download the PDF. So here you open the wallet and it tells you things like, how to see your artwork. This is the public address. And this flap, you are supposed to secure it with old technology like staples. You can stitch it. You can use a scratch paint. It's really nice. It's kind of time consuming. I did a lot of scratch paint wallets. And here, this is the old model has scratch paint. So this kind of gold is really nice feeling to scratch, and it gives like gold flakes away and then reveals the passphrase. But it takes a lot of effort to paint that, make the paint and wait for it to dry. So I felt it was good to give people a better option. Yeah, and so this one you can just staple together. You can use scratch paint. And okay, you're not going to get this artwork from Xcopy because it's been transferred already. This wallet has been bought already, so don't go and type the passphrase now. It's empty. I'm just, warning you. So here, then you can see, oops, sorry, it's not this one. This one is the passphrase. And this is my idea for like obfuscation. So let's say if someone's really tricky, they want to put it through like, the window here and try to see through. So that's an extra way of protecting the passphrase. And it's also upside down because, oh, sorry, here, there you go. Yeah, this is the full, yeah. And it's on A4 paper, which is what we use in Europe. But I guess you can print in letter size if that's what your standard is. It should fit. And yeah, and it comes with like fold marks, and half of it is upside down, because then when you fold it, you have two sides. So yeah, so that's kind of like we did some for this event in Madrid, and I think actually what happened was I managed to sell 2 paper wallets. I was really happy. We had a lot of them, but it wasn't that. It's still not, it was better. We could sell this art for people and they still have the wallet. And you can also, like I said, you also give them, it's kind of like an entry drug, like you like you give a first sample to someone, and that may make them curious enough to maybe install an app, because it has the instructions here to install a wallet app. So maybe they will, actually do this to interact in a better way. And we also recommend putting a little bit of gas into it already, a little bit of ether. So the wallets have 0.001, but you can adjust this. If not, right now gas is really high, maybe you want to put some more. And so that means that the person has everything with that piece of paper. They give you, money. They will give you like dollars or euros or some fiat, as they call it. And they would have a wallet with a passphrase secured. The NFT is inside, and a little bit of ether so they can move it out. So let's say, okay, they want to be super safe. Who knows, maybe somehow this passphrase is compromised, or, I don't know. They just want to be super safe. So they move it to another wallet that they created themselves, and then they, they were the only people who ever saw this passphrase. I didn't memorize a poem with it, and I was not going to sell to you and steal it or something like that. But if they trust the person who sold them, they can just keep, as like an object. And I never, for example, I never scratched this, and I can actually resell this as its own thing, completely off chain. Let's call it. It would be like a face-to-face non-blockchain digital transaction. It's kind of a nice artifact. And then the remaining paper wallets that we didn't sell, actually Skinny bought all of them. And also we made them quite cheap, because I didn't want to, since I didn't know how much people would want to pay for it. I asked some artists. These 2 are from Sparrow did this one, and Thursday did this. And Thursday also did the logo for the paper mint. It looks really nice. Thank you so much. And they agreed to have their wallets sold for not that much money. So that's how, we got the project going. And, Skinny actually knew how much these artworks were worth, so he basically bought all of them. He now has the first issue of paper wallets that we sold in Madrid. And let's see when we have new other events if we can have these, and they're out there for whoever wants to download. And this is the first version, so let me know if it works for you. The way I did it is you download the PDF. It has fields that you can edit, and you can. But to put the images, so we suggest that you don't need to do this, but if you want, you can just put a QR code for the wallet address, so it's easier. People don't have to type. It's kind of a pain to type, like a blockchain address, and also a preview of whatever is in the wallet. So to do that, you need to use I suggest this web-based PDF editor. But if you want to make sure that you never put the passphrase, for example, in any website, then this part you can do in your own computer, offline if you want, and print. So if you want to have that extra security, you can do that. Or you can just fill everything online also if you want. Depends, what you feel comfortable doing and who you're going to sell it to and how you're going to use it. And, well, let me know how it works for you if you want to download it. It's still the first version, so I'm sure I'll have some improvements. It's actually version already 1.1. The first one I did a couple of days ago. If people use preview in the Mac to edit, somehow the alignment would go wrong. I don't know why the preview would do it. But now you can fix that, and it has more functions to edit as well. I put title, artist, and edition. But you can change that. You can use everything just for the title, or you don't need to put additions. You can basically have 3 lines in the front to do whatever you want to put there. And then you also have on the back 4 lines that you can just customize your task. Put your website, what is this wallet about? If maybe it's for a special event or a giveaway, you can add that. So yeah, that's what you can do. And I guess that's probably getting almost to my time here. And just to mention a couple more projects, because I have 2 spaces on the exhibition list that you can check for the festival. One is the Art Teleport, which is a directory of art spaces in CryptoVoxels. And it has a companion website which you can access is teleportart.gq. So in the website, you can access over 100 art spaces. In the actual wall, I actually have to, I don't know, beg Ben Nolan or something, because there's a maximum of 100 text lines that you can add to your parcel, and we have more than 100. So I have to figure out how to add more. So currently the website has more art spaces than the actual wall. Maybe I'll try to, from the plot next to it, I'll try to move some stuff there, but I will still reach the 200 limit when we get there. So I have to figure out what to do. And yeah, the other is the pixel art playground. So you can see some really, really big, like a whole parcel size pixel art. And in between the pixel art playground and the art teleport is actually my gallery in CryptoVoxels, the Out Inside gallery. And the next exhibition, I don't know exactly when, in a few weeks, is going to be pixel art. So the playground is already installed and you can visit. And the current exhibition in the Out Inside is was an open call we issued. So it was basically open to whoever wanted to send. And the people from the space in Madrid, the art space where we had the show, selected. In the terrace is the new students from the workshop, and some of them are already like selling a lot and are on super rare and Bullionix. It also presented, I guess, did they? I forgot if they presented. No, they presented the work in progress Thursday. So yeah, they're already like kicking, doing a lot of stuff. I'm really proud of my students. They get an NFT certificate as their course kind of conclusion as crypto artists, and that's kind of an interesting idea too, because it's this NFT you don't sell, you don't buy, or it's not a gift, you earn it. So you go through the course, you learn how to do crypto art, and then we give them an NFT as a certificate of, having those competencies. So that's kind of an interesting idea to earn the NFT. So yeah, I think that was it for now. If I forgot anything, yeah, maybe if you can put, James, also the link for the website, the teleportart.gq, so people can check that. And I'm sure there's a lot of spaces that are not there yet, because people create art spaces pretty much every day. So just fill a form, and I will add as soon as, every week or so. I try to add spaces from people who send to me. So yeah, that was it. And well, if you have a few minutes and if you want to ask something, I can also probably answer a quick question.
Thank you so much. It's great what you're doing to help new artists learn about using these crazy technologies, and I think you've got a really great approach. I love those paper wallets. That's
I hope
really
to see
cool.
more of them. If you make your own,
I just want to get one and collect
yeah.
Or two,
Well,
just
if
to have.
you want to make your own and send me a picture, that would be great.
Sure, I'll check it out, and yeah, I'll download it and make my own.
Okay.
Or I guess you can.
Yeah, we
mail
can mail them, like
person.
if you want one, like a mailed one. I can mail even like the kind of the old version. It's kind of nice, It's like in the thicker paper and the scratch, like a special. I can mail. We also have on the website. You can buy the paper mint editions, which the first editions we have. I think Mattia, Ilan Katin, Sparrow, Thursday. I think it's this 4 that we have still some available to buy just the NFT if you want on the Papermint website. There's an option to say buy paperless, so you can buy paperless. But if you want to buy the actual paper, then you have to write or find an event or ask us to. I think Nisla managed to buy a couple from Ilan, and it's on its way, like these original ones. So Skinny has them, and Nisla still has them, and people who we sold to them in Madrid also have these first paper ones.
Very cool. Well, I want to keep it moving because we've got a ton of presentations today.
Okay.
Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
That was really awesome. Love what you're doing. Keep it up, and we'll move on to the next session. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. Yay.
All right, we're live here with Vesa.
fantastic.
I'm going to share his work, and we'll dive right into it.
Well, hey, James, and I didn't have time to check who's online. I see about 200 people here, so that's a thank you so much for giving me your attention to give you a little bit of a presentation, something that I'm stupidly excited, which is this crypto voxel pyramid that we built with Ogar just a while ago. And what we're doing is that we're building towards a launch of this pyramid where the gamification and a bunch of things are sort of coming together. And I really, really hope that all of you are going to get as excited about this place. Oh, well, probably not as excited as I am, but even a fraction of it would be great. And just really, because we've been getting to know each other a little bit, James, for a long time, and I couldn't attend your previous one in New York, and it's so great to be finally to be able to do this with you. So thanks for having me. Without further ado, I'll go to a screen share. Here we go. Hey, Martin. Hey, Eleonora. Yeah, Led Zeppelin. Fuck yeah, man. Here we go. Sorry, I won't be able to see Metageist. Good to see you, man. I won't be able to see the comments for a while, so sorry. Apologies if I don't recognize that you've given a shout out, but more than welcome. I hope there's many friends online watching this, and if in case some of you haven't, let me go a little bit further first. Can you see the screen now? Yeah. Okay. Great. Clicking in. So crypto voxels, and here is a dream of mine for a long time of having the correct proportions of the Giza pyramid represented now in the crypto voxel land. And as you guys can see, Ogar did just a spectacular job of putting this place together. And shout out to Ogar from the get-go, because this guy could handle absolutely anything that I threw at him, and he just killed it and built this place in 3 days. So he's not only super talented, but just lightning fast. So he's the great guy for this jungle. And without further ado, this place is full of secrets. And first and foremost, what it acts as to begin with is a gallery for my works, which is 12 years ago already I started creating. I made a transition from a filmmaker to a visual artist because I sort of discovered this method of doing digital art. And it started from body painting and going through these emotional processes, and the people that I was body painting and photographing were letting go of some things that might have been an obstacle for them to operate as well as in the world as they possibly could. And the whole point was to allow them to put the superhero suit on that the body paint thing really is. It at first feels a little greasy, even from a certain point of view, that here's this guy who's body painting these females nude, and all of that stuff sounds in a certain kind of way. But once people see these art pieces, they realize that it's very much in line with a lot of the sort of trends of human empowerment and us discovering our true selves and our purpose and path. And that really is the sort of how would I say, the core of this whole thing, even though it still remains, even after 12 years, quite misunderstood by a lot of people of what's going on here. And this pyramid is now housing not only this art and my soul, so to speak, but of course a lot of my crypto art as well, because I have two platforms. The other one is called Artevo. That's artevo.org, which is the body paint pieces, and there's about 300 of them. So I couldn't really. Oh, you shared the coordinates. Great, thank you, man. That's good. I was just coming back to that. So if people want to join me here, please do, and come and explore it. By flying, you'll be able to access a bunch of things that are otherwise going to be remaining hidden. And I'll show you just the very rudimentary some things and of the details that are here to be discovered. And not all is as seems, much like the Giza pyramid itself. So we've sort of there's a bunch of hidden secrets that this building itself is housing, and a lot of knowledge beyond my own art, as well as, of course, most of these art pieces, they somehow or another, they reflect what this place is. It's really a temple. It's a place to come and do discovery and maybe have your mind blown a couple of times. And I can only say that with confidence because a lot of the subject matter is captured in these art pieces, as well as some of the documentaries and things, because I had my mind blown by several other, not only artists, but researchers and phenomenal people. Like, for example, here, this art piece was done in collaboration with a lady called Zoe West, and she's the daughter of a very, very famous Egyptologist called John Anthony West, who made this Emmy Award-winning documentary called The Mystery of the Sphinx with Charlton Heston in the early 90s, that challenged the whole of the official perspective of how we see the Egypt history as well as world history. And some of these things are hidden inside of this whole place. And now that we're about to do the launch of this pyramid later, in about 3 weeks, I suppose, there's some great people who are going to come and help me put this together, because by any stretch of the imagination, I couldn't do this by myself. With the Try Roll guys, we also, this is the very first time I'm sort of saying this properly publicly, is that I've minted the cash tag VESA. And there's only going to be 10 million VESA ever created as a social reward token. And it has one of my most famous art pieces, this Flower of Life piece that was done in collaboration with this Bollywood star actress some years ago. That is the floor of this place here. It's a sort of token of my appreciation. It's not a shitcoin per se. It's in my own ecosystem, and it will serve as a reward for people showing up to my events. It'll be gamified inside of this pyramid for secrets to be discovered. And with those, you will be able to get some of my art pieces. You'll get some lecturing from me, or one-to-one coaching sessions and things like that along the way, and special access to things that will otherwise be off limits. And this is what because art in a way is very difficult to gamify in a certain sense, and it's especially the subject matter of some of these things when you go into, for example, Ananda, which was in my very first exhibition 12 years ago in Finland. It was a very, very rough process for the lady that was body painted, and she was in a very bad spot in her life, and my purpose was to facilitate an experience for her that got captured from left to right in this whole process, and the end feeling of where she got to was something very, very beautiful to experience, and to be respectful to these processes that these people have gone through, and what's taken place is it is an interesting one to match with social tokens and gamification and sort of the fun of things. So I'm trying to achieve a certain amount of balance, and this is the second floor, and there's something floating at the top over there as well, and a movie that took me 3 years about this one art piece to put together called Lux, that sort of goes much deeper into why this whole place is in this shape of a pyramid. And the launch party, of course, when we do it, will be simultaneously not only the launch of my social token, and a lot of the rewards are going to be embedded into this building right here, but it's also going to be the launch of a smart contract that I've been building for, in essence, of an idea for 12 years. That was my first innovation in the monetary side of the art game. But because I was back then the social and central point of failure for this idea, it wasn't taken very seriously, because in a sense I was declaring myself as a central bank. And as great as I thought that the idea was, and even it made it to the 2 main trade papers of Finland, and I've been very blessed with a bunch of attention, I suppose, in some ways for my art. My naivety was a little bit maybe of a stretch in that I could do it before these smart contract innovations have come about, and I'm beyond excited to be able to do not only an auction for an art piece that we did together for with the Bad Crypto podcast guys, not this particular one, but another one that's going to be auctioned as an NFT, as well as one of my first major pieces that is going to be tokenized and sold under this new smart contract. So that's some of the very basic things that I wanted to share for now, and extend a very loving invitation for everyone who is here to come to the opening and party with us and sort of bless the temple opening for this fantastic innovation that is the Crypto Voxel land that I'm privileged to be a part of. And I'll stop sharing this for now. And if you guys have any questions or anything that I'd love to answer.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. I'm looking forward to the launch. Partying in Crypto Voxels was unexpectedly fun for me. I think we've seen a lot of cool events happening in VR on that platform and others. Anyone have questions?
Hey, Emilio, you rock too, bro. Sistine Chapel, yes. The floor piece, Eleonora, is very much something that I would feel, because it actually has the round piece, the world's majority spiritual traditions that are represented inside of it in symbolism. It would be something that would be appropriate if we were to build the new Sistine Chapel that would house the best of the spiritual traditions from all over the world in a harmonious whole. That's the piece that should go inside of it. And some of the symbolism that is inside of this place is that you have the shape of the pyramid, but it's also merged with the round. And you could say that the pyramid is the most stable structure, but it's also the hierarchy and competence thing. And then we are in a new world that has the round and the feminine now integrated with the whole thing. So all of these symbols are, at first, when you enter the pyramid, you're entering the pyramid, but you're also entering an updated pyramid that includes so many things that people just didn't have the consciousness back in the day when the Sistine Chapel was being built, or some of these uber geniuses like Da Vinci were putting things together. And of course, this piece, in some sense, borrows a little bit of the Renaissance masters and their ideas, but with a lot of respect, also states that we've come a long way since then, and what we understand as people, as nations, and an international community that is going towards global consciousness. And I'm trying to do it with as little sort of what is in a bad way titled as New Age thinking and froth, but going back to some of the core understandings of, for example, what the New Age means, is that Plato called it the Great Year. It's a 26,000 elliptical cycle that the Earth is on, and it's found in the majority of the world's spiritual traditions, not only in Egypt, but that's what the Mayan calendar is all about. And the last time we had this whole idea that the 2012 is going to be the year that the world ends, and all of this stuff, that's not what it was about. It's just very factually, 2012 ended a 5,000-year cycle in the Great Cycle that was called the Kali Yuga, which is essentially the Iron Age, which in terms of consciousness is pretty much the worst age to go through in this 26,000-year cycle. So that's what some of these things mean. It's just New Age simply just means that in this the 26,000-year cycle, we entered a new age, and that's it. It doesn't, as we now very well know, it didn't mean that we get to explode the whole planet. But those kinds of things are built inside of the more serious side of the subject matter of this pyramid. And this is also why I'm so ridiculously excited about it.
Very cool. We had a question about your music that's inspired you.
Sorry?
Any music relative to your inspiration for this project?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, even that's the
I figured.
the figure of no, my sort of artistic awakening as a kid became via music. I turned my parents' pots and pans into a drum kit when I was 5, and started banging away. So that was music was something that I've always, even when I'm creating, I'm utilizing music as a part of the whole thing, because it gets me into the right frequency. And I do meditate quite a bit every day, and that I find it that it grounds me and helps me see things more clearly and tap into inspiration. Because I just finalized my application to the Known Origin platform yesterday, and they're going to kindly give me a artist spotlight. And one of the questions in that thing was that where do I get my inspiration from? And I love getting into the origin and roots of words, like in spirit is where inspiration comes from. And without one way of looking at it is that the world is nothing but a creation. Everything, all major religions start from the creation story, and essentially it's you being able to connect to what is here. And those who are without inspiration or an authentic voice, I would say that the major ill underneath that is that you haven't discovered your connection to the world. Because once you have it, everything is inspiration. There's nothing but inspiration and creation around you. So if you do find yourself sort of with a blank canvas, fear of a blank canvas, then the thing is, whatever it is that you have to do, you could do psychedelics, meditation, you can go on courses, you can do therapy, whatever it is that is required for you to do in order to connect your heart and mind into this world where you undoubtedly are, is where you will find something of value to share for the rest of us that is otherwise missing if you're not contributing it to where we are. Hey, Johnny Dollar, good to see you, man. Yeah, Bench, not a shitcoin per se. That's definitely true. I'm not shilling another shitcoin. I have too many Bitcoin maxis as friends who would kick my ass, even though I don't identify as one.
Well, those
Friend
are
First 2020.
Yeah, some inspiring words for sure. Got to connect to the creativity happening everywhere, and really appreciate you joining us and sharing all that. If nobody else has questions, I want to keep it moving because we've got so much happening today, and I'm excited about the next talk as well as excited to share this one.
For sure, James. Sorry, I just there's one thing left to say, and I'll be very quick about it if that's okay. Thank you so much for having me, James. This is so great. Basically, there's been a conversation on my Twitter going on. There's a collector of mine as well called Lev, who bought an NFT from me, who just got an art piece from the Blockchain Art Exchange by the CEO. Sasha is the son of David Bailey, this very, very world famous photographer, and he got tokenized a one-off piece that was sold to Lev just a while ago. And it sold for 2 Ethereum. And in one way, it's arguably one of the most famous photographers of all time. And it's John Lennon as well as Sir Paul McCartney who are in this picture that was sold for what I think is a ridiculous price. And simply, it was being auctioned for a couple of weeks, and Lev was the only one who bid on this piece. And there's so many things that need to be upgraded. And like in one way, what is really, really beautiful about the whole blockchain art space right now is that a bunch of the corruption of the old art world hasn't transferred over. And many people have a chance of starting over, and it's super inspirational. And people get to just check out what works, and collectors are excited, people who are creative are excited, and we don't have the burden of the old world. But at the same time, some of the things that are absolutely vital to that is the tradition of art for a long time haven't transferred over yet from the legacy world that we need to import in order for the space to be taken more seriously. And this is just a fantastic use case. It's not a plug for the platforms or collectors or anything like that. It's just so great that this is going on, because I hope it really sparks another level of conversation of who the collectors are, what they value, what is truly valuable about crypto art, how do online and offline presences, like David Bailey is an old man, he doesn't do Twitter. So simply because he's not on Twitter or his online presence, that doesn't negate thousands of years of how art is valued, nor his career and things like that. So there's, I just think it's a great conversation, and I hope more people join it, because there's lots of rich ground to cover there. And it's at Art by Vesa, if I may plug that one. I hope to get more interactions there with people. So please come and join me. And again, man, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. And we'll keep the conversation going for sure.
Cool.
All right. We're moving on to the next talk. Thanks again.
Cheers.
but it's part of the new normal.
Well, we're live, and excited to have Jason Bailey here. And fortunately, his mailman timed it perfectly, as we were just saying. And timing is everything this weekend. We're packing a lot in this short amount of time, and really excited to get started. So without further ado, I'll let him take it away.
Yeah, thanks, James. So first, I'd like to thank you for all the work that you put in this year. The world needs more folks like you. I could never be organized enough to sort of get everybody in line for something like this, and you really helped bring it together last year too. So thanks for that. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. As you may have heard me say earlier, I think my mailman may be driving, or mail person may be driving by in a few minutes. So if my dog goes crazy, apologies ahead of time. It's sort of the new normal. Let's see, share. All right, and present. Okay, so yeah, I've kind of got my slides full screen, so sorry if you're asking questions while I'm presenting. I can always come back and try to answer them at the end. But really excited for Rare AF Part 3. I was lucky enough to be at the first one and present at the second one. And I think Rare AF 3 could be potentially the best one. I'm of the opinion that Rocky 3 was the best Rocky because we had Mr. T as Clubber Lang, and Rocky 1 was pretty good, but Rocky 2 not so good. It was basically like a reboot of Rocky 1. We also had Hulk Hogan in Rocky 3 as Thunderlips, which was pretty great. But I'm not just going to talk about sequels to movies, but I do think this will be a pretty great Rare AF, and so far the presentations have been super high caliber, so thanks again to Jim for organizing this. I really like it when folks present, when you get a little bit of their background so you know who you're dealing with. But at the same time, I know a lot of the folks, I think maybe that are watching this already might know my background. So I tried to do it efficiently, and I made a quick timeline. So I was born in 1978. Around the age of 5 or 6 in the mid-'80s, I decided I wanted to be an artist and that's all I wanted to do. Then I went to high school where I didn't go to any of my classes, spent most of my time in the art room or out back smoking various substances. Graduated high school, and despite doing bad in high school, was lucky enough to get into art school, where I spent, again, as much time as I could in the studio day and night, dreaming of becoming an artist. And then around 2001, I graduated from undergrad and realized what I think most artists realize, which is that it's really hard to get a job as an artist or to make enough money to survive. So I started working for the Man. And then after several years of working for the Man, around 2007, I got depressed and decided that I had to be back around artists again. So I went to school nights to get my MFA in digital art. And then in the last, I guess, 4 or 5 years, I've started focusing in on this project I call Art Gnome, and it's sort of overlapped with my interest in blockchain and art. So that's the time period that we'll be talking about through the rest of the presentation. So again, sorry for folks that already know this, but late 2017, a friend of mine had told me about the blockchain. I really come more from an art background than a blockchain background. And said I should look into it. I spent a few hours doing research and created an article called "The Blockchain Art Market is Here," which is kind of a big announcement for someone to make who had only had a few hours experience studying the blockchain. But it kind of blew up. It went up to the top of the search results for Google. And in that article, there were 4 statements that I made. And it was based on, I had a tremendous amount of enthusiasm around what blockchain could do for the art world based on what little I knew about blockchain. So I knew quite a bit about the problems that artists were facing, but maybe not as much about blockchain. But I saw that there was potential to drive digital art sales through digital scarcity. So obviously, for a long time, the market for digital art was, pretty much non-existent because folks thought, well, if I can just see the images for free and I can't hold it in my hand, what's the point in supporting or collecting digital art? But we were able to sort of borrow this idea that if there can be a scarce digital, Bitcoin, then so if money could be scarce and digital, then why not be able to do that for artwork as well? Currency was the word I was looking for there. It's still a little early here. And then democratizing fine art investment. So what I meant there was fractional ownership mostly, although I've kind of come around to thinking that physical fractional ownership isn't necessarily a good thing, because when you've got 1,000 people owning one physical artwork, it inevitably ends up in a free port where nobody can see it, which sort of defeats the purpose of art. But I do think there is potential for fractional ownership on the digital art side. Some folks I know are kind of working on interesting things in that direction. Improving provenance and reducing art forgery. So this is sort of near and dear to my heart. I've spent the last 5 years, most of my free time and discretionary income, trying to build the world's largest database of complete works by best-known artists to help fight forgery. And if we had had blockchain for the last 200, 300 years, the art world would be in a much better space in terms of having a record of all the work that's been created. And then maybe most importantly, creating a more ethical way of paying artists. So this idea that you can bake into smart contracts royalties on the secondary market, which I think more recently we've kind of swung back in a positive direction on that front. I think Super Rare just restored their secondary royalties to 10%, which is great. I think that's the direction we should all be moving. So Rare AF to me is more like a family reunion than a usual exhibition or conference, in that every year that I come back, I have a lot of really good friends. And I think back to that first year, I'm sort of an introvert and not someone who would normally go out of their way to go to New York to go to a conference. But I saw so much potential for blockchain and art that I kind of came out of my shell and went to the first Rare AF. And my mind was blown, it still is really, by Joe Looney's presentation on Rare Pepe Wallet. I'm lucky enough that companies sometimes invite me or even pay me to advise them on the intersection of art and technology and their products. And I always tell them, look to Joe Looney and the Rare Pepe Wallet. I actually think that marketplace is still pretty far ahead of the ones that are out there today, which isn't meant to be a knock. It's just really a tip of the hat to all the work Joe's done. I won't go through all the things that he came up with, but you should go check out the presentation on YouTube if you haven't seen it already. Similarly, Matt and John from CryptoPunks, both geniuses. I think it's a testament to their work that it's as popular today as it was several years ago when it came out. Just really well thought out and a great blueprint for how you might want to think about launching your artwork. I've got to know them in the first Rare AF. And then I remember in Rare AF 1 that I think it was like "Artists Deserve More" was the tagline. And I sat through a lot of the presentations, and a lot of them were kind of about how are we going to build these companies and things like that. It just felt like it wasn't very artist centric until Bea came on with Dada and talked about this platform where people from all around the world can draw together. And it was immediately obvious that she had a sincere passion for trying to redesign an entirely new economy that would be more fair to artists, that maybe isn't just a slight twist on what we have today, but something entirely new. And Bea and I became really close, and she's still working aggressively on that new economy, and I have a lot of respect for her as well. So much so that early on, I was one of the first collectors of the works that were being tokenized and sold by Dada. And, I had no expectations whatsoever when I was first buying digital art on the blockchain that I would ever resell any of it. It was really just the calculation was that for $15, $20, I could buy artworks that would make some artist somewhere in the world at some stage in their career feel really good. And arguably it made me feel even better than them. And I ended up making friends with I now consider them almost family, lots of the artists on Dada, and going in and drawing with them. And it seemed like such a positive experience. And I remember they brought me on as an advisor, and when I was talking about how I thought the space could grow, I told Bea to watch this video that, I'm sorry if a lot of you have already seen it, but I'm going to play it really quickly. Maybe I'll fast forward it to save time. So the idea being that when we first started collecting, it felt kind of crazy. People, let's see if I can get the volume down. The people I worked with, my coworkers and my family and my friends, were like, let me understand this, Jason. You're spending, you know, hundreds of dollars on JPEGs online that we can all see for free. That seems pretty ridiculous. Like, are you okay? Like, what's the matter with you? And I kept trying to explain that really it wasn't about an investment in terms of a financial investment. It was an investment in artists, because I wanted to be able to wake up the next day and see more art in the world by these creative people. And my experience as a failed artist had been that the system was broken, and you know, it only really supported a small number of artists. So me buying these works in the early days, at least with my friends and family, was pretty cringy, and they thought I was a little crazy. But slowly, more people started joining, and then more people joined after that. And it's not to say that I was the first. I think there were a lot of us that were sort of the weird dancer, dancing by themselves to the music. And we all had faith that eventually more and more people would come. And I won't let the video run too much longer, but I think this is a pretty good description of what the evolution in the blockchain space has felt like for a lot of us that were early collectors of digital art. So yeah, you can see it keeps going. So in addition to my blog, Art Gnome, I started a podcast a while back that gave me the opportunity to meet a lot of the other important folks within the blockchain and art space. And as I got more involved, I started to see three questions that I think have sort of emerged that maybe sort of fit with the last 3 years. Can we get enough artists is sort of the 2018 question. Hard to believe now because we've got a lot. Can we get enough collectors is the 2019 question. And then can we build a secondary market is sort of the 2020 question. So I'll pick up the pace a little bit here. But the can we get enough artists question, I remember when Super Rare first came out, they had reached out and asked if I knew of any good artists, and I introduced them to Robbie Barrett, mostly because as a big fan of his work and a collector, I couldn't think of any other way to collect the work. He was an early machine learning artist, and I was lucky enough to get several works from him early on, including the first Super Rare token. Similarly, Hackatow had read my blog post and reached out and asked my thoughts on the marketplaces. And at the time, and arguably now, I still think Super Rare has one of the nicest interfaces. So was able to make that connection too. So I think sometimes when people ask or wonder how I got all the work that I have in my collection, it pays to be in kind of early and help make the connections. But pretty quickly, we ended up with a whole lot of different platforms. And so we had lots and lots of platforms, lots and lots of artists, making lots and lots of works. And we got past this, are there enough artists question. And around this time last year, the idea shifted from are there enough artists, or can we get enough artists, to can we get enough collectors? So I remember it's kind of funny at Rare AF last year, Rare AF 2, the digitally rare guys sort of interviewed a bunch of us for hot takes. And my hot take last year was, are we at a saturation point where we've more tools, more artists, and more artworks than we have collectors to support them? And then everyone needs to work together to grow the collector base, or by this time next year, which would be today, nobody will give a shit about NFTs. That may sound crazy today, but that was sort of the overriding mood of Rare AF2 for the folks that were there last year. I think most of them might agree with me, was, you know, if we don't get collectors, will this even be a thing in the next year? And of course, my presentation in that light was, well, you know, the old art world is a small number of people that are super rich, spending large amounts of money on a small number of artists, and rather than fight that old art world, we should build our own art world that has lots and lots of collectors and appreciators, and supporting lots and lots of artists, and maybe not so much just financially, because it didn't look like there was a clear path to that at the time, but that the important thing is that we really just support each other emotionally, and show that we really appreciate and value each other's work, because I didn't think there was any money to be made. And then in the last 12 months, I made about $20,000 selling NFTs that I've made or that I acquired on the secondary market. So I feel a little bit like a hypocrite because in the last Rare AF, I was like, there's no money in art. I've been in art for 40 years and never sold anything. And really the importance of art doesn't have anything to do with money. But then folks that follow this space know that I've sold some works for quite a bit of money. So this is to kind of talk through or think about those activities over the last 12 months and how I got there. So it really didn't start until about last December. So it's really over the last 6 months. And I was exploring using Runway ML, which is a machine learning tool to try to combine artworks using style transfer and neural inpainting. So there's this giant painting by John Singleton Copley at the Museum of Fine Arts that I grew up going to that has always kind of terrorized me. It's really large, and as a kid, it kind of freaks you out. There's actually 2 of them. I think there's one in Chicago and one in Boston. And I was watching Jaws, and I was thinking about this archetype of sharks and how scary they are and how it's kind of crossed time, and decided to try to blend them together using these machine learning techniques that kind of bring the style from one image to another. So first you kind of just smash them in together like this, and then I used some neural inpainting, which is another machine learning algorithm in Photoshop, to kind of fill in the gaps. So I had made this work for fun, and I thought it was interesting, and I hadn't really sold anything yet on the markets, but I thought maybe if I put it on Super Rare, I could sell it. But then I was like, well, I'm not really the guy who sells things. I just write about things, and I try to stay impartial. But I thought, well, maybe if I sell it on Super Rare, I can donate the money to the World Wildlife Fund. So it was a pretty cool experience. I put it up there. Having an opportunity to sell something via Super Rare was great. I think it was Token Angels that bought it. And I was able to do something good and give $500 to the World Wildlife Fund. So that kind of started things. And then I made a second one where I combined Harmonious Bosch's Garden of Earthly Delights with The Wizard of Oz, and came up with something like this and sold it, I believe, to Conlin. And that one I didn't donate the money, but I think I used the money to buy some other artworks. But that's only a few $100s. So how do I get up to the $20,000? So the Super Rare token #1, nude #1 from Robbie, bids, I wasn't actively, nor have I really tried too actively to sell anything from my collection, but bids started coming in from Twitter for $2,000, $3,000. And this one, the Super Rare guys, tweeted, "How strong are those hands?" And as a joke, I showed this GIF of me doing a one-handed push-up. It's actually Bruce Lee. But in my head at the time, I was thinking, well, what do I do here? If people are offering me thousands of dollars for this, I mean, obviously I love the work, but at the same time, is it good for the blockchain art world for me to sell this? Because unlike the old world, there's actually, if I encourage through my actions people selling work from their collections, there are these royalties that go to artists. So in theory, it helps the artists, and maybe selling a work for a new record could actually be good for the space. So eventually someone offered me $13,000 for it, which kind of blew back to the dancing by yourself. It blew people's minds, my coworkers and family that were making fun of me for spending hundreds of dollars on JPEGs, is what they would call it, 2 years prior, were like, wait, you sold a JPEG for $13,000? And I try to explain to them the blockchain aspects of it, and they don't always get it. But of course, first I checked with the collector, and it's someone I really respect. So while I wasn't really thinking of selling the work, I respected the collector, and I thought, well, maybe it's time for it to go to someone else's hands. And I also briefly was thinking that I would spend half the winnings. Robbie had tweeted, so Robbie Barrett was the artist, and he had tweeted that he wanted to buy a Big Buck Hunter game and rewire it or recode it to remove all of the deer. So for folks that aren't familiar with Big Buck Hunter, it's like this hunting game where you can shoot at deer. And I thought that was one of the most poetic and interesting ideas, that you could buy this machine designed for hunting and it would just become a passive landscape machine. So I offered Robbie to buy the machine, but he didn't like the one that I picked because he said it was too new school. And I was going to ship it to West Virginia, but he's over in France. So I didn't end up spending the money on that, but I still felt like I owed the world something because I hadn't really done anything to earn $13,000 by selling a JPEG. So I'm a huge fan of Kiva. They're a company that serve the underbanked, so people around the world that either need money to fix up their houses or for medical expenses or for their kids' education, things really that a lot of us take for granted, like toilets. So I broke up a lot of the money that I got from the Robbie sale and distributed it across 175 loans across 50 countries. And man, that felt really good. So even though money kind of sometimes can feel weird or icky to me, I think there is potential to do something good with it. But I started asking myself, am I, is my behavior showing a new system or a new way forward, what's possible? Or am I kind of becoming complicit in replicating the old art world system, sort of built on speculation? When you buy a GIF or a JPEG on the blockchain for $100 and 2 years later you sell it for 13,000, that does bring positive attention, I should say, to the blockchain art world. But it also starts to look like, a small amount of collectors making a bunch of money off a small amount of artists. So I worried about it, and I thought maybe I would approach it from the other side as an artist instead of just a collector. And I started building this Samogan series. So Samogan, I combined the artist Jean-Michel Basquiat. I trained a machine learning model on something close to his complete works. And initially it just, crapped out images that were kind of a mess and didn't really make too much sense. But I eventually crossed it with a second machine learning model that was trained on Bart Simpson and The Simpsons. And that actually worked out to be sort of the magic code, because The Simpsons all have these like consistently round eyes and facial features, and those training the model on those consistent features sort of helped bring faces back to the Basquiat model. So I was really excited about the output, and I thought, well, I'll sell these on Super Rare, but what I want to do is try to prove out a new, try a new experiment. So instead of putting the works in and trying to get bidding wars so that they go up and become super, valuable and I get as much money as possible, why don't we think about it under like new circumstances? Why, if I can make almost an infinite number of these, although not an infinite number of good ones, why don't I just sell them to the first person who makes an offer, as long as it's, reasonable? I don't know, I thought $100 seems like something that a lot of folks could afford. And rather than wait for a bidding war, I'll just sell it for $100, make another one, sell it for $100. So here are some of the other ones that I came up with. And an interesting thing happened. My goal was to try to democratize it, to make it so that as many people as would want one could get one for $100. But after I sold, 3 or 4 of them, the people that bought some of the first ones were like, hey, wait a minute, how many of these things are you going to make? I bought it thinking that it would be worth a lot and it would be rare, which was, I have to admit, was a little bit strange to me, because my intention really was to make them more valuable and to show that you don't necessarily have to have speculation and that we could change things out. So I ended up actually going back onto some of the forums and saying, anyone who's unhappy, I'll buy back the work. This was my goal, was to make it so that anybody could afford one. And luckily, no one wanted to sell their work back. So I think once people understood, my objective, it was cool. But it did tell me that a lot of people maybe are buying just purely on speculation and not necessarily because they love the work. And I don't know, I'd always encourage folks to buy the work because you love it first, then you'll never be disappointed. I also wanted to try to find a way to give back. So at this point, I had made a fair amount of money and built a great community and had an opportunity to sell some of my own work. So when we hit the COVID crisis, I know from spending my whole life with artists and musicians that artists are always pretty close to the edge when it comes to things financially. So I chose one of my favorite and most valuable works for my collection and worked with the Super Rare folks to auction it off to raise money for artists during COVID. It actually sold for about $5,000 and was distributed across, I think, 200 artists on Super Rare. So I recognize that that's not a ton of money for any one artist, but I thought maybe symbolically, again, I try to live my values sort of as an example. So one of the things that I wrote down, and I remind myself this a lot, is to try to make sure that I keep the balance and give more than I take. So the most recent question, and I'll speed it up a little bit here, is can we build a secondary market? I think we've got enough artists over this last year. The sales that I've shown and a bunch of sales that other people have had are showing that the collectors are starting to come in. And then a secondary market, for folks that don't know what that is, that's not when the artist sells to the first collector, but when a collector sells to another collector. And I think that that's really the stage that we're at now, where we need to build on that. I was lucky enough last year that Harvard has a publication called the Harvard Data Science Review, put out by the MIT Press, on analytics, which I haven't really gotten into, but that's another big part of my interest is analytics in the art market. And they commissioned me to write a paper on using machine learning to predict the prices of art. And I spent about 6 months reading all the research I could find, the academic literature on prediction of price for art. And a lot of what it taught me was about how people value art. And one of the things that popped up was that you would think that art's value is in how the painting looks and how much it appeals to you and the way the paint's applied and the visual aspects of it. But we know that that's not necessarily true, because if you look at like a Mark Rothko painting, this is a Mark Rothko painting that was thought to be worth tens of millions of dollars. But once they decided or discovered that it was forged, it was painted by a forger, I'll probably butcher the name Qin Xiaopin. The very same painting that had the very same canvas and the same pigment and that everybody had loved for years was now considered worthless because it wasn't painted by Rothko. So that tells you that it's not necessarily the visual aspects of artwork that make it valuable in the price sense. So I'll get into the differentiation there between value and price in a second. But in terms of sales, it's really recognition, reputation, and network. I won't go into the details of all of this. If you go to artgnome.com, I have the copy of the Harvard article, and it kind of goes through and cites a bunch of research that would back these statements up. But the idea is that the more popular an artist is, the better known they are, the more access they have to prestigious institutions, the more their work sells for, which is kind of depressing because in a lot of cases, that means a great artist skill-wise could be born into a geography where they don't have access to the right connections and the right prestigious institutions to sell their work for enough money to build a career. But to fight that depression, one of the ways that I think about it is, well, A, that we could potentially build a better market, but B, art's value is different than its price, right? And I think this is, again, an important reminder for myself sometimes that really the most valuable aspect of art is the making process, right? Think about, I know when I was younger and sort of depressed and had a hard time figuring out what I wanted to do with my life, getting lost in making art really helped me discover myself and find, ways to cope with and understand the world around me. And appreciating art is similarly an extension where it gives us a lens to look through other people's work to really expand the world that's around us and enrich it in ways that makes life exciting and more worth living. But then last is, I love collecting art. Don't get me wrong. I like buying, selling, curating. But I would say the marketing and buying and selling of art is really the least important. But it is where the artists earn their living, right? So if art's value is in the making and the appreciating, why even bother talking about the selling of it? And the reason that I talk about the selling of it and explore these things and write these papers is because as someone who wanted to be an artist professionally and had no option or avenue to get there, I wanted to try to find a way to use my resources to try to build a better system, right? So that artists don't have to starve and have another option. So one of the things that I've noticed in the secondary market or even the primary market for NFTs is, every day I go into Twitter and there are all these great artists that I follow, and I want to talk to them about art, about their passion for art and why they love art and why they made the works they made and, what other artists they like. But lately I've been seeing a trend where on Twitter, it seems like all the artists are doing double duty. They're all pretty busy auctioning off their works, and they're like, 2 more hours, last chance, one more shot. And I don't mean to make fun of them or give them a hard time. Clearly, they wouldn't do it if it didn't work. It must work, or they wouldn't be doing it. But I feel bad because I'd rather see them making work. And I thought, well, what's a solution to try to help move away from that potentially? And my theory, and I'm often wrong, so I could be wrong here, is that thoughtfully and sincerely promoting the work of others is the fastest way to raise your own profile. So why do I say that, or why do I think that? Well, I know, in the last 2 or 3 years, the bulk of what I do is write about other artists. I'm not saying that everybody should, become a writer instead of an artist, but the idea that the works that I've sold have sold for as much as they have, I think is partially in part because I spend a lot of time promoting and talking about what it is that I see in these artists that I find so valuable. And I think that at least in part, is what drives some of the value of the work that I have, but also helps get exposure for the artists that I love so much. And by doing that on my own small platform, I've been lucky enough to get opportunities to write in other larger platforms. So Art in America gave me the opportunity to write the cover story for January. But again, I didn't use that opportunity to pump myself necessarily. I used it to pump, 5 or 6 artists that I think are really exciting and doing amazing work that I want the rest of the world to know about. And you don't have to have a blog or be a writer. Even on Twitter, I think just tweeting about other people's work and why you love it is really going to be the way. If we all do this collectively and sort of spend more time meaningfully writing about each other's work and sharing what it is that we love about it, more than just the fact that it's for sale, I think that that'll be the thing that helps us drive a secondary market. So I don't have a clock up. Hopefully I didn't go way too long. But my message, and it may seem counterintuitive, is just pump away. So there's this sense that pumping and dumping more likely is a bad thing. But pumping, to me, if you really love an artist and you love their work, you should pump. I don't see any drawback to that whatsoever. Sometimes people are like, wait a minute, Art Gnome just writes about the artists that he loves and only collects the artists that he loves. Well, yeah, I do. I don't see any problem there at all. I think that's actually complete alignment. You should promote the ideas meaningfully about the artists that you love endlessly. So but I think pump thoughtfully is sort of the key, right? So don't just say buy my shit, buy their shit. Let's raise the discourse and the conversation and bring it back to a conversation about art. And I think if we all do that across this space, it'll really help us establish a meaningful secondary market built on art and conversation and not just on selling. And then lastly, to repeat, and again, it's as much for me as other folks, just make sure to keep the balance and give more than you take. So I think that is it. Let me see if I can get out here. Hopefully I didn't go too long. Boop, boop, boom.
That was great. Love it.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't get to read any of the things that were popping up as I was presenting. Hopefully, I wasn't too obnoxious, but I just wanted to share my thoughts.
No, it was all love. So much good stuff in that presentation, and you covered a lot in a short amount of time. We really appreciate you, and I agree with everything you said. Beautiful.
Appreciate it, James. Yeah, if folks have questions, I don't want to get us off. I don't want to get us off the schedule. So I'm just Art Gnome at Art Gnome on Twitter. And feel free. I'm always there if people have questions.
Yeah, I want to keep it moving because we got a ton of stuff today. But what a great presentation. Thank you again. That was really wonderful.
Thanks, James. Thanks, everybody.
I guess I'll keep it moving. Yeah, have a good one. Bye.
Take care.
All right, we're live again here with Juan Galt, and I'm just excited to dive again right into the presentation.
All right, thanks, James, and I appreciate that conversation, Jason. That was a really interesting story, and it was really a window into the art scene that I'm not really a native of. I'm actually kind of a stranger in some sense. So thank you everybody for having me on. I really appreciate the opportunity. I'm definitely honored, and I know a lot of the artists here. I've met some of them here and there. Gus, I met in Guadalajara, and Jessica A. I met her in Vancouver for at DogeCon actually, and I've seen some of the other artists featured in the festival on the website. I've met them here and there, so it's good to be here. So you might not know me. You might not be wondering kind of who is this guy. I am probably here because I created something called the Alien Treehouse. It's a virtual reality kind of environment in VR chat, and we just did a big kind of Bitcoin halvening party, and it was generally a great success. I'm very happy with it. Definitely learned a lot of things, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. But just to kind of just kind of tell you guys a little bit about myself. I started in the Bitcoin industry in crypto industry about 6 years ago. I actually I was there at the birth of Ethereum in Toronto. So I met some of the people in that, and I know a lot of people here are using Ethereum in many ways. So it's interesting to kind of come back to this industry in some sense, even though I've kind of been away from it for a long time. Hey Vesa, how's it going? Yeah, Vesa is great. We actually met in Las Vegas recently for the Unconfiscatable conference, I think. Yeah, and so what do I do? I mean, I've been kind of a journalist for a long time. I do an entrepreneurship. I've digital entrepreneurship, which is kind of like being an artist. Like you're just kind of in the darkness trying to come up with some thing that'll work. And most of the things you do fail, and some of them kind of work. And yeah, so that's kind of what I'm up to. I mean, I was an artist once, so actually I'm going to show you guys some stuff I've made. I was an artist when I was a teenager in my 20s. So this is an oil painting. This is actually an oil painting of, this is my favorite painting actually. One of my favorite paintings that I've made, I think. It's kind of like, this is a painting of a picture of a monkey that was hanging from a tree, trying to get a sip of water from a river that had crocodiles in it. And this was a picture that was like on a newspaper. So I saw it and I was like, this is amazing. I have to paint it. And this is basically my peak as an artist. I'm very, very proud of it. Yeah, so, sorry, hang on a second here. So, I've been kind of a little bit involved in some artistic things. I was part of I played a role in the DDP here and there. I've gone to some decentralized dance parties if people kind of recognize that community. I was actually also involved in the Rare Pepe community, and that's kind of how one of the kind of ways that I entered this sort of whole digital arts collectible thing. I've been, since the beginning, since I first saw Rare Pepe, I was really interested in this strange connection between crypto and art, which is really a strange one because Bitcoin and crypto have always been very, finance and tech and cryptography and nerdy, but the art aspect of it really took me for a trip because there are some really interesting memes and some really interesting connections there. I mean, I think everybody here probably knows Rare Pepe Directory. I've interviewed John Villar, who's sort of one of the big creators of Rare Pepe, and I have an interview with him on YouTube, and he's a great guy, and they're still working on the project. So I actually made this Rare Pepe, for example, and this actually ended up getting into the certified by the scientists at the Rare Pepe Directory, and yeah, so those are some of the things that I've done. Let's see, what else can I tell you guys? I met some of you guys at DogeCon 2016, I think it was, which is a really great conference. I think if they do another one, you guys should definitely drop by. But so about a year ago, year and a half ago, actually, I think it was January last year, I just had this idea, and it kind of hit me like a truck. I don't remember exactly why it happened, but I was like, whoa, virtual reality, and like, what if we can connect it with Bitcoin? And I just had this sort of big kind of trip. I might have been under the influence of something. And I had this idea of like, what if there was a virtual world that you could go to that was on the moon? And what if there was a crater, and what if in the crater there was a tree that was growing out of it? And then this tree was so epic that some aliens just sort of landed and like homesteaded it, right? And then it just became like this alien tree house. And what if you could go there and hang out? And what if maybe the Bitcoin flag from 2017 was nearby, and you could just go see it and grab it, right? And you could see Earth from there, and you could really kind of experience the meme in a sense that we're all sort of trying to experience in some sense in this industry, which is to get to the moon and to be able to sort of step back from the world and appreciate its beauty or something like that. And just kind of experience the memes in I guess in a virtual reality sense. I just really like the idea. And so I started doing some research, and I found an artist who goes by the name of Spooky. I started just going down this huge like virtual reality rabbit hole, watching VR videos everywhere, and I kept running into VR Chat, and which is a VR platform. And then I ran into this artist, and she's fantastic. Of all the artists that I found during my research for trying to create this virtual reality world, she was by far the best. And she's like in her early 20s doing really good work. And so I reached out and we talked about it, and she was into the idea, but it wasn't really the right time, and she wasn't really interested in doing it at the time. And it didn't really make sense to do it at the time. So I just kind of like, I just kind of shelved the idea and moved on. But then of course, all this sort of, COVID stuff happened, right? And here we all are locked in our houses, and I'm an extrovert, so that's not easy. So you have to find, you got to do something about it, right? So we decided for the Bitcoin halvening party to basically just throw a Bitcoin halvening party, and with Ugly Old Goat, who's sort of somebody that I work with, a Bitcoin trader and sort of a gold bug OG guy. He was like, you know what, I'll help you. I'll cover your costs, or I'll help you with the cost, and let's just make it. So we decided to do this. And so what we ended up doing was something called the Alien Treehouse. And basically, this is it. It's kind of like that idea. And so we did a few cool things. This is a website, Alien Treehouse. We actually rendered an avatar as well, which I can show you in a second. And, with the help of Spooky and with the help of my beautiful and super smart girlfriend, Lady Anarchy, on Twitter, we got together some of the best digital art that we could find at the time, and also with the help of Jessica and Gus, who sent us some artists. So we found them and reached out, and she reached out to a bunch of people, and we collected all this art, and we somehow got it into the world. Within like 3 weeks, we created this whole project. So I'm going to try and show you guys virtual reality right now. Yep. Okay. Wow, the frame rate is actually pretty good. So this is the world. Welcome. There's a nice little sign here. Welcome to the Alien Treehouse. Don't worry about oxygen. This tree is very, very efficient. So this is kind of like the welcome lobby, and we're going to have some portals here maybe in the future, and then we're going to have some avatars. And you kind of walk in, and there's Earth, and the music, if you could hear it, and I could probably get you to hear it, it's actually really nice, very, very chill. Let's see if I can get you to hear the music real quick. It might. Okay, let's see. Let me know if there's echo, and I'll change that. And so there's an alien saucer, and you just kind of experience it. And then here you have the main lobby, and this is where the gallery is, right? So here's where we put all the art, all the really fantastic art and digital kind of things that we could, and we had to kind of compress some of these items, because this is a GIF originally, I think, and these GIFs are huge, right? Like GIFs are like a really old format, so it's like the art itself was, I'm pretty sure it's bigger than the digital world, the whole 3D world that we're in right now. So we had to compress some of it to kind of make it work. Here's Vesa's piece, beautiful. Unfortunately, we couldn't get the sound to play on this one. Maybe in the future we can do it. Unfortunately, video is not very reliable on VR, and so you can't really, you kind of struggle with video. A lot of these are just straight up, they're movie files. Actually, I don't know how they render them. They might actually be GIFs. Anyway, that's magic that my dev Spooky figured out. There's some beautiful pieces here. So we just made this gallery, and people came. You know, we did a tour of a bunch of different virtual reality worlds, and they all, you know, we had up to 30 people in here bouncing around and joking. We created some crazy items. So this is my sponsor, Ugly Old Goat, and here's he created something called the Bitcoin Standard Staff, or the Bitcoin Standard Bearer kind of movement, and so you get this Bitcoin Standard Staff, which is actually came out really beautiful. And yeah, we got another sponsor. We got 3 sponsors, and the other one was Ubiquity, which is a kind of way to sort of back up property titles on the blockchain. Very similar to basically the whole idea with tokenizing your art, right? You're creating a digital sort of proof of ownership on your chosen blockchain, and they're very agnostic to different blockchains. They're actually doing like live work, I think with an airspace company and so on. So I mean, we had a great time here. We had a big party. There's a bunch of items we couldn't get in time, with some alien alcohol drinks and other trippy stuff. But it was one of the coolest items, and I'll show you guys this, but don't tell anybody, because this is totally a big secret. Oh, hopefully I won't fall into my, yep, totally fell. So that happens sometimes. You actually have, oh yeah, I'm Bugs Bunny. I didn't show you guys. I'm actually Bugs Bunny right now. Let me, this is just a top secret item that we made, and it really, I really like it because it shows the power, like the potential, the artistic potential of virtual reality. I'll show you guys in a second. There's a secret staff over here, and this guy, what it does is it triggers fireworks when you touch it. It's a magical VR staff, and so far this has been like the favorite item. Whenever I kind of go find it and dig it out, people just have to grab it and start playing with it, and of course they would. Let me just show you who I am over here. There's a mirror nearby. Oh yeah, here's an explanation of the Bitcoin halving. So this is actually like slides you can move and stuff. Drop the thing. So there's things you can do in VR chat. I mean, VR chat isn't really the best platform for presentations, but this actually worked out really nicely. There's about 12 slides. You can kind of go through them and stuff. And yeah, so, and it's very much like a pirate's paradise, this game, right? Because people just like strip 3D models from video games and anything they can get their hands on, and then rig them and then let them, you know, turn them into an avatar you can make. Yeah, that's right. So Ugly Old Goat, Vesa says, actually sells the physical representation of this staff for like $400, which is basically at cost, and so we to kind of promote sort of the growth of Bitcoin, right, and the use of the Bitcoin standard, right, the adoption of the Bitcoin standard. I'm gonna show you guys the avatar that we actually made, and this is very proud of this one, very happy with it. This is in collaboration with the Bitcoin and Friends show, which is a web series that it's basically kind of like the South Park of Bitcoin. You know, they're just kind of like, they're just trolly and have a great sort of YouTube channel, and they have a bunch of YouTube episodes. So we actually made the main character. His name is B. And we got him to make a little avatar, a little emoticon. Like you can program different things into these characters, right? So this one actually pukes Bitcoin. Perfect for the halving, of course. Just make sure you guys get a close up of all that Bitcoin puke. Yeah. So it's very cool. We're very happy with it. It was only like $250 to get somebody to make this. So it's really an excess. Like we created this whole environment where we hope to host more parties and host more art and host more events. And you're all, of course, welcome to kind of say hi and reach out. And if you guys want to collaborate, I'm definitely open to it. I mean, we've made this investment, and we kind of have this role where we can show people around. Oh yeah, there's zero G up here for Bitcoins. They float and they bounce off the walls and stuff, which is great. And then we have a collaboration with a bunch of different Bitcoin VR kind of creators. So we have the Bitcoin Citadel. There's a spaceship over here. There's this sort of like kind of like wave art. I can't remember exactly, made a wave or something art. And then there's the Bitcoin Citadel. Oh, I guess I don't have the Citadel here in the crypto quad. You guys will see them. They'll show up on the sort of virtual reality stuff. So anyway, that's kind of the idea. I guess I could take you guys to the spaceship one. This one's been a big favorite. These guys have a lot of memes. They're kind of like, it's kind of like a meme gallery, and it's very entertaining. What about the timeline? What's the timeline? Question from Lily. This is the spaceship. This is by a guy called Sentoshi. And this is basically the spaceship to the moon. And it was amazing to me that when I arrived here, there was already like the Bitcoin memes and the crypto memes were already happening, right? Like we have the Bitcoin Citadel down on Earth, which I guess I'm not able to show you today. And then we have another really cool space where you can party and stuff. And there's some memes there too. But then this guy, this one is just literally like the spaceship to the moon. So we actually took people on a tour on the experience of coming all the way to the moon and one at a time. And it's really funny. Fortunately, Peter Schiff couldn't come. His wallet forgot his password. Very unfortunate. We got some good memes in here, and it's basically like an art, like a historic gallery of Bitcoin memes. And so this is a very popular world. So yeah, I think that's kind of the gist of it. I mean, we're gonna have a little party later today, an after party. The Reckless VR guys are gonna have like a lightning talk, and then we usually basically come over and hang out over here right after that. I think that's kind of all I have to say. Let me see. Yeah, so so I mean the party was a success, I'd say. I mean, we had again about 30 people. We kind of got it done in a mad sort of rush, right? And it actually came out really well. Some of the things that we failed out, which is not a big surprise to me, was that the live stream stuff actually didn't come out as we wanted it. Some people didn't like that they were being sort of live streamed, and then on the other side, the audio, working out the audio of live streaming virtual reality plus your own mic, and not having that echo is actually very tricky, right? So I kind of messed that up. And so we don't have audio for my live stream. We might have audio for somebody else's live stream. And it really wasn't a very good way to capture the experience of being inside VR, because you have this sort of, you're kind of in it and you're kind of moving and you're talking to people and there's proximity. You can sort of hear them here, but not hear them over there. And so I really encourage people to kind of try it out and check it out. And another thing that might be useful to people is the reason why we chose VR chat over some of the other platforms. Oh, hopefully you don't hear that. Give me a second. I get a bunch of noise over there. Neighbors started drilling a hole into the ground, it appears, at 8 in the morning on a Saturday. It's great. It's okay. I'm over there here screaming on my microphone, so, you know, it's all good. Yeah, so where was I? Yes, VR chat. So I mean, obviously there's the Decentraland, which is very cool. I haven't checked that out in a while, but I've kind of seen some pictures and I see that they're moving forward and doing a lot of stuff to be working for a while. And there's the Voxel one where Vesa has an unbelievable gallery of his work, and it's just really, really cool. I know Jessica and the Decentralized Art Project have a gallery there as well. That's also very cool. I kind of checked it out the other day. So it's a cool world. But what I liked about VR chat was the fact that you could wear memes and you could do this. You could actually be on the moon, like it's parallel universes, right? I'm not sort of locked into a grid. I'm not locked into a terrain, right? You can, unfortunately, as far as I'm aware, be on the moon on any of the other platforms, and while wearing, you know, Pikachu or Bugs Bunny, right? And that really, I really enjoyed that about virtual reality, that you don't have to be yourself. You can be whatever you want to be, you know? So hopefully these platforms will kind of open up to that creative potential, because it made something like this possible. I don't think I would have been able to do VR, this Daily Treehouse on any other of the platforms. And Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Vesa. Yeah, no, it's really beautiful. You guys got to check out that his world. So anyway, yeah, I think that's kind of the gist of it. I mean, if people have any questions, I don't know what else to kind of share with you guys, but you're welcome to come anytime. Reach out. It was a pleasure to have all the artists on the gallery. I think it really gave it a spark of magic that it would have probably not had without it, because we now have beautiful and rare pieces of digital art in there, and hopefully we can keep bringing some cool stuff and pushing the boundaries on that, like maybe potentially making more magical items, right? We could totally do that. Right. Oh,
Awesome.
I can't hear you.
Well,
What's up to that?
can you hear me now?
There we go. I should be able to hear you now.
Cool. Well, that was really great. Thank you so
Sure.
much for sharing. And
That's right. We have a Telegram group.
looking forward to future.
Alien Treehouse. Lady Anarchy just shared it in there. Sorry, go ahead.
Cool. I'm going to join that for sure. And looking forward to the next Alien Treehouse event and more in VR chat. We love that platform. And, you mentioned the freedom, the parallel universe is very interesting to me. And, I have to say there is a moon on CryptoVoxels and I have a parcel there, but it's definitely not quite the same. But my friend Milan, who's also speaking this weekend, made a really cool crater. And we're thinking about a game design
That's
around
great.
that. Don't want to waste any time, but yeah, thanks again for sharing that. I love that whole firework display thing. That's super cool.
Oh, and I do show you guys a piece. It's too late.
we're
You
gonna
have to come check it out. There's like a special secret. There's like fruit. The trees have fruits, right? Well, there's one where you can hang out, and it's just got this excellent view. So maybe you guys can come and check it out sometime.
I always love secrets, and there's so many in VR.
Yeah,
it's great. But we'll keep them moving, and thanks again, Juan, for sharing, and
cool,
we'll see you around.
Thanks for having me. Thanks, everybody.
Of course.
Bye.
Take it easy. All right, we're live with Eleonora and Hakatao, and I'm just gonna let them dive right into it.
Hi, everybody. So first of all, thank you for having me here. To me, this is more meaningful than speaking on any big platform because of the what this means for the community. This is the second year that I participate in RareAF. I am very sad and jealous for those who participated at the first one, but I wasn't in the community yet. And I also want to thank James, who's never takes credit for what he has been doing, but really like last year he has organized a whole group of people from all over the world to organize this festival on a group chat. And this year, even I just wanted to tell you that you should be you are going to make it forever if you could make it this year. Through COVID and everything. So thank you so much for keeping doing this. So I will share my little presentation that I have here. Can you see it? I hope so. I can see the comments. So if you can tell me if you can see the presentation, that will be great. So I am an art curator. I'm just gonna tell you a little bit about me. I come from the okay, they see it. I come from the art world. I was in China for many years. I was the assistant of the artist Ai Weiwei, and then I worked for another curator. So I've always worked from the side of the artist, never on the other side of museums and galleries. But here I am now after 2 years that I came to the space, especially the crypto creative community of New York. And I decided to open a gallery, if this is the only terms that, it's the only term that we have now available to call it. So the gallery, which I don't like to call it so, the name is Breezy Art. And I just wanted to explain for a second the logo, which is the Nautilus shell, which is one of the manifestation in nature of the Divina Proporzione, the golden ratio. And so this is a digital golden ratio as a, we hope that we'll get there. So I would like to touch a few points today. What is the role of curation in digital art, of course, and crypto art? So I think that about blockchain, new systems, every single day, live meeting on chats. And I think that we arrived at a point where we're all understanding how crucial is the role of curation. And I will give you a few examples. The first example is that I don't agree with Jason Bailey. I mean, I agree with everything that he says, but I don't agree when he says that he didn't do anything to these artworks that he bought for a certain amount of money, and then like magically he sold these pieces for 16 times more. He did something to them. He's a curator. He doesn't want to call himself so, but he has a blog. He talks to artists. He talks about artists. He presents the art pieces. He tells stories. Jason Bailey is constantly telling stories about art and artists. So this is why the pieces got so much value. This is also what I am trying to do with my gallery. So the main focus of the gallery is curation. And so curators, what should a curator do? I asked this question, I asked Jason Bailey this question to get a, I think that we should all follow and push and present a talk about artists and art that we love, meaning that we should believe in something that we present. And I agree. I think that we should tell stories of behind the art pieces and of the artists. And for instance, I curated an art show on CryptoVoxels a few weeks ago during in occasion of ETH Turin, which was supposed to happen in Turin in Italy, but because of COVID, it happened online. And it was a selection of crypto artists from the Italian crypto community. And we gave a guided tour of the exhibition in CryptoVoxels. And yes, Fanny. And it was great. And everybody loved it. Even artists were so happy to have texts and words written about them. It's sometimes you even need someone to tell you your own story to understand how people perceive you and what they think. Not that you have to care about, but it helps you as well. Why? Because again, I agree with Jason Bailey on this as well. Sometimes it's very sad to see artists promoting themselves like so hardly when they could spend their time creating and do what they are good at. And so it's always very delicate to talk about these things, because it's like the old art world came here and they want to bring us to, no, we don't want to do that. But I am very convinced that what we have here, the content that we have and the art that we have is cutting edge. It's the most contemporary art. It's a new aesthetic. If you talk about like the artistic point of view, new aesthetic, new values, new things to say, but it's kind of like going to to come to Italy and speaking to Italians in, I don't know, like Portuguese or any other language, Arabic language, Chinese language. So it doesn't work. So I'm not here to say that I sustain the old and ugly and bad art world, but I'm here to say that we eventually will have to face them. And in order for our content and for our art, the art we take care about, we need to bridge it to the already existing contemporary art world. So here we come to the question of this time, digital or physical. I find it kind of stupid at this point to even discuss about physical and digital. I think that it's a complementary situation. I do take care of digital art and crypto art. This is what I want to promote and what I want to curate. But I don't think that we will ever able to separate the two of them. Why? Because as I write here, as all of us are containers of souls, the source from which art will continue to be birthed through new and existing forms. COVID convinced me even more about this position as we are containers of our souls. I don't think that we will ever be able to abandon 100% our physicality and everything which is physical. We understood so much that we have to meet because we miss the energy. And although there are these amazing spacing like CryptoVoxels and virtual galleries, which I love, I promote, I use, and I work together with them, it's like nothing can substitute the other. So at this point, I think that it's very stupid to keep fighting the two worlds, one against each other. They will coexist. I think that digital art is having its redemption during this time. It's like all these galleries and museums that didn't even know how to turn on the computer are now translating to digital, and I don't even I don't even agree the way they're doing it, because it's a mere translation and it's like some art which was born for a certain kind of experience will never work online. But we are native of the space, and the way we can treat it is very different. But again, what I am trying to do here is to build bridges, and even in the way that I propose this digital art, I think that it should probably always have a physical component. The physical component could be in the art piece itself, or it could be the way you show it. So what I want to do with the gallery or with my project is to always have, oh, here comes John Mayer. Yeah, so art is a continuum. Please, let's stop to call it like, we will have to keep calling it digital for a while because this is how trends work, and it's okay if we want to give it a name, but we don't have to. It's art. And yes, I'm more of a Led Zeppelin kind of girl, but John Mayer just took my heart in one day. So continuum, art is a continuum. Another very important point, why we need something physical other than digital. If we let's consider that our souls are the digital art and our bodies are the physical art, like the containers that we were talking about. I had a very interesting conversation because what I am trying to do is to hear opinion from both sides, which is very hard work to do because everybody is very extreme. It's not easy in life not to be extreme and to be in the middle. This I have been realizing like on myself. And so I met this guy who is a huge collector, like he collects Picasso and stuff. And when I talked to him about digital art and crypto art and all this blockchain thing, which I love, I studied and I support. And the blockchain is a huge supporter for these new kind of more sustainable systems that I would like to create in the art world, which is more like of an ecosystem, like sustainable. So I really love the blockchain. I'm not guilty. And so talking with this guy, he said something which really let me think about many things. So he's kind of like old school. But I was trying to hear his opinion, and it's like, the art on a USB, you have to understand from where it comes from. Art on a USB, why I don't like it. I tell you why. He said if a man goes on a trip and he arrives at seeing like the Niagara Falls, the feeling that it will have is a feeling of wonder, and that's it. Wonder, okay, it's wonderful. If a man goes to a trip and he arrives at the Niagara Falls and he's together with his partner and he sees the Niagara Falls and is like his wonder and he hugs his partner, that's emotion. And art, besides we can talk about art for 100 hours, but art is emotion. And so from this movie, you can ask Judy about any kind of movie. She probably hates this movie because we have different opinions about movies. But this Into the Wild movie, happiness only real when shared. And so I understood that art only real when shared. So Renaissance 2020, what am I trying to do here? Another crucial point of this gallery or project, however you want to call it. I want to do physical art shows. I want to do art shows all over the world where I do present digital art. So I take it out of the computer because I want for people to enjoy it. I don't care if it's on a mural, on a projector, on it's whatever. It's physical, it's integrated, it's both. Yeah, Judy. But I want to organize art shows, and in order to do that, I want for what I'm trying to do is to pick specific places in certain countries or whatever, like in certain places that people can understand. So for instance, I wanted to start with Rome since I am here right now, and what possibly could work in a city like Rome. Like if you study the culture, if you study, like everything that the population, a sacred space. So it could be an ex-church, it could be like a running church, anything related with a language that people from that place make comfortable to go to see a show, and you speak a language that people understand. You can even think that it's an old language, but you propose new things. And this is where I think that the bridge comes. So for the show in Rome, which will happen in September. It was supposed to happen on the 16th of May, postponed because of COVID. It will be in San Salvatore Lauro, Rome, this magic place in front of Castel Sant'Angelo in the heart of Rome. It's amazing, it's beautiful, it's something that we understand. This is the church and this is the museums inside. I will guide you through the space. This is the heart of Rome. These are the spaces. So we have a cloister, and can you imagine all the cloister full of screens and projections and anything you can think about, and sculptures, because we have artists who do sculptures with AI. We have, again, like I want to try to integrate all kinds of art, always with the digital component, and always if it's a pure the pure digital file tokenized on the blockchain. So this is the cloister, and this is the garden, and we are going to use all this space. You can use so what I mean is that it's kind of like to trick the audience, because if you go to Rome and you're like, you know, I'm gonna have a digital art show, art on the blockchain, the people will be shocked. But also, we shouldn't think too low of people, because people do want to know new things and they do want to experience new things. I am sure about that. You just have to try and find a good language to bring them there. And then it's the human nature to the willing of discovering. So I'm going to treat them. They all think that this is an amazing place. They will like it. And so they come there and boom, I present the digital art. This is the garden. And then at the second floor, we have 250 square meters where we can actually like do, you know, because one of the logistic problems of digital art is that we need a dark space. And so you have all these galleries that we can use, and it will be it is digital and crypto art, but it will be a community event. It's like, you know, yes, we have champagne, we have an opening, we have people talking about things while they are at an opening, which is not on Crypto Voxel, which I love. And what I want to say is that I think, and I hope that after COVID will be passed, we can keep both the realities, because again, it's not a fight. I hope that we can have a show in Rome, and in the same day we can have a live stream, and we can have it on Crypto Boxes or wherever you want to, so you can reach everybody. It's just that I don't like when pieces of culture and of human nature are cut off. I don't think that it works. And then we will have a conference on art and technology in this amazing room. Okay, here, Hakatao. So one of the participating artists in the show, and this artist duo, I have been working with them a lot, and I think that is what I wish for every curator, the relationship that I wish for every curator to have with artists. This is how it should work, I think. Like me and Hakatao, we are on the phone pretty much every day, because it's not that an art curator curates your show and then abandons you forever, or, you know, just put the name on the art show, or just works on few projects. It's a constant exchange, meaning that they can count on me, but I can count on them. And even because I always need the point of view of the artist, so it's a constant exchange that I'm blessed to have with Hakatao. So for those who don't know Hakatao, what I'm going to do is to show you the slides very quickly, and then we will connect directly with their studio house in Italy. So please enjoy a few pieces of these amazing artists. And then we'll talk about their style. Okay, this is called Nuda Veritas, and it talks about truth, which is the theme that Hakatao chose for their art last year. This year, 2020, and obviously it's not by mistake or by chance, they chose to talk about Renaissance, which is the name of the show that we will have, which was supposed to be called Human Virus, and I had to change because probably I saw too ahead, and you cannot call it Human Virus anymore. It's a Renaissance. It's a Renaissance 2020. The director of the space called me and it was like, we will postpone it to September or fall because it needs to be a Renaissance show. So we're not there yet. Yes, curation is a collaboration. I'm so blessed to have it. It's like constant exchange of the artist is necessary to the curator, the same as the curator is necessary to the artist. I want for this to be clear. This is one of the last pieces that Akatao worked on, and it's the first time that they use VR, but we will talk about this later. And here we come with the new piece. So I have been posting on my Instagram the whole progression of a canvas. You should know that these artists operate in physical and digital. I'll tell you later when we will connect with them. This is about random. Can see. So let's get connected with Akatao. Akatao, Sergio, can you share? Okay, here's the screen. So can I ask you, James, how many minutes we have? Oh, I have it here. Okay, 10 minutes. Okay, sorry. So Hakatao, very unique style that you can recognize at first glance. This artist duo started in Milan in 2007, and they started with doing physical art, and then I think that Hakatao is the perfect. It's like perfection when you talk about like art in a broader sense. They don't care if it's physical or digital. They just use any tools they wish to in answering to their needs in that moment. And they're like the artists of our time, because I believe that it's a time of transition, even though we don't know where we are transitioning. And so the way that started is, the artist duo, yes, he has two people who are together, who are a couple in work and life, Nadia and Sergio. And if we talk about the style, so who you see here is Nadia, taking care of the black lines today. So she takes care of the part of the flat style part that contains the crazy detailed part that Sergio works on with his drawings. Hakatao sometimes even interacts with the community, like asking what words, for instance, they did this with the piece where they used the VR for the first time, because they were talking about COVID and coming out of COVID. So like, you know, what are the values that we should put inside? And so Sergio is like tattooing the canvas, and Nadia will take care of the colorful part. What they did is that it's amazing to see the progression also of their style, because in 2012 they decided to leave the city, which is Milan, and to move to the mountains. And they really remark this thing, because it's like they're operating, they say, in a very decentralized way, meaning that they live outside of a very small town on the mountains. And it's like, I believe that it's the formula that we understood through this COVID that we should have, all of us, and we will probably have. It's nature and technology. That's like they're a family, their kids use VR tools to make VR sculptures, but then they live in the middle of the countryside on the mountain. So it's very sustainable, and it's very like detached from the, like the movida of the art world. Yeah, so what happened is that in 2016, they moved to 2016. Yes, they moved to digital. So Sergio was just like reading articles about the blockchain. He reached out to Jason Bailey, who suggested to reach out to Super Rare, and it was 2018. It wasn't 2016. 2 years, Super Rare birthday. 2018, and then and so they got interested in the crypto art, and what they started to do is to animate their canvases and in GIFs or any digital animations, or using VR or any kind of digital tools. So I even have one of their catalogs here that you scan. The catalog is in AR, so you scan the pages and you have the digital pieces. We did a limited edition with MOCDA, the Museum of Contemporary Digital Art, where I also am a curator. So the prints came with AR, so you scan it and you also have your digital, tokenized digital art piece. We're doing the same here with this canvas for the show in Rome. The show will be previewed at CADAF, which was supposed to happen in Paris, but it's now online. So we're very happy to experiment this new space. And so, for instance, Hackatao art will come in this integration of having a canvas that you can share, as that guy I talked to was talking about. So you share it because it's there, it's in your wall, but then you have, and so yeah, so you can share your feelings with people around, but then you also have your own personal digital experience. I really see it like this. It's like the shell is the physical and the digital is inside, and I wish for all of us that we could integrate this. And also, yes, so the themes that Hackatao chose for this year are Renaissance, obviously after these dark times of COVID. I also sent a letter to all the artists participating in the show, because it was a hard time for them, because when you are a creative person, it's very hard to create in these conditions. And so we talked about like how to they have to, okay. Here they are. So we talked about how to like to make value of this weird time. So we will come out with a catalog, which is not art pieces to be sold. It will be a catalog with essays written by the artists about this time. And so Hackatao came up with this beautiful Renaissance piece. If you look at the details inside, you have the Venere, the Venice, Botticelli Venice. In their own styles, and many details that you can enjoy from photographs and hopefully from CADAF Art Fair, and hopefully in September from Rome. And another thing that will work with will be the dream, which is also a theme that has been present in their art a lot. Sergio was talking about the fact that sometimes art pieces come from dreams, as it happened with Podmarks. And I think that we are almost out of time. We will need hours to talk about Hackatao's art. But yes, maybe you can show. This is the new canvas that will be about dream, also to be presented in the show. So you can see that here it's the opposite balance. So you have the drew part around, and then the colors inside, and then again the drawn part. Yes. So maybe, I don't know if someone has some questions. Otherwise, I think that we are okay. And otherwise, I don't stop talking ever again. So let me see. What the black lines represent.
Thank you so much, Eleonora.
Thanks to you, James. Thanks to you.
Thank you, Hackatao, for being here and showing your work in action. It's so cool. I want to keep it moving, but if anyone has questions, feel free to ask.
I think that Fanny has the question, what do the black lines represent at the bottom of the painting where Nadia works now? So this is a chrysalis where the butterfly comes out of. So she's painting that. It's a new, it's a renaissance. So this is where the woman is coming out from. Chrysalid. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, James. Thank you so much for doing this. And yes, I hope to see you soon.
Thank you so much for being here. Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll stay safe. And, yeah, we'll move on to the next talk. Thanks again. Bye, Hakatao.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Bye, Eleanor. See you soon. All right, we're live again here with Joe, and excited about his presentation. I'll give it away.
Hello, everyone. I'm really grateful to be here. Thank you for taking your time to hear about all these amazing things with virtual rare art. And my name is Joe Chiappetta, and I'm here to talk about art, science, and scripture on the blockchain. So it's a really fascinating way that this all came together. It's great to see so many friends that are participating in this, and many of them already know that I have kind of various segments of my life that are all actually coming together now after, decades in the industry, where I focus on art, I focus on tech, science, and focus on ministry, matters of faith, and they're all coming together in a project called Bible Math. And so I'm going to take you through a exciting and inspiring faith-building ride through art, science, and scripture we're going to drive through the Pixios Gallery, Maker's Place, Super Rare, and hopefully if there's time, I'll even at the end upload a new piece and tokenize it live during this presentation. So the core where all these areas come together for me is in something called Bible math. And so I'm thinking that you can see my screen. So I'm just gonna, this is the homepage of Bible math. If anybody goes to Silly Daddy, that's my, the main thing I'm known for in comics is Silly Daddy. I spent many decades publishing comics, got some awards, and in Silly Daddy, I would do a lot of comics on this page, blogging about things, and this is where you could find all this in the Bible math page. So on the Silly Daddy site. So here we are, and it's, as you see, Bible math is where art, science, and scriptures converge. And this is the first piece for the Bible math project. And I'm just going to zoom in. Basically, what it does is I'm looking in this project. One of the things I'm doing, I'm looking at the scriptures and seeing where math that we typically have grown up with, the outcomes may be different, but they've always been in the scriptures, and they show things that help us expand our consciousness, expand our faith, expand who we understand, who we are, who God is. So you'll see some of the clues in the artwork. Of course, you've got the most famous one, I think, that everybody has probably heard. If you can see here in the Bible and in the GIF, this art is on the Pixios Gallery. It's tokenized as an edition of one. On the blockchain, if you can see on the side of the spine there, 1 + 1 + 1, everybody knows that that's 3. But when you study the scriptures, 1 + 1 + 1 is also 1, because God is the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, and they are all one. So it opens up interesting possibilities for people that want to really understand the sort of quantum side of the scriptures. It's really exciting when you dig deeper into it. So again, that's in the Pixios Gallery. I'll just click over there, and you can see how that looks there. So people can tokenize it. It's loading now. So this is now, we're in the Pixios Gallery. It's on the EOS blockchain, and it's the basically first very professional art gallery on the EOS chain. Of course, there's many great ones on Ethereum, and this is the one on EOS. So here you have it. And interestingly, oh, it looks like somebody put a bid in for 4 EOS. I didn't know that. Normally I get an email, but I haven't checked my email in a bit. So I could accept that bid right now for 4 EOS, or I could not. I could close the bid. Obviously, I'm the owner right now. The owner could download the art, and these are great features that many of the good galleries have too. Looks like I could share it. I could copy the URL, share the usual things. Notice too I also put this attached to the artwork on the blockchain, and so the original article of Bible Math dated May 3rd of what I put in here is all here, and this is going to stay static. So this is the original, how the original article looked. Obviously on this page, I'm changing it and I'm adding to it. It's a fluid, ongoing project. But here you can see on the blockchain or towards the bottom here, you can see that the date that it was tokenized is May 3rd. And you can see everything there that happened. Somebody bid on it. Bids just slowly keep going up, looks like. And you can see who's bidding on it. You could look at what their profile looks like. So it's pretty cool to see that. So that's that piece. And then I just want to talk about how all these things came together. And it's partly for inspiration, but also I really want to encourage the artists out there to understand that while you're working on things, not everything's going to make sense in terms of the big picture. But if you have a larger goal in mind, maybe it's vague, as you create, you'll develop a bigger story. And I pray for it all to come together for you in a successful, fruitful way. But it takes time. For me, all this coming together is using blockchain tools through the Bible Math project. So it's really exciting. Another way that was kind of a catalyst in that is a project that I'm working on with a fella named Dave De Silva, and he is designing a smart city in Toronto, and it's a remarkable project. It's going to be a real smart city. Obviously, the first iteration of this will not likely float, but they'll phase, they'll start with, a ground level smart city and scale up over time, God willing. So here's the official logo for Smart City. I didn't design that, but you could read more about that in the project. This also came out because Dave comes to I lead a virtual Bible discussion group. My wife and I lead it. We used to lead in person in our home in Pasadena, and my daughter and a bunch of neighbors and friends come. Now with the virus, we're doing it online and Skype every Friday. And if anybody from this talk lets me know privately, you can get in touch with me through the sillydaddy.net blog or on Twitter. And you come Friday, this coming Friday at 7 p.m. Central Time, or 7 p.m. Pacific Time, I'll give you an NFT for participating just out of gratitude. So more things about the Bible Math project. Here's another iteration of it. I call this Bible Math 2. And so what this article that I wrote is, I'll just kind of scroll down quickly. See, it's just it's a long article with illustrations. But one of the things that it does, bringing together the science, I don't know if you can see this here, but this is a Feynman diagram. It just went away, but it'll rotate back around, and you can see a little bit of there, and that was one of the very easy to understand ways to visualize how electrons, what happens when they meet and share a proton. It's a fascinating concept that I do link to in the project right here, and where it says Feynman diagrams. You can click on it and just read about it here. It explains its history, but this is like this is where, the science, I'm not a scientist, but I try to learn and understand. I feel like I'm still learning, even though I've been out of school for many decades. And I think with rare digital art, blockchain, it's kind of common. A lot of people have that sentiment where you're constantly learning new things, growing, stretching your mind. So in here is more kind of clues and indicators, some of the formulas that the scriptures have shown. So like, for example, if you focus here, if you see the X'd out 99% and then the 100%, it'll cycle back around. Here we go, 101%. What all that explains is actually a scripture. It explains how when you seek God with all your heart, He'll be found by you. So you got to put 100% of it in. And so what this artwork is a way to visualize that and make it memorable. And then if you notice, it also says 101%. It's another scripture that says that when you're seeking God with all your heart, God actually then strengthens you. So you're at 100% capacity, and then God actually goes beyond capacity for you. So that's really cool. And all this happens through prayer and following the scriptures. And I know I've really been helped out so much by it over the years. My wife and I, we have a great marriage because of these principles in the scriptures. So it's really exciting. And my wife has been a great help to me in so many ways. I thank God for this woman right here. She's awesome. So yeah, she's helped edit my books. She's done amazing things. So I can't thank you enough.
Love you.
Thanks. And you'll see a lot of her in my work, and then also she edits some of my stuff too. Helps me with spelling in so many ways. Here's another illustration, Time with God. I'm actually going to, what I'm actually going to do right now is, so this, the caption actually says Time with God is Rare Digital Art by Joe Chapin on Pixios Gallery, but it's actually not there yet. So we're going to go over to Pixios Gallery, and I'm just going to put it on there right now. So you go to, you know, the main site is gallery.pixios.art, and you log in. You have to link up a wallet called Scatter, which is similar on Ethereum to the MetaMask. Once you get an account and connect your wallet to use your cryptocurrency, which in this case is the EOS currency, you go to Manage, and you have your artworks here. Put out some already. Create new artwork. So now we're kind of in tutorial mode. And so you see, it's different than some of the other galleries where you just kind of put it out there and that's it. With this, there's actually checkpoints. So there's creation point, a review point, approved point, published point, and then NFT point. So it actually helps me because often I'll put something out there and it's spelled wrong, and then I got to burn it or just live with the misspelling, or oh wait, I didn't realize I scratched the artwork with something and I want to do another one. So it's helped me catch a lot of mistakes with this. So we're going to call this title it Time with God, and we'll upload the art. You see it shows you what the max size is right now. Later video will be accepted, but right now the typical things are accepted. So here's my Time with God animation. I did it in different cells. It's just 2 cells. Select that, upload it, and you can see the animation there. There it is. You got the person praying. They spend time with God. The whole idea is, you spend time with God and you get more insight, meditate on His ways through the scriptures. And it certainly helps me creatively and just as a man, as a husband, as a father, in so many ways. So there's the artwork, the description. I actually already wrote that out in Notepad. And so I'll just copy that, paste that in right here. And it's part of a larger work called Bible Math, which we were just at. And then I add a category. I'll call this, I think I'm going to call this illustration. It's more of an illustration. Tag, I'll put faith. You can add a few tags. Bible, let's see, Bible and God. Okay, do that. I'll also do pray. Okay, so there's that. Okay, this artwork should be considered not safe for work. I don't need to check that because it is safe for work. But I do certify that this doesn't violate any of the Pixios terms of service. I'm actually one of the co-founders of the Pixios Gallery. So I know what they say. I don't need to read them again. I don't want to violate the law. I don't want to violate any intellectual property rights or copyrights of others. It doesn't have profanity, indecency, and obscenity restrictions as defined by the FCC. Not that we're under the FCC, but they actually put out a really good definition of what's a good guideline for to share with the public. So obviously I'm an admin, so I can auto approve this. I click create, and it's going to go through and create the NFT, or actually it's going to publish it. See, it says successfully created. I click OK. So now it's there. It's been approved for publishing. Most new artists come in and they have to, if you're not an admin, obviously, there's only me and a few others on the team, like Fred, the founder. They're admins. For most others, it goes through a review process where somebody on the back end curates it, makes sure it's legitimate artwork, that it's not a copy of something else, and then they would approve it. So, but in this case, I'm auto approved. So, but then you still have to go through and publish it. So this is a great time to reread. Oh, did I spell anything wrong? Do I want to add a category? I don't. So I click on publish, and now it'll be visible in my profile. So then people can see it, but it's still not on the blockchain. So that's why there's layers. And maybe I could do this, and then I want to go and then think about it later, and then think about, okay, do I want to price it a certain way? Okay, so now I'm gonna issue it as an NFT, a non-fungible token that puts it on the blockchain and kind of bundles it with the artwork with a token. So I can choose if I want. There's a listing fee. In Pixios tokens, it's very cheap. It's like a penny. So I'm going to pay the listing fee to issue it. So now I'm creating it as an NFT. And on the back end, it's talking to the blockchain. We have some amazing developers there. I'm really grateful for them. They work incredibly hard. So it's working on the back end to do that. While it does that, I'm going to go over back and just show you one more thing, two more things, because it's really exciting. This Bible math. Oh, here we go. So it just opened up my scatter. It's asking me, do I want to pay this 1,000 Pixios, which is about there's my account there on EOS. I say yes, and I'll just go back to that and finish that right now. Okay, so it's issuing it in progress. Now it's actually in the upper right. It's been issued. Okay, now I need to post it for sale. So you see, if from the other galleries, you can see there's there's more checkpoints. I like that. It just helps me to think things through. Even though as an artist, I just want to get it out there right away and then fix it later if there's an issue. So I'm going to post for sale. I want to open mode. I'm going to sell for EOS. I could sell for Pixios if I wanted to. I'm not going to set the sale value. I'm just going to say minimum bid will be, let's say, 0.5 EOS. Oop, no, not 5 EOS, 0.5. Okay, minimum bid, and I'm not going to set the minimum value. So I list it, and then it'll, again, talk to the blockchain, and it'll be good to go. So then it'll be live on the blockchain. Once I approve it, I'm going to allow it. This is more how crypto art works in issuing it. It's talking to your wallet through the browser. So now it's for sale, and we can see now when you go to the lobby so this is the main lobby. So now it comes up first because the main order of the lobby is whatever has the most recent blockchain transaction. So this has just been issued, so that's first. You can see there's some pretty incredible art here by many talented people. People can bid on stuff. You can see this fella, Audiohead, is selling for 25 EOS. And yeah, there's some really interesting stuff there. So that's the Pixios gallery. Let me just go back. This Bible math, what I like about it too, is it brings together the kind of the world of blockchain and art. So it's not just Pixios gallery illustrations. Here's something on Maker's Place. So it's actually a detail that most people haven't seen, but it's on an actual artwork that I put on Maker's Place, hands praying, and you see the phone call, like you dial up, call God, talk to God through prayer, kind of that visual representation. And you could go over and see this image on Maker's Place. I'll open it up in a new tab, and you'll see it. You'll see, oh, well, this is where it is on the blockchain. So I really am, and you can see the detail of it. It's really part of this larger piece here, and it's a detail that some may not notice, but there it is on the blockchain there, and you can see there's a description, tells a little bit more about it on Maker's Place. People can bid on it. The first one already sold. There's 2 more. It's an edition of 3. So yeah, they're really great, a great resource too for doing this. And you can see more scriptures here. I got a link to a book. A lot of this has to do with the book. So what I like about this project is all the areas that I focus on are coming together in exciting ways. And I have something on here on Super Rare as well. This one's also on Maker's Place. 0 equals many, which refers to a formula that can be derived from the scriptures where Jesus says, the hour has come for the Son of Man to be glorified. I tell you the truth, unless a kernel of wheat falls to the ground and dies, it remains only a single seed. But if it dies, It produces many seeds. The man who loves his life will lose it, while the man who hates his life in this world will keep it for eternal life. And so the implication there is you basically follow the model of Jesus. Jesus lived for us, and then as one, he died, became zero, became nothing for us. And then he rose from the dead, and he offers many new life. And so it's certainly changed me. So now I live a new life, so we could see this formula. He became zero, and that what that produced is many people also wanting to walk in these ways. And you could also find this on Maker's Place. So these are some of the interesting formulas that you could find by studying the scriptures. And somewhere in here is also something from Super Rare. Oh, it's right here. So this is, I call this Bible Math Metropolis. It's a rendition of a floating city, similar to Energy Cloud City. So perhaps up here is Energy Cloud City, and that little chunk that flew out is the Bible Math Metropolis sector of that. And, it's just fun to dream and plan, and we really do want to make these places a reality where people can have a refuge in life to go, great relationships, bringing together art, science, and scriptures recorded on the blockchain. So thank you so much for listening and giving me your time. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thanks, Joe. Anyone have questions? It was really impressive to see you tokenize in real time, and what an awesome, really great message to share. I'm glad it was part of this event.
Thanks so much for the opportunity, James. I appreciate your leadership in this and bringing people together in a very just way. You're just a fair man. It's inspiring the way you've been very level-headed, hardworking, and brought so many people together.
Well, thanks for saying that. It's certainly a group effort, as you know, and it wouldn't happen without everyone, including people like you.
Thanks so much.
So I want to keep it moving, but thank you again, and thanks for everyone listening, and we'll keep it going with the next session.
Bye. Thank you.
Take care.
fuck it, let's get into it.
Great start. We're live here with Carlos, and I'm just gonna let him take it away and share what he's got on his mind.
Cool. Thanks everybody. My name is Carlos Marcial. I'm talking straight out of like the beautiful city of Mexico City. I'm a Mexican, half Mexican, half Puerto Rican digital artist. I've been doing mostly 3D digital art for maybe like 8, 9, 10 years, probably. So I'm super excited. I'm super excited to be here with so many creative people, so many great curators, critics. I want to thank all the critics, all the art historians that are like being developed right now inside this ecosystem. Jason Bailey, Serena Tabachi, Eleonora. I want to thank all of them from the bottom of my heart, because I get really nervous when I talk about myself and my art. So that's why I appreciate so much that we already have all these people who are taking the time and the effort to help communicate what we all artists want to communicate. I'm gonna share my screen right now. Let me see if I can do this. I'm super nervous, but I'm gonna try to figure everything out. So I want to show you first of all. Hopefully you're seeing my screen right now. Um, can I get a yes? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay. So I want to show you all a little bit of like a show reel. It's a little bit old, but I want to show you all where I come from and what I mostly did before I became a crypto artist. I don't know if you're gonna be able to listen to the music, but I'm just gonna play it. Okay, cool. So that was my show reel, like my old show reel. I mean, you probably noticed that most of the stuff that I used to do was commercial stuff, was for clients, right? So I think that's one of the things that I want to discuss in this talk. It's how I move from being a commercial artist to becoming a true artist. I would say, right? And it's all because of blockchain, right? And crypto art. So I want to like talk just a little bit more about myself. I was born in Mexico City, but I was raised in Puerto Rico. Both of my parents are from my dad is completely Puerto Rican, and my mom, she's half and half. She's half Mexican and half Puerto Rican, but they both met studying. My mom was studying literature, and my dad studied art. He's a painter himself here in Mexico City. So I was born here, but I was raised in Puerto Rico. Let me. Okay, I'm back to the camera. so I mean, I study myself film. Actually, that's my background. I'm a filmmaker, from an academic standpoint, and this is where I'm gonna like do a little parenthesis. So because I want to mention that I'm right in the process of trying to find the way and put together like to do like the first feature length film about NFTs and crypto art. So I'll be talking more about that probably, through my social media channels. But I would love to make that happen, because it would mean also like putting a lot of the things that I learned over many years studying film, and giving back to the community. So I'm thinking that there might be like I'm gonna try to find a way to find the funds. I already have like a couple of ideas, and we're talking like a big documentary from like the rare pepes all the way to like Xcopy and a lot of money, like the whole thing, the whole 9 yards basically. So I was raised in Puerto Rico. Yeah, that's the plan. I want to hit up everybody, so I'm gonna try to find the funds. Probably initially I'll just try to sell some merchandise, that kind of thing. But then as I get closer, right, to like production, and I get out of like pre-production, the whole idea would be to like make like a crowd fund so that I can travel everywhere, once also like the quarantine is over, start like traveling, go to France and interview a lot of money, go to the UK and interview Xcopy, go to Indonesia to interview Twisted Vacancy, because that's one of the things that I'm most interested in. It's how crypto art is actually making a true global art market, right? And I think I'm one of the best examples of that. I've been positioning myself inside this art market without having to live in a place like New York or Paris, or Milan, any of like the historical art and culture centers, which they will play obviously a big part in all of this. But what I'm really interested, it's in seeing how like the artists from the periphery, right, have a way now to jump into the center without having to physically move. So you have artists like Osinachi in Africa, you have people in Indonesia, you have like the Mexican crypto art group that I also kind of like want to mention and talk about. You have Mojarra Gonzalez, Mr. Monk, Neurocolor, Gus Grillasca, and we're trying to make a dent in this ecosystem without having to necessarily, move physically to the old school art centers. And I think for me as a third world and Latin American artist, I think that's the most exciting part of it all. This is making the world smaller. But it's also, I mean, I'm Mexican. I know about migration. I've myself have had to migrate a couple of times just to keep hustling, just to keep moving, just to keep making money. And now with crypto art and blockchain art, I haven't had to do that, because at the end of the day, everybody from the third world doesn't really want to migrate. They don't want it. If we could have all the right conditions in our countries, then we wouldn't have to migrate, because I'm guessing most of us love our countries, even though they're poor and they have a lot of problems, socially speaking, politically speaking. We love our country. So for me, that's the most exciting thing. How this is letting artists from the third world organize themselves, as we've been doing lately in the Mexican community. I'm gonna share my screen again because I wanna show a little bit like about what I've done. Let me go back here. So I mean, I got to know about Bitcoin actually in 2012, and probably as many of you, but probably a lot of you won't accept it. I learned about Bitcoin because of the Silk Road, right? So after I finished studying film in the University of Puerto Rico, I got a scholarship to go study film directing and film writing at the University of the Arts in London, in the United Kingdom. So I spent 2 years in the United Kingdom, just learning filmmaking, right? Then I moved back to Puerto Rico for a couple of months, and then I decided that I wanted to move to Mexico because even though we're kind of like in the periphery, Mexico City has always been a big cultural center, especially for Latin America. So after I was done, after I moved here to Mexico, long story short, I met my wife, I've had kids. I ended up getting a job as a university professor at a private university here in Mexico City. But then an earthquake, the famous earthquake of 2017, maybe some of you heard about it. So I lost my job because a couple of the buildings fell. So I had to move. I had to do something. So I decided to get back doing more 3D design and 3D art. But I couldn't find enough work here in Mexico. So I started looking in other places. So I sent my resume to animation studios in Canada, in Europe, in China. Eventually, I got a job offer in Beijing, in a design studio in Beijing. So I moved to China. Okay, so I moved to China a couple of years ago, and I spent some time in China. So I'm trying to connect everything. So I learned about Bitcoin in 2012 because I was trying to buy magic mushrooms off the Silk Road. Okay, so that's the first time that I bought Bitcoin. But then I didn't do much after that. I just got the magic mushrooms. I had one of the best and most special and spiritual. Like I appreciate that Joe was talking about spirituality. So thanks to Bitcoin, I could buy some really good, powerful magic mushrooms of the Silk Road, and I had one of the most spiritual experiences in my whole life, right? But I didn't really get into like the technology. But I did tell a friend of mine about it, and some of you might have heard of him. He's called La Virgen del Crypto. He's an art collector, right? So and he kept going. He kept going with it. He kept going with that. But I didn't. And I'm I should have, but I didn't. I was into film. I was in. This happened in 2012 in London. So I mean, my whole motivation in life was making films, making art. So I kept doing that. But thankfully, La Virgen del Crypto, my good friend, he kept going. He kept going. So and we kind of like lost track of each other for a little while. Then in 2017, with the whole like ICO frenzy, that whole thing, we got back in touch because he was kind of like getting really excited about like where the whole cryptocurrency thing was going. And that's the first time that I learned about Ethereum, right? And I bought some Ethereum, a very small amount. So I didn't make a lot of money. Back in 2000, like mid 2017, before the whole crazy, race. So that was in 2017. So couple of years passed again. I kept, working as a professor. Eventually, I became redundant, unemployed. So I had to move to China, right? And the only way that I could find to send money from China back to my family in Mexico, guess what? Bitcoin, right? So you got another use case for me right there. Yeah, I bought the mushrooms in 2012 with Bitcoin. And then in 2017, 2018, I was working for a design studio in Beijing, and I was sending money back home to my family in Mexico, thanks to Bitcoin. So that's why probably I'm a big believer. Then right there, I got back in contact with La Virgen del Crypto. He talked to me about like the projects he was working on. He was working for a couple of he was working for a blockchain company. And he told me if I was like interested, right? Because I got back in touch with him to tell him like I'm buying Bitcoin again, but I'm buying it because that's the way that I found like I could more easily and cost effectively send money back to my family in Mexico, which I think it's something like all migrant workers are gonna start doing more and more and more. The Mexicans that are in the US, the Africans that are in Europe, we're gonna be sending money back home through Bitcoin or Ethereum, and other cryptocurrencies. So I got back in touch with La Virgen del Crypto, and he told me he had an opportunity in one of the blockchain companies he was working on in China, but in Shanghai. So I decided, yeah, why not? Like, I wasn't enjoying that much what I was doing at this studio in Beijing. So I hop on one of those really fast trains in China, and I arrived in Shanghai. And the job that the CEO of the company had for us was to open a media company to work for that works for blockchain companies, right? But it had to be built in Toronto, in Canada. So I got on another fucking plane, right? I'm hustling, right? I'm trying to survive and feed my family, right? So I hop on another plane, and I went to Toronto to help open a media company, dedicated only to working with blockchain companies. And I think that's probably where I started making the connection, like really making the connection between design and blockchain. And I want to quickly show you guys a little bit of the things that we did right there, because actually the company is not doing that anymore. It's kind of pivoting to like the whole NFT space. So that's really cool. But I wanna show you all a couple of the things that we did. I'm gonna show you quickly the show reel. I know there's no audio, so I'm gonna forget about the audio. So we built this media company in Toronto to work exclusively with blockchain companies. That's like and I gotta thank all the people that helped me build this animation while I was there, right? Let me see. So that's why you see like Bitcoin logos, Tesos, Ethereum, all that stuff. Yeah, this is for like a digital asset company in China. Okay. We did this for Tesos Capital, which is a staking company for your Tesos. So I'm gonna like just quickly show this. Okay, so it's about like you don't want to miss blocks. Like if you're staking your Tesos with a company that misses blocks, you're gonna miss rewards, right? So we did all this. I was able to direct different teams of designers to build a couple of different projects. They're mostly China-based, but it was a great opportunity to kind of to be able to how do I convey the idea of blockchain to a wider audience. So this was really fun. So for this past project, we did this video also.
Hey, Carlos, really quick.
Yeah.
I think we're having trouble seeing what you're sharing.
Okay. Your screen share.
We unshare and then try again with sharing your whole screen.
Cool. Let me do that again. Your entire screen. Let me just share the entire screen and see if that works. Can you guys see it now?
Yeah, that's better. Sorry, I didn't catch it sooner.
Okay, cool, perfect. So I was showing off a little bit of the projects, like the websites of a couple of the projects that I eventually ended up working with this media company dedicated to blockchain. This is the website of one of them that's building like a second layer, right, for their blockchain. This is a video that we did. I'm trying to go as fast as possible, because I know we're a little bit behind schedule, so I'm just going through all the stuff. So you see the blocks here again, kind of like the metaphor. I mean, it's getting old right now, but this was kind of my very beginning in trying to how to explain, visually explain blockchain to other people. So we did all that in that period that I was there with this company. Okay, hopefully you can see that.
This is
no
really
rush.
Cool.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you're good.
Cool.
We have a few more minutes.
Cool. So yeah. I had the opportunity to. This is where I started to understand how important it is to have good design inside blockchain. Because when I started doing all this, that's one of the things that I noticed that I couldn't find like really cool, engaging design. We did this website for a wallet, right? A very easy to use crypto wallet called Rosian. They're actually launching. They should be launching very soon. So I did the animations, kind of like the color palette, that kind of thing. A couple of things for an exchange, a crypto exchange called RightBTC, right? And then at some point I discovered crypto art, and then I started tokenizing my own personal stuff on Super Rare, right? But obviously I wanted to keep talking about blockchain and crypto art, so that's why I came out with like the whole Fiat es Violentiam series, right? Talking about like fiat money and trying to build the metaphor between the fiat violence, right? And what it causes in the world, and like weapons of mass destruction, right? So you have like the UK pound here, like the Chinese yuan. I don't know if it's gonna like open quickly. Yeah, there you go. And my life changed, basically. My life fucking changed, because instead of having to work for clients, I could do my own stuff, and I was still interested in this technology, because I saw firsthand how revolutionary it is, and how it changed not only my life, but my wife's life, my kids' life. It gave us money to buy fucking tacos, you know? So we're really grateful. I'll be here as long as this lasts, you know? And then through crypto art, I eventually found other digital Mexican artists, mostly based here in Mexico City. Like, for example, Neurocolor, super talented crypto artist, right? If you don't follow him on Twitter, I implore you to follow him. You have, for example, the other one, Mojarra. Let me go up. If you don't follow Mojarra, please go ahead and follow Mojarra. We got Mr. Monk right here. And we did just recently, many of you probably went and see it, we did Nopal Recall. So it's like the first virtual art exhibition that we put together inside of Crypto Voxel as a collective, right? So it's also given me the opportunity to build community, not only virtually, but also physically, with the people around me, and to kind of like keep empowering all of us as third world Latin American artists to keep trying to get to the center, right? Because that's been kind of like the problem with the traditional art world. Like, if you don't move to New York, you're fucked. Like, how are you gonna like get the attention of collectors if you're in Guatemala, if you're in Honduras, if you're in Brazil, if you're in Argentina, right? And in Mexico. So we're trying. And then I have Goose. Many of you have heard of Goose, you know, super old school crypto artist from like the Rare Pepe, you know, time. If I implore you to also follow him. And then finally, here am I, right? So if you want to like learn more about me and what I've been doing, please go ahead and follow me. And I think that's let me see if I can. That's probably it. That's what I wanted to share. Like, how have we been organizing ourselves to be part of all this movement. And I want to thank all of you. I want to really thank all of you. James, who I met. Oh, let me share quickly. Wait. Before I go, because this is how I met James on ETH Denver. We had the opportunity, La Virgen del Crypto. He's not Mexican. He's from Puerto Rico. I actually met La Virgen del Crypto in Puerto Rico while I was doing my bachelor's degree at the University of Puerto Rico. So he's become like a really big art collector, crypto art collector. We had the opportunity to go to ETH Denver and do like an installation and showcase his art collection. So I have like a couple of pictures for whoever didn't, have the opportunity to go to ETH Denver. So we basically built an altar for crypto art, something very Latin American, right? So once again, just like Joe, with the whole thing, we come with our own spirituality, right? Probably much more syncretic, probably much more strange and even scary for some people, right? Because it's a mixture of like we talk about death, right? You have skulls, you have Santeria in the Caribbean, right? And we believe that we can talk to the dead, and you have to give something to your ancestors. And in this case, in ETH Denver, what we did was offer the thing that we find most valuable right now for us, which is crypto art, right? So I think it connects perfectly with Joe's past talk, right? Was written by Goose. It's a prayer. It's a prayer to La Virgen del Crypto, or the Crypto Virgin, right? And here's like the people, Jessica, look at Jessica right there. And probably most interesting, Vitalik Buterin came into the room to see the art installation. I actually have a video because I didn't took photos. I just took out my camera, and you cannot hear him. But what Vitalik is doing right now, he is translating. So I don't know. I think he uploaded to his brain Spanish, and he is translating to the other people right here who came with him the prayer, which was in Spanish. He's translating it to English.
Amazing. I think he speaks a variety of languages.
Yeah. It's mind blowing.
Yeah.
It's
that was a
mind-blowing.
super cool experience for me. I enjoyed that. We had the lights and representing our wishes and prayers. And thanks so much for sharing your story. That was incredible. I love that.
Perfect. No. I gotta thank you. I mean, you're like, everybody has been saying it. You're an amazing collaborator. You're an amazing organizer. We are the ones who are really to thank you for putting all this. I get super nervous when talking about myself. I think people have the idea that artists, we are very egocentric, but for me, it's mostly about about the community and about the art, obviously, right? So for me, it's been somewhat difficult to talk about myself. I get really nervous.
Well, you did great. That was a highlight for me. I'm gonna enjoy those memories from your talk.
I appreciate it. I really appreciate it.
Thanks
and I'll be ready, even though I say I don't I'm cool that this is giving the opportunity for all of us to participate from different countries. Next year, I know this will happen in New York, and I'll be there to talk again.
Well, we can talk about that. I want to have rare AFs everywhere, happening simultaneously, all connected. But we can
let me know. We'll organize. We already have the group here. We'll organize the Mexico City, just like TED, right? Like you can do the TEDs. Like we'll organize it in Mexico City for sure.
I got big dreams. I know everyone here does.
Yeah.
But we're gonna keep it moving. Thanks again.
Perfect. Cool. Thank you.
And I'm gonna switch over to the next presentation. Take care. All right, we're live again, and we're here with Mad, or I might be mispronouncing Gleb.
That's correct.
Oh, nice. And we'll get it started.
Yeah, okay. So I'll try to start. We'll see how it will go with PowerPoint. Like I'm not really friendly with it. So broadcasting directly from Republic of Užupis in Lithuania. My name is Gleb, and it was really challenging to find correct subject to talk about. So I decided to go like Carlos before went from personal side. So I decided to just like do the same way, talk a bit about myself and what I'm doing and what it all means for me, especially this community. So first of all, some words about me. Who am I? I'm artist and musician. Like I'm doing this for, I don't know, 30 years or something. The same way I'm working for same amount of time with music, show business, and IT. That was natural that like when you're working for that much, you're gaining the skills of organizer, producer, and so on. So you're participating in all the life around with music, art, culture, and so on. The same way, like it was accidentally, but I became a minister of Republic of Užupis and all the events and all the things that happen around in our small artistic republic, which is like micronation, is the thing that I'm just like working directly with. And as an international curator, I'm working with Bill Drummond and curating Curfew Tower Art Residency in Northern Ireland. So as you can see, there's just like a lot of things happening around me, and I'm involved in a lot of things. It was natural to create something to have, let's say, all the things that I'm doing connected. This way, like I created ecosystem. I can say that. So I founded the ecosystem, which is a foundation, Amaze Your Receptors. And this is a ecosystem which connect all the things that I'm doing and connect us as a team, international team, which actually around the world. So it's like Lithuania, Germany, Ukraine, Russia, Mexico, United States. So like with friends and partners and so on. What we are doing, we are connecting technologies with mainly culture, music, art, but also, as you can see, there is a lot to tell, just like education, psychology, healthcare, urban and city development, all the things with acoustics, with ecology, with new lifestyles, with smart technologies, IoT devices, and so on. And this way, definitely when I'm talking about this, I need to tell about what exactly it is. So some of the projects that were launched lately in last 2-3 years on the screen. So it's the project that I will quickly go through. And yeah, let's start. So first of all, musical blockchain. You can just like say, oh yeah, it's blockchain, but it's not about this. So let me quickly tell about it. Musical blockchain is our invention, which is AI-based, psychology-based AI music composer, which composing music looking at the source of inspiration, which is data that provided by user as artist. So it means that you, for example, feeding picture and the computer looks as artist at the picture. You feed in text, it analyzes text, trying to find the meaning and give the music out of it. And the same way it works with data. So if you want to get more information about this, there is the link. I will share after the presentation all the links and so on. Going through all the things that we've done already with musical blockchain, it's presentations with real artists, so people playing together with the computers. So we've done this with musicians from Philharmony. We presented AI songbook, which is first songbook completely created by AI and played live by American piano virtuoso Braden Drello. And actually a lot of things like doing installations, doing generative soundtracks for movies, working with, let's say, with Bloomberg Discovery, so on. So going next, since it was natural to use the technology that we created in some other projects, and since my interest in making like reality around Vera is more than just interest, so we started an initiative which called Sound Change the Planet, and that's the initiative which is about connecting again technology with urban development, culture, education, and social activities. And this way, we proposing sound as cultural and sound's cultural impact as unique medium for social and global change, which means that with the sound, we can show the people that we can do a lot more if we will go through that perspective. For example, like there was a lot of research about how sound affects the health. So this way, we using our IoT devices to measure the sound of the city and giving out the map of where we think something should be changed. And then we remeasuring and see the impact on the people, on the community, and so on. At the same way, it's like I don't like when it's really boring things connected with measurements and all the research and so on. So we have musical blockchain which can create music out of data. So from the data that we collecting all around the city, we're creating special tracks which dedicated to each district of the city. This way we have city symphonies. And this city symphonies is a snapshot of the current city data converted to music. It's a very like highly anticipated musical shows, and we definitely inviting local musicians. We launched this thing in 5 countries already, just because of the situation nowadays. We cannot go with our roadmap, but I hope until the end of the year we will have 5 more countries. Next thing is the Digital Culture Center, Crypto Art Hub, and the Crowded Place. So Crowded Place is the platform for musicians and artists for, let's say, organization. So it means that you can use the platform to organize event for you in other city. So this thing is kind of new. We launching 3rd beta version this summer, so it will be public, and this is useful for artists who can organize events in real venues all around the world. Digital Culture Center is the platform, and actually, like, it's a platform without exact place. So it's a mobile space which moves from place to place, town to town, city to city. And it's about doing some educational activities, for example, blockchain education or something, and popularizing digital art and mixture of art plus technology, culture, technology, science, and art, and so on. So this way, we telling the world about what is happening in this scene and how to just like invite new people and educate them and so on. Crypto Art Hub is the special department of this Digital Culture Center, which dedicated exactly to crypto art. And with this department, we also developed Gallery Box. It's a solution for galleries, which can be used as the like plug and play hardware. And this way, regular gallery, which have just paintings, let's say, or something else, can be converted into digital art gallery. We already use this device for 2nd year in a row. And For example, this is the showcase that we created last year in the center of Vilnius. I just placed a cube, which was like 3 to 3 meters, and there was 2 screens inside. So I asked community to provide me with some artworks, and it was just a static or videos. So all day, for just like for 24 hours, there was a pop-up exhibition which was showcasing digital art. Other art that we are doing is not only just like digital, so we like digital art, but also we like installations. This way we're creating multi-layer immersive art which connects like all the things with projections, with sound, with let's say special effects and so on. And this was the installation which was about digitizing memories. So it's called Digitized, and it was presented last year on Immersive Festival. Speaking about digital art, of course, as artists, it's normal to do something. So that's one of the rare artwork. It was created for a community contest, if I remember correctly. So this one will be available soon as the limited edition on Nona region in our account. And the thing that created by Musical Blockchain is some beautiful artworks which combine AI and mathematics and the process and resulting sound. So that's the artwork that we are doing and tokenizing. Next step is our art and science, let's say, not activity, but passion. So we really like space and all the things connected with it. So this way we connecting new generations, new audiences with science and with space. And we this way working with some of the, for example, with NASA representatives to get the information and translate it to visual form or sound form or something like connected with art. Latest experiments that we are working on now is at the moment we are making Planet Sense Radio, which using satellite data to create soundtrack for the planet and generate some visual stream for that. And also we using, for example, supermassive black hole imagery from the telescope, and used analysis and processing and tokenized that artwork too. As art science collaboration, we're also collaborating with real spaces. We collaborated, for example, last year with OK16. It's huge art center, actually main one in Belarus. And together we created art science experiment. It's more like bioart. I'll tell about it a little bit later. We're doing a lot of things about ecology and art, so changing people's perception and turning people's attention that like there is a lot of things that can be done to the planet, good things, and it could be done with art and through art. And also, like I mentioned, a lot of educational activities. We're doing lectures, workshops, masterclasses, and so on. So far, like we cover in actually mainly 3 countries, but there is more countries with like 1 or 2 workshops that already done. So as I cannot tell, I cannot share the audio at the moment, so I can only show the sample of visual process of the satellite data. So that's like how beautiful it is, and it will be tokenized too. In April 2019, we put our hands on the supermassive black hole imagery and started processing it through our algorithms and through the data. That was the result. One of the results, actually, there is a series of pictures. This exact picture is tokenized on the Nona region, and it's still, there is like 9 editions available. I don't remember exactly at the moment, but I guess generative audio tracks already uploaded to our SoundCloud, probably. If not, then like soon we will upload it. And like I said, visuals will be tokenized, like additional visuals will be tokenized too. Returning to art science experiment, BioArt with Belarusian OK16. The main idea was that I was invited by curators to conduct an experiment where devices measure how tea mushrooms, tea fungus, probably you know it, how they are living, how they are communicating, and this way it turned into art science residency, completely about the tea mushrooms. So we completed 6 experiments. We used our IoT device and additional devices that I brought with me. And for a global presentation, we invited live musicians, so we together played mushroom etudes. So it's the musical compositions which was created by musical blockchain based on the data which was gathered from the mushrooms and analyzed and processed. And that was very, very interesting experience. So this way it is just like another level of understanding the nature. Go next, back to educational activities. So as you can see, like we have educational activities, mainly we call them culture innovations umbrella, all these activities. So they mainly created for global audiences, but we specially selecting and pointing out 3 of them. It's the creative educational programs and products for children, and programs supporting women in tech and women in music, just because we think that this should be one of the points of greater attention, and this will be, I know, a great investment into the future. So back to the crypto art community. In 2018, I was struggling finding the calendar for crypto art events. So at that time, I made some draft and tried to just like implement it. It turned out that at some point I just like stopped maintaining it, but going back to nowadays, there is no such thing as global crypto art calendar, or if you know, just share with me. But we will revive that old version and we will start crypto art calendar, hopefully from the next week. And this way we will invite you to support it with events and all the things and so on. And of course, with all other kind of support. And the other thing about crypto art, last month, at the beginning of the quarantine, I was invited by Ukrainian community, media art community, and together with Yura Miron, who was just like some hours ago, we conducted a lecture. And that lecture was about telling about blockchain art, crypto art, and all the community in the simple words. So it's not just like it's something complicated or something that, like, I don't know, elite or limited. So we tried to present it the way it will invite new artists and will help like artists that already trying to understand it, just like give them more information on simple level. For me, it was also interesting to not only just talk about this, but show that community is the real people. So this way, I made a series of videos, and these videos lead to the thing that I'm started doing crypto documentary. So crypto documentary is the field which is covering what's happening right now, with a bit of history, a bit of interviews, a bit of information, a bit of art, but all in all, it's something that going on with you, with me, and I'm looking at this thing as insider, but at the same time, I'm participant, I'm collector, I'm artist, and I'm sharing all these feelings from all the side, and sharing it with real people who are not in the scene, not even know, and just like getting all of this combined in one more or less balanced documentary. So that's what I'm doing. I will try to play it. I don't know, probably there will be no sound. But the thing is that for this, let's say, I guess it has no sound, but if you will go on the YouTube, and actually if you will go on the link down there, fair.org/VRAF, there is the link to crypto documentary. So hopefully this will be supported by community. I'm really welcoming. And that's the thing which is really, it's something that I feel that I can do and that I will do. So this summer, we will have this documentary, and probably we will have some more series in the future. The future is now. That's what I'm doing. That's what my beautiful team is doing with me. And that's what we're sharing with you. So thank you very much. I'm open to questions, and hopefully I'm fitting into the time limit to answer the questions.
Great job. Thank you so much. We do have a little bit of time for questions if anyone has something to ask. I'm looking forward to that calendar. That'll be useful.
So about calendar, I guess like by the end of the next week, we'll start filling it. So it will be open to public. No, not a Discord at the moment. So we were thinking about Telegram channel, additional channel for all the things ecosystem. But so far, like if you want, you can just like connect directly with me. So it's like on the Telegram, on the Facebook, anywhere.
Well, it was super cool to hear about all your experiments, and I'm going to be watching the documentary as soon as it comes out, and keep up the great work.
Thank you. Actually, with documentary, it was just like inspired by community. It's a great question about the time. It's just because it's always there is no time, so you need to just like go, and like Alice in Wonderland, if you want to stay, you need to run quickly. You need to run twice as you can, and if you want to get somewhere, you need to run even faster. So that's the same thing.
Somebody asked if you could speak more about how musical blockchain works.
Yeah, I can. There is the main idea that we're not using artificial intelligence for music regeneration. So all the modern things like Ampere or Google Magenta, or all the things connected with that, using pre-trained models, which is pre-trained on existing music. So they're using existing music to analyze it, to get something out of it, and then recompose. So this way, for me, it's a remixing or recomposing, editing originals. So my idea initially was to stay away from that, And let's like the story, like long story short, I'm synesthete, and when I'm looking at something, I'm hearing music. So for me, it was natural to hear the music when I was a kid. So same thing with me right now. When I was a kid, like with all this, like computers were bigger and grass was greener, there was no technology to use something to extract it out of my head. So some years ago, I was working with audio therapy, like audio therapy solutions, AI solutions, which is another part that our ecosystem is conducting. And during these experiments, suddenly results started sounding like music. So it was musical phrases. And then it clicked just, okay, we can try to use psychological model for analyzing the source of inspiration. So this way, musical blockchain works with source of inspiration and extracting melody out of it. And then with the use of the blockchain, making decentralized improvisation on the source data and creating layer by layer musical melody. So it's like musicians in the studio. So it's multi-note thing, which works at the same time and finding consensus, trying to build a melody, something like this.
Cool.
Actually, there is like for technical details on the musical blockchain.com, there is a white paper, and probably there was some other things on the site in the Facebook. So it's like we already like told a lot about how it works, about technology and why we're using blockchain, what is this creative approach to blockchain, and why we don't want to use pre-trained models. So this way, actually, we're trying to grow a new musician, virtual musician. And this virtual musician is the brain of our musical instrument, which is like in the testing right now. And it's a like huge box at the moment, just because it's using all this like video cards and so on. Huge box which can analyze your input, which is simply like only keys or only just like guitar or vocal, and reply with improvisation.
Awesome. Well, if you're curious, I'm sure people will be able to get in touch with you and learn more. So feel free to reach out. And I shared the link in the chat. And you can follow at Musical Blockchain. But we'll keep it moving. Thanks again, Gleb, and everyone.
Thank you. It was really a pleasure. So yeah, actually, thank you personally for being as one of the like inspire for the crypto documentary. So your work was the final dot that like it's about community, it's about how you present yourself. So completely.
Well, it's the same thing.
So thank you.
You know, it's all about the community, and it really wouldn't happen.
Definitely.
So we'll get to the next presenter, and thanks for the kind words, and thanks for the presentation. It was really interesting. Have a good one. All right, we're live here with Serena of the Museum of Contemporary Digital Art, and she's got a wonderful presentation ready for us, and I'll let her take it away.
Hi everyone, thank you for inviting me. James, it's really great to be here. I came to know this festival quite recently, and Eleonora told me all about it, and I was watching her earlier. So it's really such a pleasure to be in this community and be talking about what we've been doing with Mokta. And some of you may know myself and the rest of the team already, but if not, I shall give you a quick presentation about what we've done since we set Mokta, and what we're going to be doing next. But yeah, first of all, I just wanted to say huge thank you for everyone involved in the organization of this festival, because I think with all that we've been going through, it's been such a challenge for everybody to resettle and reorganize their lives and everything. So I think art, as always, has been such a great inspiration, especially for myself, and that's what I'm trying to do, to share it with others so that I can bring some light and positiveness in the lives of people. So that's personal message to all of you. Okay, I shall start with my presentation. So I'm just going to share my screen. Let me know if you can see it. Bear with me a couple of seconds. And okay, great.
We can see it.
Fantastic. Okay, so I'm just going to talk you through some slides, but if you do have any question, please, I don't know if you're able to interrupt me. I don't think I will be able to see the questions on the side, but please keep a mental note, because I would love to have an actual conversation, so we can chat about it in a few moments. Okay, so what is Mokta? I'll tell you a little story. So about a couple of years ago, wow, it's been already a couple of years, I've met a number of people, and they got in touch with the one and only Jason Bailey, as we all know him. And he was super inspiring when he came to Christie's back in, again, 2 years ago, 2018, I think, for the Art and Tech Summit. And so I've met with Dominic Perini and Tom Van Avermaet, who he's a director, and Dominic is a technical lead and expert in smart contract and blockchain. And so they've told me so much about digital art and technologies. And at the time, I was working at the Tate, and I got really fascinated about all of this. So we had a conversation, and we decided that it was needed to create a space for art to exist that was out of the digital art platform. So it was more like a place for art to be learned, understood, and appreciated. And it was more about building the values of what digital art is. So, and this is how Mokta was created in a nutshell. So the slides that you see here are just some moments that we've experienced over the last couple of years. So you can see that what we do is about education, connecting people, and innovation. So when we talk about educate, we see this as a way for people to understand about the technologies involved and the art that is produced alongside the technology. So we like to really dive into how artists create and communicate that in a way that is understood by people. So for example, all the work that curators do is about building a narrative and creating a communication that can be shared with the wider audience, and so that art is understood and not just in a more technical way, but actually getting the value of art, of what we see as the aesthetic of art, and the actual then tools applied or that we use them in collaboration with. For connecting, we are looking at curating virtual and physical exhibitions and live events. And that is something that we've been doing and then moved online recently with the COVID-19 And for the innovation, we want to empower artists and collectors to define arts, copyright, and earn from royalties on digital assets. This point is something that I wish Dominic could tell you more about it, but he's going to run a workshop really soon, so I would invite you all to join him on that. But what we're looking at is to improve the way the artist's copyright is currently managed. So we're doing quite a bit of research on that, and we're looking at providing easy to customize smart contracts that can implement the copyright of digital art. So these are some of our team members that you see here. We were at the Tate for our event back in November. And again, for the education side, we want to inspire, discover new artworks, and promote work by digital artists. For Connect, we want to host physical and virtual events and exhibitions, tech workshops, talks, panels, webinars, live interviews, and exhibitions. Innovate, we are developing the smart contracts, and then we are also in contact with artists to understand really what the needs are in the market so that we can support them in implementing the copyrights and royalty systems. Okay, then moving on. We have since Miami, CADAF Miami back in December, partner with the amazing team at CADAF, the Contemporary Digital Art Fair, which I'm sure you all know about it. So with CADAF, these started, as I said, back I don't know how long do we have left. If I'm more than happy to carry on talking.
That was great. If we have any more questions, we can definitely spend time and you answering them is within our time limit here. But I'm going to share a link to the tweet you posted about the panel tomorrow with all the links and details, because that's going to be a highlight of this weekend. I believe we're having 3 panels simultaneously in 3 different languages, and going to be really fun. So be sure to join tomorrow, 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. And
Yeah.
thanks again for giving us that presentation today, and telling us more about Mokta. And that series of videos is really a great resource, and I believe it will be interesting to look back and watch in the future, because we are still early in this new world of crypto art, and there's a lot of opportunity, and we're setting the tone, and you're doing a great work to make it legitimate and real and really cool. So thanks
Thank
again.
you. I just, if I have a couple of minutes, I just thought I would really give a shout out to all the people that you may not see, because you might see me often on screen, but there's like 10 of us working behind the scenes that don't always like to come on screen. But yes, I just wanted to give a shout out to the whole Mokta team, because they work really hard on researching and on the technical aspects and on building the whole infrastructure about what we would like the museum to be. And something that I wanted to share, which I didn't put in the slides because it is very much a work in progress, but we're looking to build a collection. So as every museum does, we would have a collection of contemporary digital art. And what I mean by that is that we are creating different categories that we would have art displayed. And this is not going to be like a platform, but is an actual collection. So we want this to be like a documenting the time of digital art. So I'm also interested in reaching out to artists, and I'm looking out for meaningful pieces that can come and join the collection. So this is a message to artists out there, but I would probably be in touch with you soon. And yes, thank you to all of you that have been watching, and thank you, James, for putting all of this together. So I really look forward to the upcoming talks, and if you do have any question, as I said, don't hesitate to get in touch. I would love to talk to all of you. So I'll give you a virtual hug, and I wish you all the best, and stay safe. And if you do come to London, let us know.
Thank you so much, and looking forward to that collection. It'll be really cool. The
Cool.
next presentation is going to be up soon. I'm going to switch over to the next section and pull you over. And everyone take care. Bye. All right, we're live, and we've got a substitute presentation here. Penguin has offered to fill in the spot of Sasha Hodler, who was unable to make it, had something come up. We're excited for this presentation. It's going to be really interesting and related to all the stuff happening in VR. And the Machi X DAO has been really helpful in setting up a headquarters for Rare AF and CryptoVoxels, and we're building that throughout the weekend and beyond. So if you're interested in that, it'll be a good presentation for you. And without further ado.
Great. Thanks so much, James. Yeah, so my name is Joshua Heilman. I go by Penguin or Computers, how you see it on the screen. I included a bit.ly in case you want to check out the gallery a little early. But first, I'm going to talk a little bit about myself and who I am, and a little bit about what I've been doing in the Web3 world and some of the things I've been finding interesting. So real quick, I have this art piece that I kind of just put up in a flash sale that I made from the Artist Liberation Front minting service that I saw from Johnny $sign yesterday. So big shout out to the Artist Liberation Front. That stuff was so easy and simple, and you control all of your own metadata. So if you go to this link, that I have it set at $4 right now, and it ends in about an hour from now. So if it gets sold, it'll get sold for whatever it gets sold for. And I'll also go to that site a little bit later. But so, yeah, I'm a full stack developer. I went to school and studied bioinformatics, which is pretty much the study for using computers to solve problems for biology. And I got into precision medicine, which is why I named this piece here Precision Art, which is really where I feel a lot of this digital revolution is kind of going in the Renaissance. And so I want to do a big shout out to all the DAOs and all the people that are making Web3 so fluid and easy and active. So like Raid Guild is huge for building projects and making a collective of programmers to get stuff done. Metagame is connecting everyone in the space as like a social platform. MetaFactory is making wearables that are also real life clothing and collectibles for the real life. MetaClan is kind of connecting all the gamers together with a DAO. Machi X is really like this amazing art collective that is bringing together some really amazing people and also empowering them for the secondary market for art sales. And also Divan Pixel Society, which is a collective that I helped start that is big into using AI to help generate new art. So this is my first art show. Thank you very much for having me. And yeah. So I'm going to talk a little bit about CryptoVoxels because that's where the Machi X gallery is. So CryptoVoxels is an open Web3, basically Minecraft city. Everything there can be bought, sold, created, as easy as you could create like a drag and drop website. They've made it super easy and you own everything that you buy. So all the galleries in CryptoVoxels are all NFT items, and they all have like an inherent marketplace because they're built around the ERC tokens. And the big part about CryptoVoxels is just how easy everything is to customize. So why is the Web3 community so awesome? Why is it so infectious? And it's obviously the people. Everyone is so open that it feels very punk rock, and you hear that a lot, where the people's merit and what they do is more important than what they say. And there's a great openness and willingness to accept people in that are willing to try stuff out and make things and help progress the social growth in whatever network they're part of. And so I think that's why, this part and time that we've had together and online has really helped spark the digital renaissance, as I've heard so many people talk about. So where did my idea come from the gallery? So originally I wanted to make something that was like the Mayan in Los Angeles. So this is a art museum. This was my original styling, and I wanted to do kind of a facade like that. And this was the interior. So this is some stats and an example of what it looks like in the new CryptoVoxels interface. So you can see, you just click add, and then you can add anything from audio to voxels, which in a voxel is just a little model that you've made out of pretty much Legos, and you can import it anywhere. And so we've done a lot of images, and you can import the NFTs, and the actual MachiX run and minting was 21 pieces. So also a note about building in CryptoVoxels. It's not very friendly if you're doing it with more than one person. A lot of times, if two people are working on something, one person will edit something and it will destroy everything the other person is working on. Not fun to build with friends. Also, it takes kind of resetting your browser to see what other people have done, which is one of the inherent problems with why you lose everything. So now I'll kind of walk you through the three pieces that I have in the MachiX gallery and what they did, where they came from, and how I made them. So I use them with machine learning. I'm basically breeding two different art files or a whole bunch of different art files until I get what I want. So there's a real process for selecting the pieces and then how many times you train them, how deep you go in the training. And so my style really kind of focuses on remixing classic art pieces and also kind of mixing them with pop culture, music, and technology, and kind of the cyberspace to modernize them all. So this is the first piece that I minted with the Digital Pixel Society. This is Absinthe Road. The picture should be obviously recognizable as the Beatles' Abbey Road. So this is, one of the Beatles' best albums with, songs like Octopus's Garden, Love Me Tender, and a whole bunch of other things that are just like iconic and just so key to unlocking the creativeness in people's mind, And so I'm not sure what the soccer part is. That's a artifact there. But this is my next piece. So the Raft of the Medusa, Près le Vogue, is it's a mashup between the Raft of the Medusa from Jericho and Hakusai's Under the Wave, also known as the Wave. So both of these pieces are just so classic. It's Jericho. His piece at the Louvre is one of the most iconic French romantic paintings, and it's so huge. And I chose this one also because it was one of the pieces that he used to launch his career back in 1818. And what better way to kind of mix the raft and the survival of the Romanticism than with Japanese wood art that was about the same time, but in a completely different world. And so it was right before everything started mashing together. And I wanted to kind of combine the art boards with the French Romantic. And that's how I made the Raft of the Medusa. So Frog Lost in the Poppies is a piece that I did that's one of my first for Digital Oz. So Kamisawa basically had a contribution prize, and he asked people to do a remix of one of his pieces. So I picked Frog Lost In as my base for my picture that I was molding. And I went through some footage from The Wizard of Oz, and I wanted to capture the field of the poppies. I wanted to lose the frog in the field of poppies, because one of my original visions for the gallery, I had isolation chambers where I had 4 different rooms where the user could be isolated and really have an up close and intense experience with several pieces of art. I ended up scrapping 3 of those, and there's one of them that I will show you later. So the Digital Pixel Society, DPS, is a DAO that I helped start with some amazing people. So that's Kyle Webster, Eric Astronaut, Garrett, Sky, YOLO, and myself as the founding members. And as I said, so we use AI and photography and classic art to kind of build a collective where instead of being financially responsible to each other, we're going to commit art as a collective towards a common goal. And each month we've committed to contributing at least 2 pieces of art, and we've got several other projects and ideas that we're working on. So also I wanted to shout out, this is Meta Factory. So this is Drew and Hamad. So this is an example of the stuff that they're making. This is the Genesis jacket that was auctioned off. So that was amazing. And basically, if you don't know what an NFT is, it's a non-fungible token. Think of them like baseball cards. You can kind of trade and swap them, but each one is its own unique baseball card. And I also want to throw a big thank you to Leo and MachiX. Here's some links here that you can follow. I made them nice and short so that if you wanted to write them down or even type them in a web browser, you could go there. But this tells you a little bit more about what the MachiX DAO is about, which is an art collective that is all about secondary markets. I've got our Discord link here, so feel free to hop in there and talk to all the people making it happen. And if you are really familiar with DAOs and want to get some info on like how you pledge to the DAO and join up, the last link is info for how you onboard into the DAO. So without further ado, let me kind of jump into the gallery and I'll show you around. There's a quick tip right here. So you look around with the mouse, move around with your standard keys. Here's a link right here if you want to join me. So I'm going to stop that and I will jump into the gallery. So we're at 21 Alco Gardens, also known as MachiX. I built this gallery over the period of 2 to 3 weeks. And it went through a whole bunch of different changes. Big shout out to Ghost Agency as well for helping out. So the artists that we have in here, starting out, this is Super Cyber Town. So Super Cyber Town, this piece is all about being kind of augmented and having that augmentation really help the future cyber people experience life a little different. And if you, I really would ask you to come in here and read more about it if you want to know the full story. But this is the real gate that's an entry to the most exclusive nightclub in all of town. So there's also a lot of other stuff. So I'm just going to run around real quick, and I'm sure other people will talk about stuff. I know Leo's talking more later, but this is Pastales. He's got the Touches Love. This is one of the most amazing sections of the gallery to me. Lush, we're so lucky to have him join the collective and also contribute these amazing pieces. Joe Trump. We've got Lil Muskie. We Live in a Society. We've got Obama Bebop. And Zuck is watching. Like, you've got to check these things out. Lush is such an amazing artist, and yeah, please, you gotta see these things in person. Also, we got Rob Jabas, who did a lot of amazing art too. So these all have a lot of great sound too. I have them. Let me see if I unmute this tab, if you can hear. No, that's from a different parcel. Sometimes the music can be a little unruly. But so here's some more of Rob's pieces, and yeah, just amazing stuff all over that you can come and interact with, and they're all on the chain that you could buy and are minted by MachiX. So this is the Motion form and light section. So these are my pieces right here that we saw and I briefly discussed. So you see, if you click on one of them, you can come right here and you can buy or sell it, trade it. So there's also bird mating. These videos are so crazy. The boy. Pole cleaning. And everything in here is just so easy to make and produce that it really lends itself to high quality and artist interaction. And the community, as I said, is just so key in helping welcome new people and make everything happen. And the technology is advancing so fast that it's all enabling it to happen. Here's Ghost Agent. He built this amazing roof. So before I go up and out, let me also show you this. So I will warn you, this may be a little graphic. If you have never seen an alien twerk, here's your chance. So if you do not want to see an alien twerk, you might want to look away for the next 3 seconds or so. But there's music too. So this is one of the isolation rooms that I was talking about. So, and you can click to get out. So let me show you the roof real quick here, and then so we can fly in here. This is the entire city, but look at this amazing roof, and everything around here is just, it's made by the people that are making this all happen. So I wanted to show you one more parcel real quick. So this is just a quick parcel that I put together that shows you, you know, some of the stuff you can do. And this isn't as put together as the MachiX gallery, but I just slapped together something really quick. So it's literally digital real estate that you can put and sell your art in. So it's amazing, you know. Like we got full rockets here with some of the most gifted and talented artists. So I'm going to turn it back over to remove my screen share and see if there are any questions. No? Well, thank you very much for your trip in Voxelland with me. And so if you want, this piece has 30 minutes left. It's still $4. If not, it's fine too. I put up a link to that. Thank you so much.
Hey, sorry, I had to refresh, but I could hear the whole thing. It was a great presentation, and thanks for sharing it with us. And looking forward to seeing what happens for the rest of the weekend. You know, there will be a lot of stuff in CryptoVoxels and other VR worlds, and you're a big part of that, Penguin. And thanks again for last minute, you know, fitting us in your schedule and putting together that presentation.
Yeah, no problem. Happy to help out and, you know, be a part of this. Thank you very much.
All right, unless anyone else has questions, I'll move on to the next talk. But take care, man.
Thanks, you too.
All right, let's go. Okay, we're live with Gus of Arteline, and a friend of mine has been involved with Rare Art Festival all 3 years, and looking forward to what he's got to say.
Hey, hello everyone. Hi, James. Well, first of all, thank you, James, very much for organizing all this and all the people in this community. I am super happy and super excited to be part of this. I see all of my friends are here, and I'm so happy to collaborate and have fun with all of you guys, because I know before I came to this community, I was more like a regular engineer, and doing some illustrations in my free time. But now with crypto art, I think like I could fulfill so many things by doing tech stuff and also art and hang out with such an amazing group. So I'm very grateful. I'm very happy to be with all of you guys. So yeah, well, I'm going to talk a little bit about me and where I am and what am I doing, and I'm going to then just jump right into the fun stuff that is tokens and art and galleries. So, well, I'm Gus. Most of you know me, and I'm an engineer. I'm a chemical engineer. I've been working in the industry for almost more than 15 years now, and I started playing around with Bitcoin a lot of years ago. I was back in Barcelona, and I got involved with the community there, which is pretty cypherpunk and is very cool. So they got me into this, and I started organizing small meetups and writing small articles here and there. And then back in 2016, I was already starting to move here to Mexico City, and I was going to Bitcoin meetups all around. And then I went to this Bitcoin meetup in Canada, where I got involved in the early days of the Rare Pepe thing. So from there, I started focusing more and more into the most creative aspect of crypto. And that's why I'm here now. So I want to share with you my screen. Let me see if I'm sharing it already. Yeah. So do you see my screen, guys? Yeah, I think so. Okay, so yeah. So this is the front page of Artoline. You guys can see it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can see it.
All right, cool. This is the front page of Artoline. We came up with this idea, well, like so many other people during 2017, when we saw the potential of crypto art and tokenizing stuff and doing digital scarcity of creative content. And we started building this platform, which originally was meant to focus mainly on the Hispanic community, but there was almost a non-existing market at the time, which actually, like nowadays, is still pretty small, and most of the Spanish speaking people in the community also speak English. So it was just like double the amount of work. And so for a moment, we decided to pause the development in Spanish and just try to stay afloat with the English version. I will come back to this issue later on, because I think right now we are in a better position to start tackling the Hispanic community again. So basically, Artoline, as you can see, here is some basic explanation of how it works. You have a very nice museum with galleries, and this is the Cypherpunk Art Gallery that I collaborated with Johnny Dollar, that I've been doing a lot of work with him lately, a lot of fun. This is a digital art gallery, and we have some more regular artists and photographers and illustrators and some other different projects that are being tokenized, like a publishing house, and among others. So the cool thing about this platform is that it's got its own native wallet, which was built originally in Counterparty. So let me see. Okay, so here it is. Here it is the wallet. You can access the wallet just by going in the landing page and go to wallet. So yeah, this is a Bitcoin wallet, a regular Bitcoin wallet that it also works with Counterparty. For the people that are not familiar, Counterparty is a smart contract on top of the Bitcoin blockchain, and it's meant to issue and trade tokens and pay distribution, and it's got a lot of cool features. It's the one among the first smart contracts on top of a blockchain to do this kind of thing, and still works pretty fine. I mean, it's limited in its reach compared to more plural languages like Ethereum, but it's pretty cool. We have our own our native token that is called the Lincoin, and if you go there, well, I mean, the servers are probably down, which is not. It's pretty common, but you can see here my portfolio. So I have like lots of tokens, and this is just like one of my addresses. And interesting thing to notice before I forget, we were among the first that introduced music to tokens. So basically these files, these are MP4 files. So you can, like, I don't know if you can listen here. And you can click here and listen. So you can upload not just videos or GIFs, but also like more complex stuff like videos with sound, and this has been working for a while now. I have so many stuff, and one of the latest updates on Counterparty is that finally you're able to go to trade directly with Bitcoin with a feature called dispensers. So you can change your coin to Pepe Cash and Bitcoins and XCP, and then you can change it to Bitcoin, and you'll see the marketplace in Bitcoin and buy directly with Bitcoin some of these tokens, which was one of the limiting factors of this second layer until pretty recently. Then going forward on our development, we recently inherited from Johnny Dollar the Artist Liberation Front smart contract on Ethereum. So we're trying to give a nicer look and make it a little bit more easy to use. So this is our first release of the interface, which is basically the same the way it was, but now we're adding some new features that all of you are gonna like. So stay tuned. Like for instance, you're gonna be able to add so many a lot of attributes to your tokens, and of course all of these tokens you can see them in platforms like OpenSea. So you go there and you can see my portfolio here. I have a lot of trashy tokens just because I'm making tests all the time, but you can see here like some of the more recent tokens that we've been minting. And so that's the Artist Liberation Front smart contract. So there's a group in Telegram that I will share the link later. So you can stay in contact with us to see how this is going to be developing. Then moving forward, going back to what I was talking about, the Hispanic community, I think right now we are in a better position to start focusing on bringing on board more people from Latin America, from Spain, because the ecosystem is already a little bit more mature, and we have a lot of Hispanic and Spanish-speaking crypto artists. So I've been collaborating lately with a mainly Mexican collective, but like we are open to everyone. And This is I'm going to show you a recent exhibition on CryptoVoxels here that we organize with very, very talented and nice crypto artists, Mox Harra and Neurocolor and Mr. Monk and Uriel and Carlos that was presenting a few minutes ago, among others. But we also, we work also with Johnny Dollar, and everyone is welcome to collaborate. This is in CryptoVoxels. This is our Nopal Recall exhibition that it's that you can visit right now. I think I don't know if my computer is a little bit overcharged with RAM memory at the moment, but I'll put the link to the exhibit, and it's pretty cool. Check it out. We have most of this artwork is tokenized with the ALF smart contract, which are ERC 721 tokens. Some others are tokenized with counterparty, and a few of them with other Ethereum platforms. But this was mainly our first project together, and the first project we are using the Artist Liberation Front smart contract to tokenize our artwork. So yeah, that's that. Also, I wanted to talk a little bit about all the projects that I'm collaborating with. For instance, here in Mexico, well, I give some seminars. Here's one. It's a little bit funny, this video, but I give some seminars on blockchain technology. I'm producing literature. I have a recent short publication on cypherpunk history and ideas and what's Bitcoin and all of that. I'll show you the book in a minute. It's not ready yet, like in stores on in Amazon, but it will soon be. We are working with the editorial Minerva editorial house, a publishing house, and all of this content is meant to work with augmented reality. So we have our own app that we are developing. So we believe that in order to get the full experience of the digital art in the physical world, you will need to use something like augmented reality, and that's why we've been working a lot into this technology. So we are developing our own app that is going to use tokens as utility tokens to monetize the artist for everyone around the world to have the full experience of the crypto and digital art. And talking about what we are trying to do with merging these two blockchains, Bitcoin and Ethereum at the moment, and probably we'll be working with iOS this same year because we have some invitations to collaborate with. We're trying to build a marketplace or a store in where you can see tokens both in Ethereum, in Bitcoin, maybe in other blockchains, and you will also be able to buy this art, both the token and the physical art, and get the app to get the full experience of the augmented reality. And that's on our roadmap in the short term. So you'll be able to see galleries like this in where there are different types of tokens, and you'll be able just to purchase any one of them and get in contact with the artists. Another thing that I would like to mention is I want to thank a lot of people that are collaborating with me and that I'm working with to make this possible. So first of all, Johnny Dollar and Chris, which is like the original dev of Artist Liberation Front. Also my tech team here in Mexico City. Rai, which is like my CDO, he keeps my full node running and all our hardware in shape. And Kike, which is a great, very young, super smart developer, Carlos, and among other people, and all the crypto art collective that is growing. Here in Mexico, the crypto art scene is growing. We have the Bitcoin Embassy Bar when a lot of things are happening. There's blockchain land that happens every year in Guadalajara and brings thousands of people, and we're going to be there presenting art in the next edition, which is going to be next year, unfortunately, because this year we are all in this weird situation, and we're going to be tackling all these memes that we are seeing about, well, what's happening right now. Like I try to take, I try to reflect some of the maybe scary aspects of what we are living, even though I don't think that the world is going to end, but maybe I believe that it's pretty interesting, the people that what people are feeling in this lockdown. So I try to play a little bit with that and express and explain what the feelings are among the community around me. So you could see that if you come here to Mexico, we have a venue where we make those exhibitions in Casa Patricio, as Dara is mentioning in the chat, or you can find about our art also in the Bitcoin Embassy Bar in Mexico City, or in blockchain land in Guadalajara. So we have a lot of physical places where we can show all of this in the real world, in the physical world, out of keyboard. And well, I think that will be it for my presentation as far as updates of what we're doing in the crypto art world. And please let me know if you have any other question.
Well, thank you so much. We have a few questions, and first, Carlos wants you to show the Fool illustration that you just finished. I don't know if you have that available right now.
Let me see. What's the
Fool
illustration? Yeah, sure, of course. So if you go to the museum here, are you still seeing my screen? Yeah, right. So you go to museum and you go to feature artwork. I believe it's here. So Jordan Peterson, this mainstream psychologist from the University of Toronto, made a call for illustrators recently, and I made this cool cross-hatching style illustration that is my version of the Fool of Tarot, and a lot of people like it very much. I hope you like it as well. This is it.
That's awesome. We had a question about if using the ALF contracts, or I guess just your new approach generally, does that mean there's no longer a need for Olin coin, or is that still?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think there's always going to be the need, or at least the hope, that someone might be willing to help us monetize the projects through our native token. But at the same time, we realize that it's a little bit troublesome to go through an extra token in order to purchase an artwork or to interact with the blockchain. So we are not trying to push too much into that direction. We have our token, and there's actually all of our artwork that is on Current Party is got more open orders in our Olin coin than in any other, like let's say Bitcoin or XCP or Pepe Cash. So that's one way of trying to motivate people into buying our token, but definitely we don't want to restrict the market into that direction, because that will be like a bottleneck, and we understand that it's not convenient for most people just to go through an extra token. But still, the token is there. If anyone wants to play with it and buy some cool cool tokens with our native token, I mean, you're welcome, and we will be very grateful because we monetize our work directly with that. Also, Dada is asking if the book is also in English. Not right now. We have the book in Spanish, the Cypherpunk. Do you see my screen? My camera. So some of you probably already saw this first edition, this first number of the Cypherpunk book. It's all with augmented reality. Maybe I can make a small demo. And right now it's just in Spanish. We are waiting for the final final version of this first number in order to translate it in English. So definitely it's going to be in English because I think that it's not just like another article about Bitcoin and blockchain, but it's also got like some pretty cool augmented reality on it, and people are going to love it. So definitely we're going to work in the English version as well. But right now, this one is just in Spanish, so stay tuned. You will see more to come soon. I don't know if there's more questions.
I don't see any, but very cool presentation. I love the idea of giving artists choice, not only about which coin to use, but which blockchain to use. You're not really forcing artists to make a tough decision, and you're just focused on building a community, and that's amazing. That's what I love to see, and wish you the best.
Yeah, I completely agree. Mm-hmm.
Cool. Well, if there's no other questions, we can keep moving.
Thank you, guys. Yeah. Thank you, James, once again. And goodbye, everyone. See you around here. I'm going to stick around. So see you all.
Thanks for being here. All right. We're live here with Duncan, who's going to give us a nice presentation, and I'll let him take it away.
Yeah. I was having a bit of an existential crisis this last hour on how what am I going to talk about? And turn off my monitor because it's going to create feedback. The first story I have was kind of interesting because there's a lot of opportunities that I happenstance on. One of them was that I didn't really know what Dada was about, but I happened to bring a giant roll of paper and art supplies to the very living room the night before, and as a group, we kind of christened the corpse. And when I got to the venue, I found the opportunity to lay this long piece of paper across all these tables, and I had brought art supplies and basically I just stole cups from the bar. And the night before, I found myself having the opportunity to present the item that I wanted to submit to auction to the people who had gathered at the pre-party, the organizers, and thanks to Dada for hosting that. And we kind of presented the canvas. There's a picture around, and we said it's going to be on sale at the auction, and the next day the auction came around at the end of the event, and we already, as a whole group of people, we were 40 minutes past our allotted time at the venue. But because of that announcement the night before, that contributed to the ability to, I'm sorry if I'm garbled up. I'm stuck in the basement to escape the family circumstances. What I was saying really doesn't matter. I was thinking to myself earlier today, where I really got started was when I first found the internet at the public library. I didn't know what to do, and I ended up in the Nintendo chat rooms. And people were accentuating the text with bold colors and images, and that's when I found out about HTML. That's where I learned about HTML, and then while I was still a freshman in high school, I went to my stepdad at the time, and I said, "You really want to be cutting edge at your advertising agency? You need to implement this website design and get a scanner." And
Duncan, I hate to interrupt.
And,
I'm still having trouble with the audio, and it was better when we tested it when you had either it was your monitor being plugged in, or maybe it's something with.
I should get really close to the microphone, maybe.
I don't know.
Is it better if I?
I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I want everyone to hear.
No, you should. I mean, if I maybe I should just raise my voice and the microphone will pick up better.
It's not like a volume issue. It's like every few words it breaks up for me. It gets really choppy. It's hard to hear, hard to understand.
Yeah, it seems like the room is saying that too. I'm not sure if it's the low signal on the microphone or what have you.
Maybe take this.
Just turn off the video. I'm fine with that too. I'm just going to share my video. It's my video, my screen. My video is not important.
Sorry about that.
No way, man. I appreciate the feedback.
Well, you shared your screen. Maybe toggle the video instead of sharing screen and
talk with.
Yeah, so just like click the video. Yeah, I don't know if that would help. And yeah, give it a try.
Okay.
It's a little bit distorted, but I can hear.
Where am I going with this? I guess. Hopefully I'll come through clear now. But where am I going with this? I asked my wife to give me some feedback, and she said, "Well, why don't you start with where you want to end, and then that way you can make sure to get your point across." And I thought that was a good approach. So I do want to thank my wife. I want to thank the people that are listed specifically in this document that I want to talk about. at the end. There have been people in our community that I have met through the chat room on Telegram, and I really appreciate their help. And really, my attempt is for us to get on the same page. There was a call to an open call for peer review research papers or such at the last RAF, and I thought this would be a great opportunity for us to really congeal, to really get on the same page. And so I kind of took all these things that were floating around in the space, a lot of kind of like disagreements that were happening, or kind of like ideas that people were wrestling with coming into the space for the first time, and I really tried to come up with like a definitive expertise. Young, I don't know, I'm young at heart, but I definitely have gifts in life. I'm creative, but I'm also I know I have weaknesses, and I'm scatterbrained, and so I really threw my all at this paper, and consecutively, the feedback I got was that it's out of order. So it kind of was difficult for me to present to everyone who's one.
Hey, Duncan, I don't know if you can hear me, but I can't hear you at all now. A few things I'm thinking might help is either like unplugging headphones, just trying out, maybe even refreshing. We can get started again. I think we still have plenty of time for you to share. Apologies for that. All right, you're back in. Let's try the audio and see if it's working now.
So are you able to hear me a little bit better now, or?
Yeah, that's much better. But I'll keep you posted. Sorry to have to interrupt, but yeah, it's in and out. But go for it.
Cool. So yeah, and it was kind of for last year's event, and it tried to encompass this interconnected relationship with all these things that I saw that were happening or developing or should be explained in better or different ways. I'm actually not sure if you guys can hear me all right. Can you say some things in the chat room to make sure that it's better now or
I can hear you now.
I didn't really prepare a whole slideshow. I didn't really get super focused on an outline. But I wanted, I kind of feared that the shortening the message would sacrifice some of the meaning. And actually, that was the problem that I was facing with the word limit for the peer review for last year. The call for papers was that I was hitting the word limit, but now that it's kind of like its own thing, I kind of like lifted that own condition for myself to be able to really get in there and explain my stance, really. I kind of put it all out there, and it's like some of it might not necessarily be my beliefs, but be a belief that is interconnected with the way things work. And so, like this paper that I wrote, I need to link it in the chat room, but this paper that I wrote, it's supposed to be written from a way that kind of interconnects the different uses of tokens throughout history as kind of like a way to abstractly understand what we're looking at dealing with today virtually. So I at first, when this paper was completed and these ideas kind of were formulating into a coherent narrative of some sort, the feedback I got was that it stressed the education, that it's important to educate others. But in revisiting the document, I don't think that education is necessarily as important as really having a cohesive message, having an understanding, and having a terminology that we share. And so there's things that I think as a community we really need to determine how we reference things, and I don't think it's necessarily a point. I don't think it should be a point of contention. I think that it would naturally help us have some cohesion and progress as an industry in general. So the thing I was looking at in these virtual communities, the importance that I was seeing repeated across different places, different platforms, etc., is this idea that there is a lot of noise to signal ratio, and it's kind of a paradox to try to talk about, where I am against mental fallacy, like logical fallacies, because I feel like they can be exploited. Like for example, cult of the personality. I feel like influencers in today's society might be given too much power, in that people don't really know if they're just being paid to represent products, or to condition their viewers for specific narratives. There's problems with setting up a fall guy, or a king for the day, I guess it's called, and so it's important to take into consideration this mental pitfall of trusting a mentor too much, as we've seen with like deplatforming in the form of not necessarily a mentor personally, but the platforms themselves, and so this relationship, I think, it really needs to come out of kind of like a compass for I don't know. I'm saying too many ums. I'm derailing myself. I'd really like to hear some questions about what tokenization is, or I know a lot of people think that I'm maybe too critical at times, and I might have said some things to people in our community that gave them an existential crisis. I'm sorry. I didn't want to cause you discomfort. It's nothing personal. I feel like conflict precipitates change. Not that I'm trying to create conflict. It's just that I don't know what my values are until they're challenged. And so this document is kind of like this, where it's like there's all these values that are interconnected, and I want them to be challenged. I want them to be forked. I want them to be commented on. And ultimately, I don't really want this to be my document. I want this to be like a stepping stone for our community to come together to kind of like have some cohesion, in the community specifically. Back to the beginning. I guess I'm getting to the end of my presentation, kind of, but back to the beginning, like full disclosure, I left Rare AF and I started buying crypto art domains, cryptoart.this and cryptoart.that. So I got one of the things I have is cryptoart.group and cryptoartgroup.com. I set up to forward to the paper directly because ultimately the meaning that I really teased out of this 22 pages or what have you of double space conjecture is that it really needs to be a code of conduct that governs an authority that surpasses the government or any nation state or world government or corporation. That just like people coming together for the good development, for the good best practices, for the ethical use, sustainable resourcing of this technology, of this new era of bringing this palleability, this finite control of reality into virtual space. This is, I think, the crux of what we're dealing with. Is there's so many opportunities, and it's hard to understand because of the signal to noise ratio. And so, the conclusion I kind of came to towards the end of the paper, or the most recent version of it, is to to really try to come together and form a group, but not necessarily based on insiders and not necessarily based around me. I think the people that run it should know full well that it's going to be an autonomous organization. And this is like another thing that's a paradox in our industry, is this idea, this like necessary evil of having to consolidate and centralize under an identity for tax purposes to be legally complicit in the jurisdiction that the project's established in. And it's kind of like the opposite of the empowerment of the bottom up values that a lot of us want to embody in the practice of the art, as in the greater community of crypto coins, altcoins, etc. So when Ethereum came out, I was really excited because as I was studying the industry for a few years, I realized the potential of programming functionality on someone else's blockchain is the realization that I wouldn't have to have so many miners, so many miners to compete and be secure on a proof of work or stake or whatever. Your hash has to get big to be secure. And Ethereum offered that promise, but when Ethereum and Ethereum Classic forked, for the life of me, I really wanted to write a technical document for the first time in my life, but in kind of like the style of Shakespeare, in like the left column being one version and the right column being another version, but instead of Old English and New English, having for or against the split, because I could see both sides of the argument. And looking back, I kind of wish I had made that document at that time, with all that information going on in my head. And so that's why I really I saw this opportunity last year for the peer review of the paper, and I submitted the content, but I was the only person that submitted the content. And so we have here the dark side, one of the darker sides of decentralization is confusion and or being scattered or not being able to follow through. And it's not personal. It happens sometimes. Things fall through the crack. And so I wasn't going to let this document die, though. And when I had a chance to go out to the D-Web out at the mushroom.farm, which is an amazing place, the DWeb camp, the first year that they had a camp, I presented. They allowed me 10 minutes for a lightning talk, but I was so caught up in the atmosphere that I didn't realize that I was scheduled, and I kind of missed my talk. But I published the paper there. And I published at archive.org. So at archive.org/cryptoart/details is the version 1 of this paper. And in the next 24 hours or so, I'm going to upload the version 2 of this paper. At the very end of it, it's got a bit of a bio, kind of outlining some different things that I am or I've been involved with or whatever, and kind of a postlude thanking different people. But ultimately, back to the full disclosure thing. Yeah, with Ethereum, when the separation happened, I kind of lost faith in that project. I kind of had been checking out all these different alternatives all this time, and I got to them, and I was like, I had kind of put all my eggs in that basket except for Philosopher's Stone. I really like that as a proof of stake. But anyways, I kind of left Ethereum, but I still have these Ethereum domains because at the time I was really into the generic top level domains that were emerging in like .computer or .services. Okay, yeah, so I got the details in the crypto art switched. I'm selectively dyslexic, only when it matters. Yeah, I forgot what I was talking about entirely. I kind of have this problem where my buffer completely drops. I've always had trauma in my life that has bestowed upon me creative insight and the inability to think in a linear fashion for suspended periods of time. Anyways, I see this community working really hard, and I really think that this community typifies the cooperation spirit that I learned firsthand from the junior high robotics competition circuit. I was asked to volunteer as a coach there, and I really learned what professional excellence could be on a distributed manner. And so I don't know. I appreciate this opportunity to everyone involved. I appreciate everybody listening. There's lots of stuff I want to talk about. I do have a problem being long-winded, and I had a couple missed attempts to start off with. But I do, especially this is the 4th time I've tried to visit this idea that Counterparty, as far as full disclosure, Counterparty is like 6 or 7 years old. I didn't find out about it until 3 years ago. Some news articles were written about Rare Pepe being the most cutting edge thing going on in the industry, and that article is what really got me sucked in, and this kind of satiated this thirst that I had of trying to make my net label the best net label on the internet. Publishing as an independent artist with specific or various monikers since Y2K it's crypto on Coin Journal. I don't know. I'll definitely, whatever, guys. I was kind of hoping I could be more cohesive, but if there's any questions, I'd love to answer them. I'm hope that people are ready for the next speaker.
Well, I'm glad your audio is working for me. The last bit of the presentation, and I just want to say thank you for contributing that document. And I really believe it's not just a stepping stone, but a real springboard. And hopefully we can all work together.
Okay, everybody, I really appreciate your time. Have a great one, and please hit me up on Telegram or Twitter or.
Sorry, I don't know if
give me a ring. All right, thank you.
Sorry, man. I apologize to everyone, especially Duncan, for that audio issue, because I am really excited about the paper he wrote. It's one of the most thoughtful pieces I've read about crypto art. And if you read it, which I really hope you will, and I don't know if anyone can hear me now, but if you can, please read the document and let's collaborate and make it as good as it can be. And it's already just a great way to understand the depth of what's going on. And there's a certain level of rigor that I have a ton of respect for, and I've learned a lot from Duncan. So I hope he knows that. I hope you know that, and I'm hoping that you could hear all of it or most of it, and you know, we know how to stay connected, and I'm sure that we'll continue discussing the crypto art treatise. Or, I don't know how to say that word, but yeah, I guess we'll move on to the next talk. Please read the document, and let's keep building. All right.
Is it live now?
It is. We are live with Oliver from Crypto Kaiju, and I'll let him dive right into it.
Thank you, and thanks for having me, James. It's I'd say it's nice to see everyone again from last year, but I actually can't see anyone because I'm sharing my screen, and yeah, it's a little bit different to last year, isn't it? The pizza's definitely not as good. Anyway, that's for certain. So yeah, I know a bunch of you guys and girls. I'm sure you may have met me in the past. I'm Oliver Cardy. I've been in the crypto space now for around 7 years, and I've been making crypto art with the guys at Block Rocket, who are the guys behind Known Origin, for around about 2 years, which in lockdown terms is about 5 decades. Yeah, so I work on a project called Crypto Kaiju. Some people know of it, some people don't. And basically what we do is we make really cool collectible toys that are then put onto the blockchain and backed by NFTs.
Hey, really quick, sorry, man. I think we need to share your screen again because I think people might be having trouble seeing it. So I'm gonna close out of this and then just try sharing again.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Hopefully it works this time.
Let's give it a whirl. All right. People see?
Not yet, I can't, but it might be loading. Yeah, I don't see it.
So just give me a second. Say we were unable to publish a video stream in a reasonable amount of time. Please refresh and try again. I'm going to refresh.
Oh, yeah. Refresh and I'll get you back in here. Sorry, everyone.
Sorry, technical difficulties.
Yeah. Here we go. Hopefully refreshing will do the trick. Apologies.
Okay.
Right. Your video is back. Let's see if the screen share works this time.
Let's give it a go.
Thanks, Robin. It makes me feel better. All right, I can see it now. Can everyone see it?
Can you see the doji and the toysies and the logo?
I think people can see it. All right, perfect.
Cool. Okay. I'm not going to repeat what I've just said. I'm Oliver Carding. Nothing has changed since we last tried to share the screen on that front. So what I work on is, I don't know if you can also see my video. Can people also see my video? But yeah, we make collectible vinyl toys, and then they're backed on the Ethereum blockchain. They're backed as non-fungible tokens. And how this works is each collectible toy has, if you can see my video, I'm showing a toy right now that has a little NFC chip in the bottom of it. Every single chip has a serial number that's locked to a part of the chip that can't be rewritten. It's stored at the factory level. What basically happens is we put that serial number within the meta information of the NFT, which basically links the sort of physical object to the digital. We're definitely the first to do this. I know others are trying to do it with some degree of success. Some are definitely not achieving what we're trying to do. But yeah, we've been doing this now since 2018 We launched it just before Christmas in 2018. As you can see from the numbers, we don't have a great deal of NFTs out there, but if you compare it to art, we're very different. We use NFTs in a very different way. We basically use the sort of the immutability of the blockchain to serve as basically a certificate of authenticity, and basically a provenance project, but we have really cool toys. So yeah, we launched at the end of November 2018. We're now on to our 6th batch of toys, which, if you can see my screen, is this guy. This is Dojira, and we announced this in April, and it starts to ship in about 2 or 3 weeks. We've so far minted about 748 NFTs, and they're owned by about 283 different Ethereum addresses. If you see like really weird stuff there like that, that's actually a sort of a collaboration we worked on. We last year worked on probably one of the biggest collaborations in the NFT space, and that was with a NBA basketball team.
We lost connection and he's joining again. We should continue time with his presentation. And
Hey, I don't think the PowerPoint thing's really working. I think it's just killing it for me, so no more PowerPoint. Where did that get up to before it cut me off?
You're talking about the collaboration with the NBA, the last I heard.
Cool. Brilliant. So yeah, we launched with the NBA. I don't know exactly where it's up to with this in terms of what people heard, but they were distributing the toy. So here is the toy. We've got two different toys. There's the sort of home kit and then what they call the classic kit. Same as all the other toys. This one doesn't because it's actually just a prototype and didn't ever go on chain, but they have the sort of tags that the glow-in-the-dark guy has on, so you scan it. The problem is, though, like I said before, someone comes onto the site, say you want to buy one of the kitties right now, you'd go onto the site, you'd put your Ethereum address, we'd put the kitty in the mail on Monday, we'd then send you the NFT, you'd also get a crypto kitty as well, because the kitty's actually backed by our NFT and a crypto kitty's NFT, and it's all linked together, and it's very, very cool. But we would send you that as we sort of dispatch the toy to you, with us sending all of these to the guys at the Sacramento Kings and then distributing them. It did give us a bit of a challenge. We worked on a couple of different things, link drop, a couple of different things. It didn't really work. We just found that it's already quite hard to kind of get involved in the NFT space if you aren't in it already. So for the average Joe at a basketball game who picks one of these things up and goes, yeah, this is really cool. We want to make it as easy as possible for them. So in the end, we just opted for a simple form. You'd go in, you'd scan it, and it would give you the serial number. You'd type it into a form. We just pick the forms up on sort of daily, weekly basis. We only really give out 2 at a time anyway. And then we just manually gift them. Oh. Who is that? Somebody just keeps ringing me. Everyone can still hear me, right?
I can still hear you.
Cool.
I think they can hear you.
Okay. So yeah, that worked. We're constantly kind of striving to improve. Like with our new toy, Dojira, we have partnered with Sandbox. So it'll be very, very similar to this guy. You get your toy, you'll scan it, you'll see all the details. But what you'll also get, which is kind of what I'm going to show you in a second, is a way to actually like scan a piece of packaging that then adds tokens. So with Dojira, you'll get our NFT, and you will also get a Sandbox NFT that you can then sort of play with in the game. I'm going to demo that now. If I disappear, then I will stick the video on Telegram or something. Let me just share it. But this is what we're working on at the minute. We've got it quite smooth. It's a bit of a work in progress because Sandbox is.
Hey Oliver.
Hello?
Okay, cool. Sharing your screen is, I think it's working, but we lost your video, so I think we should use your screen for now, and hopefully it doesn't disconnect.
Okay.
Thanks
Okay.
for rolling with it.
I'll play this very quick. I'll play this like 2-second video very, very quickly. If it does cut out, I'll just put it back. Can everyone see that?
Yeah, I can see it.
Cool. So this is kind of what we're working on at the minute. You get a little slip with your kitty, you scan it, as you can see, it brings up link drop. You can then claim your token. We set it to trust as default, but it does give you a couple of different options. In this instance, we just use Coinbase Wallet because it's on my phone. Here we go. This part's slightly slower than we'd like. But there you go. You claim it, and there we go. That's been added to my wallet. That's obviously not live. That's kind of a Blue Peter moment, and one we prepared earlier. But yeah, that's then added that token was always to my wallet. So that's kind of what we're working on at the minute, just to kind of simplify it. and explore the idea of okay, screen share. I don't want to be screen sharing anymore because it kills the thing. Can everyone see me again?
I can't see you.
Awesome. So yeah, we really want to explore the ideas around kind of NFTs, bringing them into the actual mainstream. I'm not making any lofty promises here that we're all of a sudden going to be collaborating on kind of mainstream toys. We want to make it as easy as possible to sort of attract mainstream toy collectors. And I think Drop's a pretty good way to start that. You've kind of got this piece of literature. It explains the whole process. You scan it. As long as you've got an Ethereum wallet, you're getting exactly, you're getting the token without much effort. So yeah, that's really what I wanted to go through. Oh, sorry.
No, it's all good. If you want to share your screen again and show what you've got, I'm actually unable to see video, so that's what's working best. But we still have more questions. Yeah, sorry.
I didn't have many more slides than that anyway. Don't worry about the PowerPoint, honestly. But yeah, I think I just wanted to introduce the project and sort of talk about the next sort of things we were doing. So like I said before, one of the next things is with Doge, you'll get kind of one of these. This is the patch. I don't know if you saw our patch, but we also released the first sort of actual physical and digital wearables. So you've got a physical. I know somebody, I can't remember who it was, but somebody did it. Somebody sort of talked about doing it before, but I think we were actually the first to ship it. So I'm going to say it was the first. What you get is you get the physical patch, and you get one of these, which is backwards, so no one can read it because that's bright of me. But basically, it just says claiming your CryptoVoxels wearable is simple. Just scan the QR code and open it. It's very similar to kind of what we were showing before. It's just a QR code. You'll scan it. You'll add it to your wallet. We're just waiting on the sort of link drop to actually start working with 1155 tokens, which I believe is going to happen pretty soon. And then we'll be able to just fire off physical digital wearables. We've sampled a T-shirt today, which is pretty cool. And we've got some face masks too. All products will sort of come with that. We're also looking at really cool ways of sort of integrating it into the header card. So you'll take the toy out of the bag if you want to. Some don't. But you can just pull up a flap on the header card and you'll see the QR code there. So yeah, that's Cryptokaiju. Does anyone have any questions?
Sorry again about the technical difficulties. We'll have to get you to share some content in our Telegram or wherever. I can promote as much as I can because I'm really excited about what you're doing. There's no other serious project like yours working on this problem, and there's so many use cases, and you're doing the hard work, educating people and making connections, and wish you all the best. And I'm happy to see you.
Thank you for your
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your continual support. And yeah, like reiterating the point you made there, I've always felt that NFTs were probably the most important thing in terms of marketing and bringing kind of Ethereum to the mainstream, and thinking about things like link drop and QR codes linking to wallets. I think it just makes everything so much more accessible and interesting to the mainstream consumer.
Yeah, I think so too. You got all these DeFi bros, and I really think NFTs are going to explode, faster and bigger than any sort of DeFi projects. It's a matter of time. And, it might already be surpassing DeFi. I'm not quite sure how you measure it, but the NFT community is very strong, and you're a great part of that, and hope you continue to find success and build on what you've already created.
Thank you very much. Thank you, man. And hopefully the next time we're doing this, it'll be in Brooklyn again, and I'll be stuffing my face with that good pizza.
Yeah, and next time we'll do it big. We'll have to get the Counterparty Foundation to team up with some other sponsors and feed the masses.
Sounds good to me. Right. Thank you very much.
All right. Any questions? Anything you want to share with Oliver before we move on?
I'm okay, but if anybody has any questions, let me have a look.
Somebody wants to know if you have a Discord or where to find more information about it.
Oh, you can follow us on Telegram. I will shoot out the link here. We have a Telegram. We don't have a we do have a Discord, but there's nobody used it. It's like a graveyard. Oh my god! So I've just copied the link to this chat. There we go. That's actually it.
There we go.
It's 8 p.m. here, and I have a 20-week-old baby. So.
Oh well, thanks for making the time and.
Well, thank you so much for having me. Really, it's so good. All the content today, I've really enjoyed it. I know it's going to be great for the rest of the weekend. Thank you for putting it on. Thanks for everyone who's contributed and adding interesting stuff to this really interesting space.
Yeah, thanks to the audience for sure. It's been great to have the engagement and chatter happening. But without further ado, thanks again, Oliver, and we'll keep moving. See you soon.
See you guys.
All right, we're live again here with Sarah from the Sarah Show and many other projects, I'm sure. And I'll let her introduce what she's doing and tell you what she wants to present.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Zucker. I've kikied with some of you online this past year since I've joined the crypto art space. That's really about the timeline for me. I joined Super Rare last April. It's been quite an adventure. For me, I've specialized in digital art for pretty much like the past decade. And I would say for the past 5 or 6 years, I've sort of known the writing was on the wall that at some point we're going to be able to use blockchain technology to create digital provenance for digital artworks. So I've been really excited for that. It feels really cool to be here now and have this opportunity to really create this sort of market around my work. Like so many of us, I've always been reliant on other platforms and, you know, the model of like do good work, wait for emails. So it's exciting now to be able to make more of my own sort of thing around my art. So today, without further ado, for those of you who have seen my work, you may know that a specialty of mine is what I would call VHS art. There are a lot of different ways you could refer to this. Some might call it glitch art. Some might just call it video art. I use the term VHS art to distinguish the fact that my work, much of my work, ends up being created on VHS tapes. I have a whole analog rig I've set up that I have, you know, accumulated all of these like vintage video devices. I have some custom pieces, kind of like the video version of like a guitar pedal. I have a bunch of different tools that I've put together in this rig, and the things I create recorded onto VHS tape, which I then digitize either by transferring it, you know, digitally to 4K, or I film it. I film my vintage TV screen, which is how I get that sort of textural look. But VHS art is not the only thing I do. I actually have a background in photography, which was sort of my entree into the art world as a teenager, specifically film photography. And because of that, there's a lot of work I do that does not really fit neatly into that package of VHS art. And when I joined Super Rare, I was really experimenting with sort of more of my other styles before I kind of leaned into that VHS art wave. So the theme of my little chat today is making the analog digital. So I wanted to sort of draw a parallel, draw a connection between two different styles I create that are aesthetically quite different, but they share a certain type of ethos behind them. So I've prepared a little slideshow for you. I'm going to share my screen here and I'm going to talk you through it. If we do have time at the end, I would be happy to answer questions. So I think there's like a little ask a question button there that you are welcome to use, and I will get to that. So let's see here. Let's get going. All right. Making the analog digital. That's me. That's my little icon drawn by my incredibly talented wife, Bronwyn Lundberg, who is also a crypto artist. She's also on Super Rare. I highly recommend you check out her work. She's only just gotten started and has some really cool stuff coming. I put that there just to kind of help for some of you connect the dots. You may have seen me lurking in the Twitter space, and now you know this is me. Hello, I'm Sarah Zucker, aka The Sarah Show, which has been my screen name since I was 8. So I made it for AOL Instant Messenger, and it just kind of stuck. All right, so again, to sort of just cover briefly, why do I do what I do? I've come up with this description after the fact, which I'm sure a lot of you who are artists can maybe relate to when people sort of ask you to like contextualize what you do and why you do what you do. So the thing I keep coming back to is this. I have sort of this pet obsession with the concept of the singularity. Really been into it since college, you know, reading Kurzweil, reading a lot of transhumanists. And in time, it's come to me to realize, you know, I started with film photography as my specialty. And as I moved more into video and specifically making GIFs, I've started to recognize there's this theme of, you know, that I take up sort of vintage forms, obsolete mediums. So I like to think of it as merging the analog with the digital to squeeze the last bit of meaning out of these old forms as we approach the singularity. Like I said, I have a fascination with vintage technology. I'm a tinkerer. I like figuring out how things work. I like getting into the way these old pieces of tech and processes work, and really like sort of pushing them to their max, maybe beyond what they were ever intended to be used for. And then I'm also really into cutting edge techniques, cutting edge processes, and new tech that's always emerging every single day. I'm actually going to show you a few new pieces of art today that I made with a completely new technique. And for me, you know, again, like I said, I'm a multidisciplinary person. I've definitely seen the value in the crypto art space of having a specialty and sticking to it. And there's part of me that really wishes I could just do that and be like hard brand, trademark, copyright. This is a Sarah Zucker piece. It's just not me. I love to experiment. I love to try new techniques. And again, the point of this presentation for me is to help to try to contextualize for you where the thread ties all these things together. Also, just rainbows. I love them. I've been obsessed with them since I was a little kid. I went as Rainbow Bright for Halloween like 5 years in a row until I couldn't fit into the costume anymore. I just love rainbows. And I love that, you know, like any kid who took a magnet to a TV as, you know, to see what would happen. I think that that's sort of a route for me in figuring out that a lot of what I can do with sort of glitching things out and playing with this old tech is get these incredible rainbows to emerge. Let's see here. So the first style I want to talk to you about are my animated paintings. These were actually some of the first pieces I tokenized because I thought they were perfect for the crypto art space. And I still feel that way because they exist in this sort of sense of being virtual objects. You know, the idea of a painting in the IRL art market, those are the things that sell for the big money because it is an object, it is an asset, you can hang it on your wall, you can feel ownership of it. So I sort of wanted to take this style that I actually developed back in 2016. It was covered by Vice creators. If anyone cares to see that, I'd be happy to share the link. That there was a whole write-up about this style when I first started doing it. Where basically, without getting too into process, I'm taking original stereoscopic photography, GAN and Artbreeder and these other forms of using neural networks to generate art. This is my approach. I have always really liked this idea of using this AI, using this deep dream technology to, you know, apply these styles, which I have in my mind from sort of a knowledge of art history, and taking them and bringing them to these animated works. And the idea being that I'm creating something that's familiar, like a painting, and yet it's impossible. You know, it's an impossible painting. You can't hang this animation. It's not a canvas. You can't hang it on your wall, you know, aside from having a screen you would put up. So they are the idea, the very essence of a virtual object. I do not limit myself to whose paintings I use, though I definitely have certain styles I'm drawn to. Expressionism probably is the foremost style I use, but Matisse is, for me, the artist that I am most drawn to. Again, using that term of an artist's root. I became fixated and fascinated with art as a child because of Matisse, because really it was his cutout, the cutouts he did in his later years when he was losing his eyesight, that really grabbed me as a little kid. And then, you know, I would see his work in museums and books and realize, like, this person, like myself, Matisse never held himself to one style. I mean, his work comprises the gamut of approaches to representational art. You know, he has work that is more impressionistic. He has work that's expressionistic, fauvist, and then, of course, the cutouts, which are so blocky and of a completely different realm. So when I use Matisse specifically, it's for me, it feels like I'm painting with my master's brush. And I think that that's a heightened approach to, you know, appropriation, which it is. This is a form of appropriation, even though the final product, I'd like to think, ends up being more mine than it ends up being the work of the artist I'm appropriating. This is an example. There we go. She's animated. I just sold this piece. This is called The Rolling of the Orb. Just sold on Super Rare for 1 ETH. I wanted to show you an example of something I've already tokenized, already sold. I really like this one. Again, this one does use Matisse as the style, but the source image itself was an original video I shot. It was a photo shoot for a net art project I did back in, gosh, I think 2014. But ended up creating this GIF, never really knew where this GIF should live. The original GIF was nice, you know, but it wasn't the most amazing thing in the world. And then once I started playing around with this technique, I realized, wow, this is really, I've really hit on something here. This is satisfying in a new way. So this is to show you work that has already been tokenized, has already been sold. Now I'm going to give you guys kind of the good stuff. As promised, I'm going to show you 2 new pieces that I actually created this week with a new approach. There is now technology available that allows us to take a photo that is not 3D, that is not stereoscopic. And now, again, through AI, we have the ability to make an originally 2D photo 3D. I have found it's very finicky. It does not, there's a lot of trial and error. I've had to try a lot of different photos, but I'm about to show you 2 completely new animated paintings, a diptych, if you will. They are connected, that I am actually planning to drop on Super Rare this week. So if they really take your fancy, keep an eye out for those. So this first one is called Cubensis Impasto 1. This is the original image. Just, you know, it's really a documentary image, not super duper interesting. And then this is the animated painting of it. I see it's a little laggy there. You'll see there we go, kind of. When I tokenize it, you'll see it's smooth. It's a smooth back and forth. With both of these pieces, because of the subject matter, I wanted a really thick, chunky impasto brushstroke because I think it really suits the sort of chthonic, swampy earth magic of the subject matter. And then this is the second one. They are, like I said, a diptych. They're connected, the original image and the animated painting. And I apologize. I didn't realize this was these are GIFs. They're supposed to be smooth. They're a little laggy. Forgive. You'll get to see them in all their glory when I release them this week. So again, part of what I really like about the 3D aspect of it is it, again, creates this sculptural quality, as if you're able to see multiple angles of a sculptural work. And it sort of defies, as an image, what is possible. Like these do not exist in real life, animated paintings like this. So that's a little bit about that. And I hope that helps tie this style in for you, how it connects to the VHS work. Again, it's this idea of taking up old forms and using them in a way that they never could have been used in their original time. So now I'm going to get into another style of mine that I'm calling, in a very utilitarian way, VHS drawings. My VHS drawings are representational works that I am channeling through a vintage 1991 Sony video painter. They get recorded onto VHS. This device is something that I always saw ads for as a kid and constantly asked my parents for, and they were always like, yeah, no. It was like an expensive piece of editing hardware back in its day. And now as an adult, I get to have one, and it's very exciting. With these works, I typically incorporate original digital animations that I create, and I pipe them out from my laptop through HDMI to RCA, which is the old analog cables. That's how I bring them into my analog ecosystem. What I love about this style, and what I think other people maybe respond to in this style, is there's a great deal of technological constraint, and it allows for my imagination to just flow free. Any of you who are artists, I'm sure you can relate to that notion of sometimes a constraint on what you're doing is the ideal way to get something truly creative and truly from the depths of your imagination to emerge. Because it helps solve that problem of the completely blank canvas. It's kind of like, well, I know this is going to be in 8-bit color. It's going to be chunky as all hell. And yet I can still draw things that are really out there. So this is a work called Astral Antenna that I drew. I actually drew the original on New Year's Day of 2019 while I was microdosing. And I loved the drawing so much. It's a self-portrait. I loved it so much. It resonated with me so much that I decided I had to channel it through my video painter. This was actually the very first VHS drawing I tokenized on Super Rare. It kind of sat there for a while. Like with all of my works, you know, it's tempting to keep tokenizing the exact same style of work that has already sold. But like I said, that's kind of not me. I like to experiment. I like to see which new styles of mine are going to land with people. There's no accounting for taste. The things that are my favorite are not always the things that do well. And the things that I think are maybe like little, you know, that aren't as big of a deal are the things that sometimes will just like people go crazy for. So this piece I tokenized on Super Rare. It sat there for a little while, kind of like a lot of views, a lot of likes, but no one was really biting. And then Matt Kane, a fellow artist of whom I'm a great admirer, bought this piece. He actually wrote this incredibly thoughtful write-up of it on Scent, which I can share that link if anyone's interested. And it really, for me, it's that feedback loop. You know, we create work that satisfies us, but you can't deny we don't create work in a vacuum. When you get the feedback loop of someone seeing what you're doing and going, yes, I get it. I get what you're going for here. It can really invigorate you and prompt you to create new work. So again, I wanted to show you something in this style that I have already tokenized, have already sold. And now, ta-da, I'm going to show you a new piece, never before seen. You're the first ones like truly ever to see this, of new video drawing that I created this week called The Holy Mountain. And I chose the previous work I showed you because I really see these two having a bit of a connection, and I'm sure you'll see why. So here she is. This is the Holy Mountain. I had this idea of, you know, I love the mythology around holy mountains. I love the movie, The Holy Mountain, probably one of my favorite movies of all time. And I just love that the mountain as a symbol exists in like every world culture, the idea of a sacred mountain. So if you are familiar with my work, as you've probably noticed, I have a tendency towards animism. I like to make any object can be a friend if you try hard enough. So I really like to make all my drawings feel like their own individual entities. Like I'm breathing life into this entity who visited me through my video painter. Again, no one has seen this. I haven't even put it on my social media yet. I am intending to tokenize this piece as a single edition on Super Rare at some point soon, probably after my two Cubensis paintings. But I just wanted to give you a look at these two different styles. I know aesthetically they are about as different as can be, but I'm hoping in presenting these to you, it's helping give you some insight into my approach, my thought process, my strange sense of humor, just showing you a little bit more about my work for those of you who've been following it, and introducing you to it for those of you who are like, who is she? You can find me online. Again, I've been the Sarah Show since the mid-90s. It's an 8-year-old screen name, and I have kept it because at a certain point, why would you change it? I'm the Sarah Show on Super Rare, on Twitter, on Instagram, on Tumblr, if anyone still uses that. The only place I'm not the Sarah Show is on Facebook, but you know, that's a whole other story. I'm sure you can still find me there if you feel so inclined. So let me return here. Here I am. I'm back. Thank you all for listening. If anyone has any questions, I am happy to address them now. I don't know if I assume they would like pop up for me if there were any. So Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much for that exclusive artwork, dropped here on the live stream, and looking forward to seeing it tokenized and bought and cherished like the holy mountain it is. But yeah, we got a question.
Oh, I see. Let's.
We have a question.
I have one. What is your question, Bard?
It's a suspenseful question.
It's a mystery. We don't know. He's channeling it as we speak.
There it is.
How do you do the wavy effect in the sun picture? I'm assuming you mean the circle, the movement in the circle. That's an example of the digital animation that I bring in. So I have a number of different ways that I create digital animation. I create it, on my laptop, and then I pipe it into my rig. And so because it's all getting, in that case, I can bring it into the video painter, and there's a transparency option. So I'm just using it as like a background. And then because I'm bringing it all through the same devices, it ends up getting more of a sort of unified look because I'm processing it all the same way. Hopefully that answers that question. But yeah, it was nice to chat with all of you and give you some insight into why I do what I do. Oh, more questions.
Yeah.
Would you teach the analog technical? I'd love to pay for an online course or tutorial. I have thought about that. The tricky thing about that, especially right now, since we're all on lockdown, is it's very gear based. So short of just like telling everyone the kind of gear they could buy to get started, which maybe would be helpful, there's not much I can like show you because you wouldn't have these things on hand. But it is good to know that there is interest in that. I have been thinking on that of, it may be clear. I like to talk. I like to teach. So I have thought about like workshops I could possibly offer. So thank you for letting me know you're interested in that. Bard also asked, what program do you use for the digital? Again, I use a ton of different stuff. I am not someone I think some people are snobs about like apps are bad. It has to be After Effects. It has to be this. I use it all. I use After Effects. There are a number of different video synthesis softwares. I use one called Lumen quite often, by Paracosm is the company. I use a lot of stuff I just create in Photoshop. I use different iPhone apps to create a lot of different effects. There is a nonprofit called Signal Culture that develops a series of apps that allow you to do a lot of like 3D grid work and slit scanning and like all this cool stuff. So if you're interested in creating this kind of stuff, check out Signal Culture because their app series, and I say app, but I think it's for both Mac and Windows. It is really cool software, and I think a lot of you would be really into it. Yeah. So cool. You're welcome for the answers. And again, you can all hit me up. Again, I'm the Sarah Show on like almost all social media. Follow me, reach out if you have more questions, and keep your eyes peeled for my new tokens dropping this week.
Well, thank you so much for joining us and being yourself and sharing all the different ways you think about artwork and the process, and looking forward to seeing what you create next.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, we'll get it moving to the next presentation, and see you on the interwebs.
Bye.
All right, we're live again here with Max Osiris, and I'm excited about this presentation. I'll give it up. Let him talk.
Welcome, Kmart shoppers. All right. I didn't really prepare anything other than like pulled up some visuals just because I think I get stressed out if I have to like follow any sort of structure, you know. I think my chosen career as a crypto artist is sort of a consequence of that, of basically being anti any sort of structures or authoritarian anything, or having to do anything that's like not of like pure heart, you know. And I feel like this is, oh yeah, Rob just said I stole his PowerPoint. That piece was in a drop that I did with him a little while ago, and we just like, well, he gifted it out to a whole bunch of people. Hey Perkins, hey everybody. So I'm, you know, I'm thinking about what I want to talk about, and some of it I think is going to be sort of like my journey as a crypto artist. I've been wanting to speak about it, haven't really been able to write it down, so I'm kind of probably going to go through that. And then the other is, you know, I want to kind of talk about, I guess, like my cosmology and my philosophy of art, and why crypto art specifically is like just the bee's knees. I mean, there's nothing else like it. And if you're in this field, and a lot of you are, hey, holla. You feel what this is. I think I put on the LA Crypto Art Show last year, November 9th in downtown LA. And instead of just doing my art, I thought I'd curate a whole bunch of like up and coming sort of crypto artists. And one of the people that came out was Martin Fisher. He actually heard about it, booked his flight, and he came out. And I remember as we were doing it, about at one point in the weekend, we went to get lunch right before the show, and we kind of had this look where we looked at each other, and we and there was just this like Gnostic knowing that like this thing is about so much more than just what we think it is. You know, it's not like another art form. It is something that's so encompassing, something that when I was on ketamine last year, I laid in bed for like a large part of it, just looking up at the sky and just kind of like understanding what a profound new entity this is, this ability to create in a style of your choosing, upload it, and then have it be supported directly with no intermediaries by people who vibe with it, people who love it. You know, and on so many different levels, that's so groundbreaking. And there's nothing, I don't think there's nothing else that I know of that has ever existed or been built that allows an artist to do that without having to go through, you know, some bullshit centralized corrupt system of control and sort of funneling money, you know, to the wealthy class, which is, you know, like all the empires are built upon that. So it's sort of it's a revolution. I think it's a revolution of the mind. It's a revolution financially, and it's a revolution for the artist for sure. At one point last year, I said, I'm going to become a full-time crypto artist because I wanted to see if it can be done. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to do it. So I'm going to back up and kind of give you some of the history of. I basically was living in the back of a Toyota Prius with my girlfriend in 2018. And going to a coffee shop. We had been through a whole bunch of stuff. Basically, I spent 2 years eating mushrooms, basically like as a lifestyle. And then I did ayahuasca, I did San Pedro. So I did a lot of entheogens, a lot of mind expanding, boundary dissolving hallucinogens that really changed everything about how I process everything and how I make art. So I was kind of coming off of sort of like a spiritual journey, trying to integrate back into, you know, normal society, which, you know, wasn't that easy, because I had really like gone out there. So at this point I was like trying to, my girlfriend was like babysitting, and we were just like literally just like, you know, hugged in the back of the Prius for a while as we were trying to like make it back into the world. And I just remember seeing this thing, because I had studied crypto like 9 months before, got really into it, but I didn't really know how to like mess around with it. And I had painted this style that you see there. I had painted 11 paintings like that right after my first ayahuasca and San Pedro ceremony. I flew to New York, did it, came back, and then this thing kind of came out. And this style was really like I just remember I flew back, and then I just kind of like let everything go, and then I just started, right? So like that isn't, you know, it's not pre-planned in any sort of way. I just surrendered everything. I burned some Palo Santo, and then I just started. And so like what flowed out, I feel like, was this sort of like a like an architecture of the deep subconscious, you know, of the symbology and of the different sort of things that I encountered in life, but maybe wasn't complete, you know, it doesn't exist on this like conscious plane. And I think that's a lot of, for me, of what, you know, this question is like, where does art come from? Or like, what is art? You know, it's such a difficult question to answer, because it's, no one really knows, you know. And for me, starting with this style, you know, basically I painted a bunch of these paintings, and then I try to like sell them. But it's you know, it's kind of a unique style, and they were in a gallery for a bit. The gallery closed down, and then I basically was like trying to figure out, because I, in the Bukowski sense, in the like go all the way sense, you know, I remember I used to tell myself, I'm like, hard or die, like straight up, like I don't really want to do anything else. Like it's either I'm gonna figure out some way to do this, which is like my heart and soul, or like I'll die on the streets. And like literally I've come to a number of times where it's close to that. Like I've been homeless a number of times, and you know, and which was part of sort of, I think, like my spiritual journey as well. I think I've always been sort of impulsive. Here, I'll share my screen a little bit. This is my, I don't know if you can see. Yeah, okay. So this was my blog back in like 2010. I decided to sell all my things and then just travel the world.
Hey,
So
Mac, I don't see your screen. I don't know if people can see it, but
oh yeah,
yeah, maybe try.
okay. Here, share. Aha.
There it is.
Is that good?
Yeah, I can see it now.
Okay, cool. So this was like one of my, like the me that this was, I have already like burnt down to the ground. But like, I basically ended up traveling the world for a number of years. I was making good money, like doing affiliate Verizon stuff. I remember when I decided to name this blog Living on Impulse, like I remember Googling it and seeing the like, the results for it were just like a pathology. It was like some sort of like New Yorker article or something that's talking about like, hey, if you don't have any impulse control, there's like something really majorly wrong with you, you know? And I was like, all right, well, I'm gonna go all in on like this idea. So I kind of, and a lot of it was inspired by like the Power of Now, Eckhart Tolle, and kind of trying to like live in the moment and taking the entire whoa, that's cool. That's fun. You guys seeing the like, just the entire concept of like living purely now in the moment and not leaving anything for the future. I'd also been influenced by like, you know, Tim Ferriss and sort of like not leaving your life for your retirement. So I kind of like lived full out and did that for a while, and then didn't know how to like, got myself in this like financial quandary, and was like, how do I get out of this? And then I said, okay, well, I'm gonna start making art. Sorry, I'm kind of like bouncing timelines. It's sort of, Tokenize it. That's funny, right? Like everything is in this world is like tokenize it. Which shout out to what's his name? Ai Weiwei's friend, Abosh, Kevin Abosh. He was like, tokenize life, tokenize my friendship with this guy. So it's cool to be in a group of people. Yeah, right. This is kind of cool. So anyway, I'm living in the back of a Prius. It's 2018. Trying to get back into society, and then I started talking to Rare Art Labs and Super Rare, and that's when I started tokenizing with Super Rare. And I remember I had this like moment of like extraordinary knowing where I said, like, I just got to be in this. Like I kind of looked at my art and I'm like, it's all right. Like it could get better, but I just need to play. Like I just need to have my horse in the race. I just need to be in this thing because I could like feel the significance of it. So then I started, and people started picking up some pieces, and then it's so funny because I'm like, my life is it's like and there's different like poetry about this, but it's like my life is my art and my art is my life, and there is no difference. It's not in any way artificial, and it's so personal because like I create from what I'm going through, right? Like one of my favorite periods of my life, and this is sort of on Super Rare under Osiris, and this is my second account. Actually, my first account was it's now called HTTPXX because I had lost the like private key for it, but then I ended up finding it, blah blah blah. So here, so I'll show you kind of like where I started and how I started. To me, like these are like precious to me because they're like my first pieces, my like earliest, sort of creations. And these are it, right? Appropriately named Breaking Through. And it was just sort of that style of painting that I mentioned, like the light paintings, and then kind of did a kaleidoscopic thing of it. And I was like, okay, I'm going to start with that. So these are the first that I started. Then I was obsessed with studying like value in art and what was selling, and obviously the most expensive thing ever was the this lost Da Vinci. So then but I thought the eyes were kind of dead, and I kind of did a whole thing with like the Afghani girl. There's actually a deeper story behind these, but I started to sort of experiment. Like this is Snail Juice. This was one of the first like AI, text to AI things. I just found it interesting, and I kind of did the end of Gatsby with that. I started doing like style transfers of things of my art. And I remember this took a long time to create. I don't know why. I just did it all by hand. And a lot of it is really just like purely experimental. Once again, like more style stuff. And this is kind of how it started. And it started to, sell. And I think like Sarah was talking about earlier, there's something very empowering about like actually getting money for these things. It's like the direct feedback that ends up coming from like selling these things for Ethereum is very encouraging for an artist to keep going. So this is sort of like how my collection started. Went through a really difficult time where basically I had my heart broken like twice in a row. Ended up back on the streets, kind of just lost, ended up eating cactus, mescaline containing cactus, basically like walking the streets for like 2 months. And then just living in this like state of really, that I could only probably describe as like Carlos Castaneda meets Hunter S. Thompson, where even my attempts to describe to you what was happening, the kind of people I was meeting, or there's sort of like some concept of, or some sort of like mythology meets a movie that you maybe never seen. So I don't know if I could ever really like even capture it. But a lot of my art was about, because I was living with next to people on the streets, like I got a very human and in-depth look about sort of how the system doesn't really help anyone who doesn't fit a certain, sort of like socially accepted strata. And I kind of became one of the like untouchables, and so I started to make some different art about it. And then these paintings. Can everybody still see me? I'm not just talking into space, right? All right. These types of paintings I started doing, and like literally I had a Sharpie and a bag of paper from the dollar store. And like life on the street, everything is like, there's no laundry or anything. So it's just like, you just change clothes. But the thing is, like, we live in an abundant, world. So everybody just throws everything out, and then sort of people like share it. So it was just sort of like a really bizarre and interesting period of my life where, like my appearances were changing the whole time. But then I decided I want to have this bag of art that I would make, and this was just like one of my like heartbroken pieces. A self-portrait of a man that I've become a bag of dusty bones, pining for his long-lost wife, attempting to breathe air that's not filled with her laughter, and it's just, it's one of my favorite pieces I decided to tokenize. And there's a whole bunch of these. I actually haven't tokenized most of them because they're so sort of like raw to me. This is later, all of them sort of laid out on a bed, but it became my kind of like a North Star for my existence. Like me making this art, even though I was going through like some of the worst, most depressing, darkest times of my life with, like cold and wet and rainy and like no one showing up, and just it became sort of a way to express myself. And it kind of like kept me tied to life in a way, like art will save the world. And it like really, in a real way, saved my life. Because my love for the woman that I had lost, and then art were like the only things that I kept going. Like there's actually a photo of me here. It's like step 1, find a way to look less homeless and miserable. Step 2, find a reason to live, and it was just, I was like beaten down, and this is actually where, this is where I slept. See, look at this. It says, "Welcome to Osiris Camp." Right? Like even through all that, I like, I don't know, I guess I was trying to throw parties and stuff, but anyway, I got a friend of mine ended up like sending me to Florida, and then I ended up basically like sleeping and crying for a long time. And right around that time, like I didn't really have anything left. Like I said, like once you're in poverty, it's kind of like hard to get out. And I think spiritually speaking, that's the reason I did it, is because I really wanted to live it, feel it, so I can speak about it, and with any sort of like gnosis, knowledge, and authority. But as I was kind of like recovering, I started making more art, and this is sort of there's a whole period where that reflects this, and it's actually like this whole period. All I did was, go to the park, and then I would like make art, and I would make art, and it's the way that I make all art. I don't have a style, like Sarah said, like I don't believe in having a style. I believe in being an artist, and I believe like what you create as an artist, the audacity to call it art, to say like this is my expression and this is art, like makes it art, and that's so this is a lot of experimentation with AR, or different sort of like programs, working a lot of like Photoshop. So just really kind of like playing around and putting these things out there, and it started to take off. This was actually just changed hands. recently. He's my friend. He's very happy to acquire it. And I too, like a lot of these things have so many different layers of meaning. Like I kind of break down a lot of my own internal subconscious, and I like play with those pieces, and I put it right back together. Like this, I don't know if you can see it, but there's an old woman in here. You know, and it's sort of like a pensive piece of, we're in a technological age, you know, taking a minute to smoke a cigarette, to think about essentially, you know, the passage of time, old age, the Vitruvian Man, the who we are. And a lot of my other themes that I explore is sort of like this concept of the self, identity. You know, a lot of my pieces are sort of like a nod to the digital identity and who we are as sort of these like avatars online that we present ourselves to be, and the interplay between that and like the true selves. I've made a lot of sort of like ayahuasca art, like a lot of the things you see on here, like Banasterios' copy, Chakruna. So I sort of like pay homage to hallucinogens and psychedelics that have allowed me to create art that I think helps me, as Terence McKenna would say, push the envelope of human creativity forward, or something like this. And that's really like what I hope to do. Right after the Crypto Art Show, like I actually got delisted from Super Rare because we got in a fight about like copyright theory, I suppose. So they were like, okay, well, you can't do this anymore. But at the same time, I kind of knew it was coming because I decided to take a stand. And I remember just like walking by myself one evening and be like, oh man, do I really want to like bite the hand that feeds? Like, do I want to make a stand about this thing? And I decided yes, just, you know, partly also to challenge myself to sort of look beyond Super Rare. So this, in badly translated font, says this is my last piece on Super Rare, you know. And it's funny because I was like able to tokenize it right before they banned me. So sort of prescient. And then I started tokenizing mostly with known origin and Mintbase. And then I ended up getting banned from them too, which I still haven't got the official reason why that was. There's a bunch of weird stuff happening on Twitter. I got sort of like a Twitter army sent after me for helping this like woman get out of like a really tricky situation. So from what I understand, I think like Robness was saying, people were like lobbying against me, and so then I got sort of thrown off that. So sort of the saving grace for me has been like Rarible and OpenSea. Like this is a piece that I did recently. Matt Kane picked it up. Shout out, Matt. Got a lot of respect for you. I'm glad you're supporting Sarah and everybody else. And then basically OpenSea is where a lot of my sort of self-published stuff is. Like I have a contract with them, and, you know, I've been very blessed to actually sell quite a few pieces through them without having to sort of rely on Super Rare or known origin. So I'm like super thankful for anyone who's like bought my art, because like literally this is how I live. You know, and it's been harrowing several times. Like I've been basically like living day to day for a while, and then for the first time like this over this past month, I don't have to sweat about, you know, being able to like have shelter, which is cool. So I don't know if, let's see, what else is there? Was it 24 minutes left? I guess I could take some questions. Kind of jumped around quite a bit. Thanks for sticking around. Does anybody have any queries?
Well, I just wanted to say thank you for sharing your story, because that was really, really interesting and I think valuable for everyone involved in our community to understand what you're going through and how you're pushing beyond that struggle, and you're one of the most creative people I've encountered in the space. I mean, you constantly produce great work, so just keep it up, and we're all here for you, and love to collaborate with you, and share, keep sharing, keep talking, keep pushing the limits, and I think we have a question. Oh, we got to hear your stance on copyrights.
On copy, man, I mean, I'm a very I think we live in a remix culture, so I think like the old rules don't really apply. Like my like I kind of have my own, because I'm a creator and I'm an artist too, so I feel like I feel the thing where it's like, well, if I'm going to create something, I don't want somebody else just like, well, that's mine, I did it, and whatever, capitalize on it. So I totally get that part of it. It's the like, I lean much more heavily on like, and I feel like, I guess this is a lot of artists have like their own take on it. My take on it is like, take whatever you want of mine, remix it, do it, whatever you want with it. You know what I mean? Like, and I feel like the people who, like, I don't know, I guess I just don't fear that thing that it's like I have a limited supply of creativity and then I have to like protect it. Like, it's such a like old world, mentality. And I think like Robness and I are definitely like on this kick of just like, yeah, I want my art out there. I want people to see it out there or remix it, or like add things to it. So I think like the feel that I got was like Super Rare kind of like started talking to their attorneys and got scared, and I'm just like, fuck attorneys, right? Like I dropped out of law school to do basically, graphics design and stuff. So it's like, I don't know. I just think they were like too heavy-handed on it, and they're like, well, now you have to start like, and a lot of the pieces that we're making were just like sampling it like a ton of artists, but it was creating, a whole new sort of thing. So I thought it was silly to have to attribute every last piece, especially it didn't quite fit with my art, especially with my like psycho wave pieces, which just like sample anything and everything. Because I kind of wanted to be like the girl talk of like graphic design, just like mix anything and everything together. I mean, I think with time, there's been a bit of like, I've had a little more time to sort of like reflect and just kind of see it for what it was, even with like the different personality clashes and different things that happen. I'm just like, man, we're all just like monkeys, trying to like do our best or trying to make art, trying to like make a difference in like how our philosophies like guide principles and stuff. So I don't know, I guess I'm like, ultimately, like I got love for everyone in the space, and then like however they want to play it. And even if I like don't agree with them, I'm just like, okay, well, that was weird, right? Like we got in a fight about it and whatever. But yeah, I mean, I think we're like entering this like, we're like all in uncharted waters, and I think that's what makes this so interesting. Is like, yeah, I agree. Copyright is not new, right? Like these things that like these issues that haven't been, like we're still swimming in these issues, like, and in these spaces all together, and people are developing these things, and like Whale Shark and Jimmy were trying to be like, well, this is what art is, and then there was like a backlash because we were like, well, no, like we say this is art, so this is art, and like, I just think it makes being in crypto art, like it's an integral part of what makes it interesting and what makes it fun. Is like, it's sort of like a microcosm of the game of life of like personalities and movements and anti-movements and like the trash art movement. Shout out to everybody making that, and Rob, and sort of swinging the pendulum the other way when some people try to like swing it too far into one direction.
Well, I think it's an important conversation to have, and as long as we maintain respect and understand the limitations, you know, it's part of this movement. You know, we're challenging that with technology enabling new capabilities, and we have to ask questions. We have to push the boundaries a little bit, you know. But as long as we can, you know, rise above the conflict and explore it all together, and you know, really unify the movement around a consistent definition of what it means to have rights in the art world going forward. I think we're gonna figure it out. It's gonna be part of what crypto art is known for, in my opinion. Is you know, finally uncovering how exactly artists can really gain control and monetize their work.
Right. I think it's ultimately like what it's about is just the ability to, and this is what I love about it, and this is the torch, you know, I hold and I'll continue holding, which is this like ability to say like, yeah, I can create, and this is the most important thing, is just create from the heart, create like what my vision is, right? Not follow anyone else's, and like, because then it allows me to have the free, like that is the true freedom of creativity, is to then put out something that's like purely my expression, you know, and then other people can support it, and then I, as an expression on this planet, can live as the purest form of itself. So to me, it's you know, there is no other game in town like crypto art.
Cool. Well, anybody else have questions before we move to the next presentation? Thank you so much, Max. I really appreciate you being here.
Thanks for listening. I really appreciate y'all being here.
All right. If nobody else has a question or something to say, then we'll move right along. But you take care, and we'll see you in the metaverses.
All right.
Peace. All right, we're live again here with Johnny Dubowski, and I'm excited for his presentation. And he's going to be performing later during the happy hour, some music for us as we all get together and share thoughts and feelings from thus far in the festival.
I'm going to share feelings for sure.
Good. But yeah, without
lots
further
of good
ado,
feelings. It's been amazing so far. Great job putting this together.
it's a group effort, you know. It's a community thing for sure. But yeah, if you want to get started, that'd be
All right, cool. So I'm Johnny Dabowski. I am an artist, a musician, a cyberneticist. I work with complex adaptive systems. My day job is a touring rock and roll musician. I played in a band called Johnny Lives, and we toured with like Meatloaf and Everclear and Blondie, and I had a good 15 years of just being on the road and being on TV. And then I kind of inverted it. My nighttime gig was doing cybernetics and complex adaptive systems. And when I wasn't on the road, I was designing like ecosystem restoration projects and always kind of weaving together art and music. And I'm going to talk about blockchain and art and music and how these things come together for collective intelligence. And these 3 slides that are on the screen is a good example of the kind of work that I do. So like installation art, like the one in the middle is an invitation into a tree space. We're on a college campus. Over the course of a day, we had like 200 kids each come and fasten one of those joints, like between the pipe. They just kind of put a zip tie on. So you could stop by for 5 minutes and kind of help construct a virtual space. These pink shipping containers are here where I live in Norwalk, Connecticut. It's like a virtual reality mixed media art space. And so I'm really excited about connecting like the metaverse and crypto art and music for collective intelligence, because I have been working on like different global action things. Like my start with bringing music and sustainability together was with 350.org. So like 350.org became this huge, massive global thing. 2,300 marches and actions in 175 countries. And I was lucky enough to help Bill McKibben start that in 2004. And when we started, it was just 2,000 people. And we brought 2,000 college students together on a college campus. And the goal was to teach people how to turn their activism into action. And so over the course of like 5 or 6 years, we grew that from 2,000 people to 4 million participants. And, the first year we sent the kids home to, I think, 6 cities, and we put on little small community actions. This last year that I helped out, we had 175 countries. So, across that huge expanse of time is when I got into blockchain. And I got into blockchain in 2013. And it was really because doing this was not sustainable. Like I almost lost my mind, because there was so much redundancy in the project planning and like knowledge work. And every year it was like we were starting from scratch and reinventing the wheel for every single campaign. So like I was and continue to be interested in how we map local knowledge. And, blockchain, even in the beginning in 2013, I tried, porting a few, I guess it was right after the Ethereum launch, I was messing around with Raspberry Pis. It was not very easy nor practical to try and do anything, that we can do today. And my driving force has been like, how can we use blockchain to make reusable knowledge so that what I learn in one town, I can share with, 500 other towns at the push of a button. And so, I've been working with the Ethereum 1 million devs project. I am part of a group called Sense Collective. And, we've been working with 1 million devs because they have this idea that we all kind of know that blockchain is going to help us re-engineer the world. And we also, like the insiders know that this is something that has like world-changing potential, but we need like 1 million more developers. Like if we're gonna have this compete with MasterCard, if we're gonna use this for carbon offsets and for voting and for all of these very ambitious goals, we're gonna need a lot of developers. Not actual, Solidity programmers. I really like what Kames and Billy from 1 Million ETH call Ethereum experience architects. I think that changing the idea of what a developer is to include artists and musicians is essential, because artists and musicians are so many more things than just entertainers. And this is where the concept of crypto art and Rare as Fuck and Super Rare and all of the cool crypto marketplaces are really helping to change the paradigm. Because in regular culture, we're sort of commodifying art down to zero, as we kind of give it away for free. So the idea of the Wu-Tang Clan selling an album for $5 million, I love that. I mean, like the idea that art and music should not just be worth a penny or $1 is amazing. And from my own personal experience, like this is from 2010, we recognized that if we were to build a quilt of global stakeholders, it was going to be artists and musicians who would do it. And so, how that's evolved to what I'm working on today, and what this short talk is really going to be kind of a call to action. I'm going to just take you guys through, a couple more slides, kind of put some stuff on the wall, and then hopefully leave plenty of time for questions. Does that sound like a good idea? Am I in the right universe?
Sounds great.
Cool. So I think a quilt of protocols, people, and processes for blockchain artists and musicians. That's kind of the idea. And the underlying thesis is like how knowledge becomes how information becomes knowledge. It's a journey, and it's a journey that's really grounded in language. And the ability to work across different blockchain protocols, I think that's what I'm most excited about in 2020. Projects like 3Box and Ceramic and IPFS and IPLD and Filecoin, like we're finally getting to the place where we can separate the concerns of like the protocol and the terminology and really work across a bunch of different platforms. So one of the things that I came up with for 350.org was just how we could use APIs to make knowledge more searchable and to make content more discoverable. So this is for climate information, but it's an easy jump to apply this to art and music. And hopefully by the end of this talk, there'll be a few people who might take the jump with me. It's definitely a jump off of a high cliff into murky water. I don't know exactly where it's going to end up, but the general concepts are there for us. Like, in working with 350.org, we worked with hundreds of organizations. And one of the biggest problems that we had was we'd have a campaign with Sierra Club and with NRDC. And NRDC would be doing beach cleanups in Connecticut, and the Surfrider Foundation would be doing beach cleanups in Connecticut. And they were collecting basically the same data, which is incredibly valuable. They were putting people to work to kind of organize it and tag it, and just completely doubling each other's efforts. So we ended up with all of these different silos of information. And, let's face it, we're already limited in our resources to do this. So one of the things that I helped piece together was just some content tagging tools where if we use the same meta tags and we create some common schemas and APIs, we can put all of this stuff to work, all of the semantic AI and the text mining. The the hardest part about linked data and the semantic web is that there's a ton of upfront work to do. And so, you know, how I land this plane back to art and music is that we have right now, we're sitting at the crossroads of like an art explosion. And we have, you know, 40 or 50 different marketplaces. And, you know, just even in that last talk, we have people who are coming up through the community who are figuring out like amazing tricks and hacks and ways to, you know, really do this and make a living off of it. But again, it's reinventing the wheel every single time. Everyone who goes through this process is kind of finding their own way. So how we solve that is just through categorizing stuff. So like, this is an example of how we would categorize a bunch of different climate information into topics and ontologies and schemas. And then together at the other side, so one of the things that we've been building at Sense Collective is like, okay, what button do I press to get all those magic superpowers I just described? And it's a data depot. And you know, my call to action is going to be, you know, looking for people to help do this for art and music. And the punchline of all this is that I've been working on what I'm about to show you, a couple of these back-end resources for like almost 3 years. And the end result for me has been that the use case is just really hard. It's way too hard. I'm not giving up on trying to apply this stuff for the environment and for sustainability, but along with trying to solve sustainability problems and environmental problems, you deal with all of the political problems and all of the differing viewpoints. And the thing about art and music, the reason why we were so successful in 350.org was because of the artists and musicians who were able to come in and take this complicated stuff and make it you know, consumable, translate it for the general population. So if we look at this, you know, back-end data set collection, where we have like river keepers here and an outline of like the, you know, the different data types, field source, author, maintainer, we can do the same thing for an art gallery or a music label. And so, you know, the use case that we've been developing and working on with some different organizations, it's all about zero waste data, so that if I'm, you know, working on a Norwalk River field monitoring project, I can just type in, you know, what I'm working on, and all of the other data sets will come up that relate to the, you know, the type of data I'm after. So you can really see how this could be applicable to artists and the art commerce market. And so, you know, networks really, they thrive on our ability to traverse knowledge. And right now, we're just finishing up the early first phase of establishing these art marketplaces and different ways of working with art. And I think the next phase is going to be about bringing it all together. So for us, the way we think about this is through a generic idea about identity. So your identity, you know, you can bring in your 3-box identity, you can bring in your Keybase identity. It doesn't matter which platform or protocol you choose. It's really just about organizing the data record itself so that they're completely interoperable. This is where the introduction of ceramic has just blown me away, because that's the idea. If we come up with just kind of a common language for how we work with data, then we'll be able to do it across all the different platforms. So like how this works kind of from the consumer side is that we have our preferences and our optimums. And so if you think about your totem identity outside of any platform, it's just a collection of your data. You never run out of space. You're always able to record things about yourself, preferences about yourself. And, you know, this is what drives Spotify. And so, you know, one of the challenges I kind of think we could start playing around with in this community is, you know, Spotify is a middle agent. And, you know, Spotify is matchmaking between musicians and artists and the audience. And yes, they're delivering a great service in that way, but if we break down the middleman, what we really have is an optimization engine. And so, you know, looking at how the crypto art markets are emerging, you know, it would really be a shame if we end up with like recommendation engines that are like Spotify that are not owned by the artist community themselves. So how we come up with that is really just a generic idea of the optimum and where you're at. So for any preference, you have your meta totem, your collection of preferences. It's a network of totems which are linked across different aspects, and they allow you to create optimal settings for each individual or each group. So as you know, we apply this back to the environmental projects, as Sierra Club is working towards their goal, in their meta totem, they see that, oh, well, Surfrider just did this project and they've already done the heavy lifting. Like, let's grab their schema for how they organized all their data, and that will help us do it for the Sierra Club. I envision the same thing happening in the art and art markets. And it really, it boils down to play, games, interactions. And so, you know, if we have best practices of how a market emerges on the left side, and we have best options on the right side, then on the bottom part is all of the games that we're playing. You know, like we are every day in each of the crypto art markets, we are seeing who is successfully winning the meme game and what tricks and tactics and content and methods they're using. And we can apply that very same thing to on a higher level, at the organization level, by simply recording the processes that we do as organizations. So this is like one of the things that we've been building is like a way of people coming together to play card games that interact. So this is for NFT cards that instead of it just being a mimetic like artifact, it's an artifact of sequences. So you know, this is kind of like one of those design thinking exercises. So as Sierra Club is coming up with their method for how to log, you know, beach cleanup data, they're turning it into an NFT, which is a collection of their knowledge. And so in the NRDC's, you know, Telegram or Discord group, when they're working away on the same problem, they'll get served up a playing card, an NFT that is the collected knowledge of their peers. So the way that we actually, you know, do this, the code kind of side of this, it's really very simple. Like there's this thing, Civic JSON, which is a metadata standard for civic tech projects. And it's just API accessible project attributes, and they're associated to a GitHub. And it's how you discover, you know, it looks like this. So for anything, for any process, any service, any, you know, artifact, it's just naming and claiming the thing, but doing it in a consistent way so that, you know, we can use the tools that we're already using instead of trying to reinvent the wheel or build from scratch. And I think, you know, that's kind of the final piece of this is that, you know, the first wave of solutions that we're going to, you know, solve the music and art market problem, we wouldn't be here without them. And it's the only way it could have happened, swinging for the fences, trying to take down the entire system, you know, in the beginning. It didn't exactly work, and that's okay, because we've ended up at this wonderful place where now we're starting to see what's possible. And I think the next phase is possibly working across where the centralized marketplaces and the decentralized marketplaces. So this is kind of like the, using the tools of Spotify or inside of GitHub. We don't have to be inside of a decentralized marketplace to search for, decentralized or, self-sovereign art or music or artifacts. If us from the decentralized space agree to how we're going to tag our stuff on someone else's turf, then we can still find each other there. And so as we get up to scale in the decentralized, beautiful future, we can eventually leave their platforms. But this civic.json tool, it works great. Like we can search GitHub and very quickly get a list of all of the civic tech projects in the entire US that, decided to use this common schema. And I think that's how, I'm gonna get off of the screen share. I think that gets us to the point where we can begin doing this together, is coming together in collections of communities where we actually start creating these schemas as a group. So like, so an example for this is like Spotify. They've literally mapped everything, our preferences and our tastes and everything. And so like when my band tours, we go to places where people are listening to our music. That's great. Even better is when we find out from Spotify that there's 3 other bands that people in Kansas, for some reason, they love listening to my band and 2 other bands. So if I can get that information, I can get with those 2 bands and create a tour with them. So that's like a double win-win. The third, the triple play, which is my friend John Keldon's always trying to get us to like win-win-win. How can we do it so that it's not just good for us, so that it's not just good for like us and one other party, but it's good for us, the other sellers in the market and for the customer. So to do that this is like a little call to action. Like imagine if the 3 bands that always get kind of served up together on Spotify can come together and make a little mini DAO or a little NFT fund where their fans can help them to create the funds for the tour and actually help promote the tour. Including the fans in this adaptive process of what now we're just doing through Spotify, it really brings us to another level. And so the final piece of this, which I think brings us to the kind of DeFi, I'm going to stop screen sharing. The DeFi side of things is, so when my band would tour, we would have our small touring budget. We were lucky to have a major label deal for a while, so it wasn't so small. We might spend, 50 grand on our marketing budget. By the end of the tour, that money was gone. We didn't get, rich off of it. It worked out okay, but the marketing budget was completely exhausted. Now, if us and 2 other bands pooled our marketing funds and did it with our fans in that region, not only could we satisfy the kind of entertainment part of the equation, but we could also satisfy all of the other services that artists and musicians provide. So when we come into town, not every band does this, but I think more and more bands are realizing that they have a crucial voice and a role inside of every community that they visit. If they can embrace that role and in kind of partnership with the communities that they visit, take just a little bit of the money that they're already spending on marketing and advertising and put it into like a DeFi instrument or a pool together contract. Even if we just start doing this with a couple $100, which is what we're doing to start proving, the metric, the idea, the long-term vision is to start building cumulative asset funds for artists and musicians that recognize their critical role in the communities that they serve, and to start building new asset classes that are just simply, commercializing the data that is already being commercialized by Spotify. So instead of Spotify being a dragon sitting on the hoard of all of their listeners' data, us artists and musicians start doing that ourselves. And the inherent value of the data is valuable enough that if we do it in any degree of scale, I think we can prove a valuable model. And, so how do we do that? Well, we don't need to wait until we've rebuilt Spotify. I think that's like the biggest lesson I've learned after the first wave of kind of blockchain versions of art and music markets. We can use Spotify, or we can send, at ETH Denver, I was working with the 1 Million Dev guys, and we just used the, Survey Monkey, and we went around and did a survey. You don't need to use all decentralized tools to affect an outcome that is beneficial for the decentralized, future. So using that, schema and JSON stuff that I shared, if we can just start with a few artists creating these collections of well-structured data and gathering those preferences of the artists themselves, their brokers, their agents, and the buyers of art, and we can do it on a regional basis, we are already, off to the races in starting to build out some of the value stream that Spotify has, I think, co-opted from, our society. And instead of pushing the externalities off so that the artists hardly make any money, we can start these generative funds that really serve the greater good as kind of an investment in the commons. So at that point, I'll take a breath. How much time do we have left?
We're running like a few minutes over, no big deal. I think we have time for some questions if people have them. That was a really great presentation.
Cool,
Super
thanks.
in-depth and like awesome ideas to explore.
And I'll put my Twitter handle and website in the chat. Sorry I went too long. I got excited.
No worries.
I'd really like people to reach out to me because we're looking for help, and it's a pretty broad call to action across a lot of different protocols. So anyone is welcome.
Yeah, I love the 1 Million Devs project. It's one of the good ones.
Yeah, it's a great home because it kind of sits across the entire and Gitcoin, and there's a lot of places where we can do this work, and that's kind of my commitment is to make it agnostic as possible.
Cool. Well, yeah, I agree with Dada. It's very fascinating, and we're looking forward to seeing what you create next and how it develops.
Awesome.
Thanks again for being part of this, and looking forward to your performance in a little bit for the happy hour.
Me too.
It's going to be fun. All right.
Yeah.
One more presentation until we can get on a Zoom call together and share some thoughts, feelings, and drinks. But yeah, let's keep it moving. Thanks again, man.
Thanks.
All right, we're live with John Perkins of Super Rare, and we're going to have a nice discussion leading into the happy hour. Hopefully you brought your questions, and I think he's got a brief presentation he's going to share with us.
What's up, everybody? Bummed we can't all be in Brooklyn together again, but this has been seriously awesome. Big ups again to James for hosting and doing all the work. So seriously awesome. And like, I mean, I've already started my happy hour, so feel free to join in. Yeah, I don't have like a groundbreaking presentation or anything, but I just thought it'd be fun to tell some stories about kind of the history of Super Rare and some things that I've learned along the way. So James, feel free to just keep hanging out, and if you have any questions along the way, feel free to stop me. And then, yeah, people, if you have questions that we can cover in the end, happy to chat. Dada, this is not a Michelada, unfortunately. It's just it's a local IPA, but I hope to get back to Mexico soon and have a real Michelada. All right, I'm going to attempt to share my screen. All right, can you guys see? Cool. Okay, so yeah, 5 things that I've learned building Super Rare in the crypto art space. Each one is extremely fancy, illustrated with some crypto art from Super Rare. So yeah, first, this concept that there's hidden power in digital. So what I mean by this is, I think so it was around the first Rare Art Fest, almost 2.5 years ago now, that John, my cousin and co-founder of Super Rare, and I were in Brooklyn, and I think it was January. I think I was like about to quit my job, and he had already quit his job, and we were working on this thing that would eventually become Super Rare. And you know, so we went to the Rare Art Fest, and it kind of blew our minds. You know, we were already like, we had this NFT application, like this backend thing that we were building, and you know, we were kind of like on the test net, like tokenizing art, and we were like, oh, this rare thing is incredible, like the rareness of it, the scarcity of the art, and it truly is. This is it's huge. I think, you know, obviously we're all here because of it. It's been an incredible ride. But I think that one thing I've learned over the past couple of years is truly actually that in addition to this brand new thing of rare digital art being really, really impactful, is just the power of digital itself. So I just wanted to talk about that for a minute. You know, my team is fully distributed. Currently, we're spread out between the East Coast and West Coast of the US. Actually, the very first testnet version of Super Rare on the Ropsten Ethereum testnet blockchain was launched from Costa Rica. And then the full mainnet, the first mainnet Ethereum version of Super Rare was launched from Puerto Rico. And we started the company and project really in Brooklyn, but quickly all of us were spread out throughout the country. And the fact that we can do that, the fact that we have these digital tools, this digital communication, the fact that the community was able to come together around crypto art in a truly global fashion is really kind of mind blowing if you take a step back. If you take a moment to step back and think about it. And yeah, so and I think, you know, obviously the COVID situation has really highlighted that as well. Obviously it sucks, we're all working from home and can't meet up and can't go to bars, but it really is incredible that we can have a global community we can connect with family and friends in that way, and really keep in touch just due to this digital technology. So I think that's just really important to highlight. And then in addition to, and specifically for digital art, the tokenized aspect of it, I think the most important parts are the true ownership, the verifiable provenance that you get from the blockchain, like all of these things that rare digital art is incredible for. But just art being digital, I kind of had this aha moment over the past 6 months, and really truly just kind of grew to appreciate that. The fact that you can upload an artwork or tokenize an artwork, and immediately several billion people that are on the internet can see it, can appreciate it, can maybe download or comment on it. The fact that we have that potential is just a really kind of mind-blowing aspect. And that's just the digital part. And then you get to the tokenized digital part, the on-chain part, that we've obviously been building on. But yeah, so that's kind of this newly found appreciation that I have for digital. And I forgot to switch to my art slide, but this is I've Got the Power by Hackatow. And coincidentally, this piece just sold today on the secondary market. I think it was collector to collector, but it's it's one of those things that you kind of just like learn over and over again. And doing a project like Super Rare that's really high profile and has a big community and has a lot going on, you kind of it's been a learning experience for me. So for example, Max Osiris, the artist, was on here about an hour ago, and he was a Super Rare artist from 2018, starting in 2018 on Super Rare. And sorry, people are commenting, go Hackatow, go Mara, that's good. Yeah, congrats again, Hackatow. Yeah, so anyway, yeah, so Osiris is he's been part of the community for a really long time. And as he mentioned, kind of this incident, there's kind of a rift in the community. And so I can talk a little bit more about that. But from my perspective, how it plays into this communication part is this was an instance where there's kind of a communication breakdown, and I certainly could have done a better job of communicating with Max, communicating with the community better, doing various things to try to like mitigate a bigger situation from unfolding. Yeah, so lots of lessons to be learned around communication, but essentially there was, like, very long story short, we don't have too much time here, but there was like Max said, I do think we live in a remix culture, and I'm extremely excited. Like, I love hip hop music, I love collage art, I love punk rock, like all these things that are, this kind of like remix culture that we obviously have, and naturally comes up about like, okay, well, there's this new thing, we're tokenizing art, we're selling it. Can we use copyrighted art in that? Can I use someone else's thing as half of my thing? Can I use someone else's music for my art? These questions, and I really don't think they're answered yet. I think we're in the Wild West. And during the kind of start of this sort of schism that kind of kicked off most publicly with Max, as he alluded to, and that I think was a kind of a communication breakdown, was that we were kind of, in our Telegram and with the community, we were kind of like, all right, there's lots of unanswered questions here. We don't have all the answers. We're working to try to clarify it. But in the meantime, if we could kind of err on the side of caution, or like, just try to be reasonable with each other while these things are being figured out. And I don't think we necessarily did a great job of communicating that. And I got back from Christmas vacation, and there was just kind of like whatever the Twitter equivalent of hate mail is coming in from Max, and just rather than saying, oh, hey, this is an opportunity to really step up and like get on the phone with him and see if we can talk this out, like figure out like really what the problem is. We're, myself and the team, we're kind of just like, this is a crazy situation. We have a million things to do. It's, super kind of like, it's tight knit. We need to have mutual respect between us. So let's, suspend Max's ability to create for a while until we can like figure out what's going on. And that obviously unfolded into this narrative about censorship and freedom of speech and all these things that really weren't what it was about. It was about communication, and it was about things not being leveled on, and things kind of get blown out of proportion when you don't communicate. So yeah, but lessons learned. I appreciated hearing from Max at the last hour, and the good news is on that front, like he and I have been chatting in the past few weeks, and I think there's been a lot of water under the bridge. But yeah, just wanted to highlight that you can never have enough communication, especially in like this fast-moving global sort of community, and that's definitely been a big learning point for me. All right, I keep forgetting to go to the art. Here we have by Ophelia Fu and collected by Token Angels. We Talk, We Grow. Robin says, I ain't perfect either, John, so have one on me, champ. All right, cheers, man. All right, so next up, we have the always fun topic, protect your private keys. So yeah, we had an incident in, I think it was like January 2019 or something. Super Rare had like, we really weren't making money, any money at all for a long time. It was kind of experimental. We kind of just wanted to give like, 100% to the artists to prove out the experience, or prove out the experiment and get the platform off the ground. Almost a year in, I think it was just the secondary sales that we were making just like a small amount of money on. And thank you. I'm terrible at running a slideshow. Here, to illustrate protect your private keys, we have seed phrase words visualization by Martin MLO. And yeah, I know everyone wants to see the art. Here's this guy just like flapping his gums. Yeah, so we had a real lesson in this. So we had an ETH account that was, I think it had like $250 in it. That was from the marketplace fees, and we were just, kind of for the very first time, like had any money coming in. It was cool. It was like Ether is on the blockchain. It's our smart contract making the money. And then one day we check it and the money's just gone. And we're like, what's going on? And every time and so we see it's being withdrawn to this account that we do not control. So somebody got access to the funds and stole all the money. And if that wasn't bad enough, anytime a new payment would come in, it would, within one block, which is like too fast for you to withdraw it yourself, it would go away. So it was like some hacker programmatically took all the funds and then set up a bot that watched for any new funds that went in, and then took all the money out. So we couldn't even actually like have the gas in the account to do the transaction to switch like receiving accounts. So it was a pickle, and you know, and again, kind of going back to the power of digital, like this is a thing that that can only happen with digital money, and it's the Wild West. But that was our lesson, and really, you know, fundamentally important thing is to protect your private keys. And just PSA out there for everybody who uses Super Rare or any other crypto art platform or any crypto platform, protect your private keys, write down your seed phrase. Do not just set up MetaMask or something and set and forget it. Like, extremely important. You will have bad things will happen if you do not. So that's protect your private keys. Follow your inspiration. This is Inspiration Fish by the artist V, collected by Billy Whistler. Yeah, so the original inspiration for Super Rare, obviously it's an art platform. We really wanted to give life to this potential, you know, this powerful concept of, excuse me, of artists being able to make money on the internet in a brand new way for the first time. We launched the first version of Super Rare, and a lot of the stuff going on in the space was around gaming. So we were like one of the only ones building in the NFT space that was doing art, that was doing, you know, user-generated art, digital art collecting. And, you know, a lot of the investors we were talking to were like, oh, it should just all be about gaming. This is obviously the biggest market opportunity is gaming. Or, you know, what are you guys doing? Like, you're insane. What do you think this art thing is going to be a thing? Like, and we actually joined an incubator in 2018. And one piece of advice, or, you know, kind of one advisor there, was this very experienced person with a career in technology products. And he was like, this art thing kind of seems like a fad, like, but this other idea you guys have for a platform, kind of like a Shopify-like platform, that sounds cool. That sounds like a real business to me. And so we were like, so that and some other conversations, we were like, all right, maybe we should kind of like, you know, Super Rare is going, but maybe we should try, you know, kind of, maybe this is a more serious business opportunity. Let's go build this other platform. And long story short, we spent months of like hard work engineering and launching the other platform. It's called Pixura. And, you know, it didn't have a community around it. It didn't really have like a spirit. We weren't that inspired by it. Like, it's cool. It's a way for anybody can just go and tokenize anything. There's getting to be more and more of those types of tools out there. But you know, along the way, Super Rare was just like growing stronger. The community was better, and, you know, getting better and better. And it was just getting all this momentum and snowballing. And after a few months, we were just like, you know, we're more inspired to work on Super Rare. It's where the love is. It's where the community is. It's where the inspiration is. And so, yeah, we never looked back. But that was a lesson really in kind of like listening to your conviction and following inspiration. And I think that there is like an overlap with art too. You know, as a musician myself and with visual artists, you know, you can choose to create something that might seem like a good idea or might seem like there's a market for it, or you can focus on creating something that you're really inspired to. And I think the latter is always the move. Yeah, so this last point I just kind of want to leave with, just really wanted to emphasize that we're still incredibly early in this space. And to visualize, we have early stages of natural chaos by Matthias Z. Hey, Vesa. Yeah, so this concept or this idea that, you know, obviously we all, you know, we know we're early adopters. A lot of you guys were at last year's Rare AF or the one before. And, but I think it has evolved so much. It feels like we're kind of, you know, getting into more advanced stages. But I think that it's still, super early. I think that we're still getting, you know, we're still getting on the ground floor. If you get into crypto art tomorrow, I think you're still an extremely early adopter. And I think something to consider is, you know, there's bumps along the road. There's problems with every platform right now. There's problems with Ethereum. There's problems with Bitcoin. There's, you know, we're learning how to navigate this as a community. And I think that's okay. Like, it's still day one, and there's still time for all this stuff to shake out. So I kind of have to remind myself to be patient with it all, and just know that, like, this is still the very, very beginning of this thing. So yeah, stay inspired with that. Cool. Yeah, that's my spiel. Happy to answer questions if we have any, or happy to let people get on with happy hour. I think you're muted.
We had one question so far about the status of Pixura, because P-Files City loves how individuals could create their own market space there.
For sure. Yeah, absolutely. So it's still totally live and operational. Everybody that has, there's several dozen collections on there, I think, marketplaces that people can go. And the cool thing about it is it's just wide open. It's not necessarily geared towards art, although since we're known in the crypto art space, many people have gone there. Mattia has like a really cool active project on there. And so it does have the flexibility. Obviously curated platforms like Super Rare are, there's power in curation, both good and bad. It's a double-edged sword. The fact that people care about the Super Rare marketplace so much is that it has the context of being art, and so the sales happen there. But just for a purely a platform to create and experiment with NFTs, Pixura is up there. We're not doing active development on it at the moment. We might in the future if there's interest for it. But yeah, people can check it out. Feel free to ping me later with more questions if you have them.
Another person wants to know what you think about ARweave or Arweave. I don't know how you say that, but they call it Artweave. That's a better name. They should call it Artweave.
I do not know very much about ARweave, not gonna lie. So I'll have to do my
based on my limited
homework more.
Cool, but yeah, IPFS is king.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Sorry, Arweave. Content hosting, decentralized technology. I haven't looked into the technicals of it that much. I think it seems like a really cool project. I know some people who invested in it, and yeah, I think it seems promising. I'm getting some audio feedback now. And I think, you know, maybe just more broadly about the storage, like decentralized file storage. Again, I think we're in the pretty early space. The IPFS is cool. It's a way to maintain hashes and make lookup really easy and have multiple nodes of file data stored in different places. So for example, like Super Rare hosts our own IPFS node, but people can add redundancy to it if they want to. And I think Arweave is kind of doing maybe like a more advanced version of that, I think we're going to see a lot of innovation in the space. And also, file storage is still coming down in cost. So I think I'm pretty bullish on like better and better solutions for storage, and Super Rare will certainly keep on top of it. And if something better and more scalable and more decentralized comes along, we'll certainly be looking at that stuff. Robness asked about if we're talking with any display companies. Yeah, don't have anything to announce right now, but we're, I love having digital art on the wall, and I don't think anybody's really nailed it with displays yet, or as far as bringing something mass market. So we're excited about that, and we are doing something with displays later this year, so to be announced.
Very cool. I know Rare AF2 benefited a lot from the quality of your iPad frames and that display. It's always dope.
Yeah, the iPads are great. They're very portable. You can take them around the world and do shows. I think the mural is also great. We had a few of those, and then at the festival last year.
Judy from Dada made that happen.
Yeah, definitely.
And they were nice to sponsor us with those.
Yeah, and then projection is cool too. Or I think projection has like in a gallery setting, maybe not so much in your home, but I think there's a lot of room for really cool shit to do with projection. Sergia says, yeah, why have I not performed music for you yet? I'm a drummer, so you got to wear your earplugs. Just trying to be curious.
Videos on YouTube, right?
What's that?
Aren't there some old videos on YouTube?
Yeah, my San Francisco rock band has some stuff out there. It's my old band is called Belligerator. If anyone wants to check it out, Belligerator has great SEO. Like I don't think there's anything else on the internet called Belligerator. So you can Google it, find some stuff. It's actually on Spotify too. But not currently in a band. Like Super Rare is my band right now. Basically, it takes all my creative energy and all my time. So, labor of love.
Any other questions? Those are good ones.
Oh, Ludwig. I don't have a Ludwig drum kit. No, I play Tama. Ludwigs are dope though. Yeah, 4-piece. Getting all the drummer questions now. This is awesome.
All right. Any more questions? Oh, yeah. Good one.
Am I in Maine? I am in Maine. That one's easy.
Yeah, we got plenty of time for yes or no.
Cool. Well, yeah. Thanks for tuning in, everybody.
All right, I'm gonna drop the link to the happy hour. Thank you so much, Perkins. It was a delight as always.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
Great things to remember, and great artwork to share along with it. And keep up the great work. We're all in this together, and Super Rare is doing a great job bringing people into the space and helping the OG crypto artists make a living. And the secondary market, as you could tell from today, is booming, and we're on our way to solving the 2020 challenge, like Jason said earlier.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thanks for the opportunity. This has been a lot of fun.
Cool. But that's the link. I'm gonna end this session, and we'll be back. I'm still kind of figuring out. There's gonna be a presentation in VR later at the Meme Factory after the happy hour. So stay tuned. on Twitter and Telegram and Discord. I'll post the links where we'll be for that. And then we had a presentation cancel at 7 p.m. So we have a good amount of time for the happy hour, and that we have a couple of musical performances lined up in that VR presentation. And then we've got Danny Chu from Maker's Place and Jin from Nifty's Token Angels M3 org. And he's put a lot of work into this after party. And I'm thinking we'll have a good time for the rest of the evening, and a lot of great presentations tomorrow. So I hope to see all of you then. And let's have a good time. I'll be back on. I'm going downstairs and getting my drink, and then I'll meet you on the Zoom in a minute. But hope to see you there.
All right.
Thanks again, man.
Thanks,
Take
James.
care, y'all.
Yeah.